Make a good game and don't market it. The money will come to you.
Hello! What is up? I have returned. Good morning, everybody. I am back. How are you guys doing? How's everyone doing? Is everyone doing okay so far? Yay! Oh. Okay, that's enough. Oh. Game time, baby. Yeah, it's programming time. Game development time. True. Whew. Goodness. Good morning, Cakez. Good morning, chat. Good morning, my man. Good morning, Mr. Supercool. How you doing? First and foremost, I need to apologize. Mr. Supercool made an emote for me. And I forgot about it. This one. This is a simpler 3-frame version. Not sure if which one I prefer. They're all good. Excuse me. So, which one you guys want to have? Top or bottom? 3-frame version is better for tiny emote. Top or bottom? Type top or bottom, guys. None. Okay, so it's literally super cool's decision. Top. Then, okay. Let's get the bottom. Personally, I'm top. I didn't ask that, okay, sir? 56 GIF. Okay. Oh, super cool. I don't think we can do GIFs, can we? Do I have an open slot for GIFs? I don't think we can, bro. Maybe though? Cakez wiggle. Thank you. 112. Is this the correct sizes? Cakez wiggle. Oh, Discord finally did it. Discord finally saved the folder where you save the stuff. Oh my god, I don't have to go and choose the folder every time I use... Damn, these guys are good now. Nice. Emotes, let's see. Do we have GIF slots open? We don't. Bonus animated emotes. Oh, I need to use Twitch alerts, guys, in order to get 2 bonus slots. Just drag to the folder from Discord, lol. That would be too easy, sir. Hello, Matej. Matej. Meta Jezza. Sorry. I got you. So, guys, which one do we stop using? We need to remove one. You want to remove the sus one? It's not used much. I don't even know where I can check this stuff, guys. There has to be some analytics page. Standard emotes free.
Cakez
we should remove some free emotes, guys.
And that demo is never dropping.
Burak Dotto, my man, good morning. Here in this stream, we don't do things the easy way. We do it the hard way. We do it the dumb way. Am I right, Cakez? Your mama. That's what you're right about, bro. Your mommy. Engine is a great emote. Yeah, engine. No, I'm not gonna remove engine. Even though I hate it, I'm not gonna remove it. So I guess we'll get rid of sus. Remove from slot. All right, fine. Nice. And it's Cakez wiggle, right? Assets. Cakez wiggle. Here. Thank you very much, Mr. Super Cool Man. Which one is it? Oh, wait. So 112. Ah, you didn't save it. Bruh. Cakez wiggle. Then 56. And 28. Thank you very much, man. What a nice person. Wiggle. Like this? There you go. Now you have a new emote, guys. Thank you. Big W's in chat. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Big W's in chat for Mr. Super Cool, who made the emote Cakez 7 wiggle. Thank you very much, bro. W. Yeah, big W. Thank you, man.
Giga good developer.
My man. How you doing, Mr. Almeida? Good morning. Cakez is big L. What's wrong with you, Mr. Almeida? Why you keep attacking me, man, with your first message? What's the issue? So, guys, as you can see, I have redesigned the map. And I just had an idea for this. Let me see. Is there anything on this layer? I don't think there is. I'm gonna add water. Sorry. I'm gonna add water to the map as an interesting... Wait a minute. I only have this one? Animated... No, not animated water. I shall make this water happen here. Is this music just very quiet, bro? Oh, yes, good stuff. Very good stuff. Yeah. Now, let me get the correct colors for that. Jeez. All right, let's see. So we need that. Excuse me. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do is... That was an interesting Reddit thread you had. Oh, yeah, right. I made the Reddit thread. Yeah, let me do that in a second here. I have an idea, guys. Watch. Wait. Export. Gesundheit. Thank you. Nah, Cakez fart. That's too big. For once. That's too dog. For once. Yeah, that one is not that great, Mr. Cakez fart. I've seen better emotes, brother. Watch this.
Hope you have a good time, Cakez and chat Pepe Neil.
Eh? Was it not updating the texture atlas? Wait, maybe it doesn't update the texture atlas. In here, it doesn't reload this. Really? Wait, oh no, it should. It is, it does. Oh, I see. That's fine. So basically all I'm gonna do here is I'll build water. And this will be on the map. Will all make sense. Oh, let's go back here and get rid of some of these trees. Let's see what that looks like. Ah, cool. Get rid of, wait, this one too. Get rid of that.
I knew I'd win.
Okay, so that's the idea.
Hello, Cakez.
Let's quickly get rid of dual grid and then... get rid of all of this, because I just wanna have that. You see this? The healer is healing enemies? No, she's not. She's not healing enemies. Oh god, she's healing enemies. Oh god, that's annoying. Yeah, I gotta, yeah. What do you think about this map, my brothers?
Oh no, it's another bug. Why are you doing that? Are you stupid?
Huh? What do you think? I definitely need a... Wait, I have an idea. Nah, that's not good. I need to have like a Radiergummi in English. Whatever that's called. So that I can radier more than one line. Essentially. Zoop. What do you guys think? Huh? Water. Water! On the map. Huh? Isn't that nice? Save. Background. Uh-huh. There was one left. Make animated water. No. Eh? Gone. Okay. I will get rid of that. Let me see. I think it's here. There you go. Good stuff. And then I will place some stuff here. Actually, shit. Like that. There you go. Safe. I'm happy. This makes me very happy. So I have gone and made a new map off stream. It's like the same map as before. But now we have water here. So I'm trying to communicate to the player where enemies come from, especially the flying enemies. And so I try to build a map where it's kind of obvious where enemies come from. And if it's not obvious in the beginning, then this map should teach it to the player. So first and foremost, people will naturally look at this place because it's water. And so then they will also notice this clipboard here. 36 is woke, really? Guys, I'm in trouble. I'm copying Blood's. You know, they will also naturally look at this here.
Imager?
Hi, did you really quit Godot after 6 years? Yeah, we're gonna look at that. That's interesting.
Oh my god.
Oh no, not this clip. Oh yeah, very funny. Now can we stop looking at the clip because it's gonna take 10 days. Very funny.
Oh my god.
Very funny.
Oh my god, man.
Why don't you clip it shorter? Other stuff to do, Mr. Magetsap. Hello, Haskas. Haskas. Shut up! Haskas. Question. Can you add me as a friend on Discord? I cannot write you messages. Unless you don't want me to write you. That's fine. But I thought I could write you a message, ask you a question. I can't do that. So I can never contact you because of your settings. Shut up and code! Shut up and leave! See you in 5 minutes! No, Haskas has worked with me before. I wanted to pay him, but he doesn't let me, but yeah. Guys, I have coded in something off stream that is good, I think. I coded in path variations. So essentially, I can spawn a unit at an offset to the path. I will check and get back to you. Okay. Now, you can also be honest, right? You can also not be honest, but you could also say if you just don't want, right? But I think it's just a mistake, and it might be just normal settings in Discord that you have set up. And you might have just left my Discord, because there's people in my Discord that other people don't like, or stuff like that. Like I've had a person leave my Discord and tell me because the conversation about political topics was annoying him, which I was like, yeah, but you don't have to read it, so I don't understand. So yeah, makes no sense to me, but I don't read it either. So it's like, I'm not gonna say who it is, to each their own, but I'm like, okay, people leave my Discord for that. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, anyways, so my brothers. I have coded a little bit on the level. I did not have enough time to make it good enough, but it's getting a little bit better. Okay, so we might have somewhat of a small demo today where you guys can play 2 levels, 1 and 2, not more. I don't want you to play more because I've not balanced it past that point. And so I just want to get the idea across and see what you guys think. But, excuse me. First, where's Discord? Let me see here. Test. Oh, okay, wait. Do I have you as a friend? Okay, I think you are now my friend, right? Yes, good. Now we can talk. Cool. Good stuff, thank you. Okay, it deleted my message that I asked you, but fine. That's okay. Totally fine. And then Super Cool also wrote me a cool message. Recently there was a post about a Godot dev though. He was switching back to Unity after releasing. I think Super Cool, the message that you typed me, I actually saw that Reddit thread as well, which is kind of funny. Because I was browsing Reddit after I made my thread. So essentially, yeah, guys, I made a Reddit thread yesterday. It was about asking what people think about piracy in games, especially when it comes to indie games. Now, I was sitting in the car waiting for my wife because we had to go to the kindergarten and have like the Parents' Day, where they inform us about a bunch of stuff. And so I was sitting in the car waiting for my wife, and she was taking her sweet time and was like, I'm bored. And, you know, let's test this Reddit thing. I always wanted to think what people think about piracy. Maybe that's an interesting question. Apparently, it is somewhat of a discussion. And so my opinion on it is that while I can use Steam's DRM, maybe, any more DRM or wasting any more time on DRM, I think is a waste of time. Now, I'm not communicating that well enough here, but essentially I think that it's a waste of time to spend a lot of time from your game development time on something like DRM when it is very easy and most people will have a crack for your game in about an hour after you release your game. Maybe it takes them a bit longer, maybe it's a bit faster. I don't know these things. But what I know is that I've not found, when I was very young, I was in university, I could buy myself a computer. And then I had to spend every single last drop and penny that I had on food. That's how little money I had. I still remember the time when I went to a store and I was so happy to buy myself a 6-pack of 1.5 liter plastic bottle water. And it was to the cent. I had the exact amount to the cent. I was proud because it was the end of the month and I had still a couple of days left and I had no water. So I had to buy that because my water in my flat, I couldn't drink it because I would get sick from it. Otherwise I would have drank that. So I did not have any money, and so when there was a game that was interesting to me, I would first, you know, get it for free in the past. And obviously that's, you know, getting a crack. And I've not seen a single game back then. Now, I'm not doing that anymore, of course. I've not seen a single game back then that had that was not cracked. All of the games, the big games, the AAA games, everything was cracked immediately. You could download it. So I think spending time on DRM is pointless, because there will be people, if they want to crack your game, they will crack your game. That's how I see it. And she just interrupted this insane speech. Huh? Was? Was? Jetzt kommt... She's gonna ask a question that is annoying. Just watch. Huh? Okay. Ja, okay, dann mach ich Mute. Ich sag erstmal Bescheid, dann gebe ich dir einen Kuss und dann gehe ich los. Dann komme ich wieder. Du redest, ich habe angemutet. Halt die Klappe. Ja. Okay, okay. Ja, okay. Awesome. So what was I talking about? What was I talking about? DRM, yeah, I know. I was talking about I was having a blast talking about it. No, so essentially, guys, stop streaming. What will happen in soon? I have to bring something somewhere, which I'm not allowed to say what it is, but I will come back. Now I could leave the stream on then, right? When I go, drugs, yeah, it is drugs, and when I put on, I don't know, a video of me playing Dark Souls. I don't know. I can give you like Cakez Dark Souls, something like that, if you guys want to, right? Not now. First time how Dark Souls AI works. Oh, in 1.7 GB, not bad. So it's Dark Souls. This is the hardest. Oh, this boss was annoying. Holy yeah. Maybe me trying out this boss. Yeah, that did not hit me, man. Literally started terrible already. Look at this. I dodged that. Wait, I need to see that again. Wait, that pisses me off even just watching this. See, supercharged again. I dodged! This was literally the best dodge of all time. I saw him. He came to me and like to the left. And that hit me and almost one-shot me. Oh, this boss is... And I can let you guys watch this. You just tank damage every game. No. What happened? Phone call? No, so I need to bring something somewhere soon, but not now. And so I will have to take a small break. I can leave the... stream on. And then... but yeah, let's continue here first, because it's not now. It's gonna be in a couple of minutes. I don't know when. Anyways, so my point was, there was not a single game that was not cracked that I couldn't find back then. Now, I'm 100% certain that if someone wants to crack your game, they will find a way to do that. And there are professionals out there that maybe make it even their job to do this. I don't know. Like, I'm not that deep into this. What I know is that it is a fruitless effort, if that makes sense. So, I asked the question, well, what do you guys think about this? And most people actually are very negative towards this. Really. Like, not really, but most people's opinions are that piracy is a negative thing as an indie developer. And essentially, you don't want piracy to happen, but having no DRM at all is also bad, because then it's very simple to crack your game. You just copy your game from A to B and it just works. Like good old games. That also came up. For example, trying to prevent piracy is almost never worth the effort. That's what I think so too, especially as an indie. Yeah, Steam has proven that pricing a game fairly and localizing prices does more against piracy than any DRM shenanigans. So I totally agree with this guy. Which is why I asked the question, because I thought that some people... I saw this post on Reddit that says... it was basically... You spend 5 years on an indie game and then you figure out that someone else is pirating your game. Like your $5 indie game. Maybe I can still find it here, but maybe it's already gone. Not sure. There was an image. I guess I can't see it right now. I would have to search it. Like, let's see, pirate. Have you been blah 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 blah? No, I can't find it. Okay, it doesn't show me images, which is weird. Yesterday it did, on my phone at least. Media? Maybe on media? Crack? Maybe I should try crack. Maybe it was called crack. Media. No, I can't find it. It is how it is. It was in this. I just don't know where the post was. Try crack. You should try crack. It's pretty good. Yeah. Anyways, so essentially that, and it's interesting that most people are really angry about piracy, which I didn't notice that at all. How many of you guys have released a game and have you found any issues with piracy? Did you have any issues on that? So I have not released my game yet on Steam for sale. I have released a couple of demo versions. Stop by to know if you're interested in tips for marketing on games industry, especially from the 90s. Interesting in tips for marketing on the games industry. Especially from the 90s. Piracy is a non-issue. I think it's a non-issue too. So YouTube watch video. Saturn. Yeah, I mean, I can take a look at that. Sure. Code and agree. If you are on Discord, I don't know if you are, you can always put it here. And by the way, thank you very much for posting these. I'm not sure what the name is, but thank you very much. So, anyways, Steam DRM is pretty easy to crack, but it prevents the most basic copy-paste piracy. If Steam had no DRM at all, I bet we'd see more copy-pasting their games. Especially because people have made bots to automatically redistribute anything that doesn't have basic DRM. I think this stuff, I disagree with this assumption. Good old games don't magically get pirated more just because they're DRM free. You have no way of knowing this. It's easy enough to check the CDAS leechers. Why not look at CDAS and leechers when the entire God catalog is downloadable through a single site that offers downloads through file hosting at high speeds? So I think, and even Tim Godot went into this as well. It may not be worth the effort of jumping through lots of hoops to prevent, but it's not a good thing. Full stop. Don't pretend it is. I'm not saying it's a good thing either. I don't know what he means. Like someone here in this chain, I don't know how that works. Maybe someone is saying it's a good thing. I don't know. Now, what did I click on? What the hell? I'm not that good with Reddit. Somebody pirates and they're never going to buy the game and, anyway. Basically, victimless cry, and I have no problem with that. Okay, so it's this guy right here. Wait, maybe. Wait, what? I don't know how to read that. How's Reddit work? Huh? What did I do? 200% browser? Yeah, the reason why is because if I make it any... Actually, that works. Yeah, that one, 170%. That's better. Sorry. Yeah, that's better. Anyway, so yeah, that was the post. I can't find it right now, what he was talking about here, I guess. So yeah, very interesting. I didn't expect so many people to engage with this, but cool. Well, what do you guys think about? You think it's a non-issue, right? I like watching my grandma use the internet. It's like watching my grandma. Quitting Godot after 6 years, yeah, wait for it. People on that thread are wasting their energy and should get off Reddit. They can waste their time on Twitch instead. True. Can click the title, then click the parent or context. Can click the title. Really? Can you? I don't understand what this guy is saying here. If you want people to be able to play for free with the intention that they will pay for it if they enjoy it, why not use a pay what you want system? I don't understand what he's trying to say here, because if you're selling your game on Steam, how does a pay what you want system even work? Because either the game is free and you sell in-game currency or in-game items, or the game is not free and you pay for the game on Steam. There are no other options. Yeah, only on itch, but who? Like, guys, let's be honest. If you make a game and you're serious about it, you think you're gonna earn enough money just by putting your game on itch? That needs to be on all platforms, especially on Steam. And on Steam, you can either make it free or not. I would never buy off itch, to be honest. I don't think I would either. But there are some people that do. And some people that don't like Steam as well. Anyways, so yeah. Personally, I tolerate piracy, but I really hate people who need to justify their piracy with some righteous intent. It's not physical, so there are no consequences. I'm poor, so I deserve it. So that was my coping mechanism back then. Back then, I was like, I'm poor. These guys don't even give me a demo version to test the game. I'm gonna download myself the demo version. And if I like it, I'm gonna buy it. And I did. There were games that I did buy. But I tried them before. So, for example, I tried Metro, one of the earlier titles. I didn't know if the game was any good. Wasn't using Steam too much. So I tried Metro, got the game, liked it, and then I bought it on Steam. When it was on sale, but still I bought it. The game has paid MTX in it, so I can. Okay, that's with the company, yeah, blah, blah, good deed. Yeah, and some companies you shouldn't support them, in my opinion, but that's not a justification for piracy at all. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I would just not buy the game at all and not even test out the game using piracy. I would just not play it. Just say you want to play the game for free. No, I want a demo version for some games. That's what I wanted that's what I wanted in the past, which they didn't have. Like for a long time, demo versions for games were not a thing for some reason. I think the gaming landscape has evolved to make piracy less desirable. Free-to-play, online features, online only. Yeah, but we're talking about indie games here, bro. I'm actually a pessimist skeptic when it comes to this argument. I'm sure there exists something... Okay, that's a bit... Game devs are already giving out free keys for more impactful coverage. This excuse to pirate doesn't have much worth. No, this... I feel like he's misunderstanding... I feel like unfortunately, I feel like the conversation went into, oh, there are some people that think piracy is justified because for some reason. My point is, from the point of view as a game developer, is it even worth the effort to spend more than 10 minutes thinking about DRM and then moving on and making a good game? I think it's not. I think it's a waste of time. Because people that want to pirate will pirate your game. That's what it is. We had demo discs, yes. But not for every game, Ebo. But there were demo discs, yeah. I still remember I bought myself one of those discs because it had the Gothic 2 demo on it. And I couldn't move. So it was very funny. I got to the town in Gothic 2. and there was like a stop sign. And I tried to approach the stop sign, but I could never get to it because there was an invisible wall blocking me from approaching it. And I tried to go everywhere, get past the stopping sign, but I couldn't. And I could see the map. I could see what's behind it. I wanted to get past it, but I couldn't. It was funny as hell, man. I spent hours because the game wasn't out yet. I couldn't play it and buy it. I only had the demo version. And that was my most anticipated game ever. And it delivered. Oh my god, it delivered. When the game came out, I spent all day, all night playing it. I cheated myself through the first playthrough, actually. I was using all cheats, left and right. And then I played for real. I was a kid, you know? I never used cheats before. That was the first time of me encountering cheats. I told my wife one thing. One thing before the stream. You can move anywhere. You can go in every room. You can go here 10 million times. Just one thing. Please close the door. Like she has like this excuse of, oh, my hands were full. I was carrying something. You can still close the door. Anyways, so yeah. So unfortunately, the discussion started. The discussion became, so this is what you can mostly, I feel like maybe these guys are, what is it with Reddit and selecting font? Do these guys not know what selecting font is? Anyways, unfortunately, the discussion became about from the point of view of someone pirating the game. That was not my point. My point was, as a game developer, just make a good game and don't focus too much on DRM, because there will be people that download your game for free anyways. You can't stop that. And I feel like spending any more than 10 minutes on this, you're just wasting your time. Because if someone wants to get it, they will get it. So anyways, yeah, so that was my post. It was really cool. I thought I'm gonna do this a little bit more. It was not even about advertising my game or something. It's just something that I wanted to have a discussion about. And it's really cool that there were so many people that were interested in this, or that had fun engaging with this. Because, you know, there are times when I can't do anything and I'm just sitting there with my phone. Might as well just, you know, talk to other game developers on Reddit. Yeah, but I can't stream in my car, can I? Now I could, but I can't stream in my car, can I? While I wait for my wife, when she's doing something. You can? Yeah, with my phone. For 10 minutes. Great. Commercial indie. It's not really a victimless crime though. It's because someone who pirates a game wanted to play it. They just didn't like your price, so they thought they could just steal your hard work. There's no defense for piracy except if the content is unavailable. Yeah, I like that sentiment as well. If the content is no longer available and you paid for it, I think piracy, you know, is the only way to get it. Unfortunately. After years of work, you just want people to play it, but personally, I don't think piracy helps indie devs in the long run. It helps no one. Anyways, but I have another Reddit thread for you guys. I just need to find it. The Godot one, the interesting one. Oh, where is that though? Maybe it's not this one. Have you guys... Where's the link? Shit, I think I lost the link. I lost the link. Uh-oh. Wait, maybe I have. Maybe I have it. Let me just search for Godot. Oh, I can't find it. Does any one of you know the link? This is the best way to combat piracy. We don't even know what you're talking about. There was a Reddit thread on Reddit, I think in gamedev, about a guy that was making a game for 6 years. Superco knows what I'm talking about, but he just left, unfortunately. Shit. Okay, guys, I need to find it. Search. Let me see. I'll try to find it here. 6 days, 5 months ago. Like, these are all... Damn it. Community highlights. What does the title even mean? Oh, Mrs. released some of his Godot tools in his games. Cool. Ah, sorry guys, I totally lost the thing. It was very interesting. Damn it. Maybe I still have it on my phone? Don't think I have. What's it about? It was a guy that made a game for 6 years. 6 years to 100k? No. There was another one for 6 years that was using Godot. This one I opened that too. I wanted to read that too, but that's not about Godot. Lesezeichen? I think I saved something. How do I look at these? Yeah, well, you know, guys, I'm learning Reddit. So, let me see. Saved? Oh, I see. Yeah, that one was cool. I saved that. TikTok audio sounds horrible. Hardcore players. I did save some of these. Interesting. Interesting, I saved them 2 years ago. So, but that's not, and I didn't save anything. My first release after 5, oh, it was 5 years. Yeah, I think this one was it. Sorry about this, guys. No, I don't want the Reddit app. Go away. Thank you, guys. I apologize. I should have saved the thread better. Deckbuilder, yeah, it must be this one. Yeah, it's this one. So, this one is interesting. Because I want to know why this guy is quitting Godot. I also got a message from Mr. Supercool. There was apparently someone, and he didn't name him, unfortunately. Recently there was a post by a Godot dev though. He was switching back to Unity after releasing his game with Godot. Reasoning being the Godot Vulkan implementation is unstable somehow. So it crashes on most AMD GPUs and CPUs. Lots of people echoed the same experience in the comments too. Now, I think that something like a bug where, let's say an implementation like Vulkan, DirectX 12 is unstable, I feel like that's non-issue simply because, well, that can be fixed. Maybe it's unstable now, but you as the developer, don't you just have a checkbox to use Vulkan or DirectX 12? Right? So if Vulkan is not working, I'm checkboxing OpenGL until it's fixed. Right? Schauen Sie auf meine vorletzte Nachricht, Herr Cakez. Thank you very much for 50 bits. His monkey type brain is just not able to read that much. That is very, 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 very. I just want to point out that Godot was the first to post the link, but Cakez was blind, I guess. So, yep, Godot live. Thank you very much for the link. I appreciate it. So, my first Steam game release after 5.5 years. This is also why I want. Hallo. Hallo Zoe. Ja? Mama? Ist da? Was ist?
Wer arbeitet der? Was macht der?
Alles gut? Ah, Zoe da, ja. Tschüss. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. And she left both doors open. I'm never going to ask my wife one thing ever again. The door. This is insane, man. I ask her one thing. Just make sure you close the doors. Please close the doors! Another 50 bits. I was sad that I had no time to partake in the playtest. Mr. Amida, I'm working on another playtest. Fear not. There will be a new release soon, TM. Okay, we are currently working on this, my friend. Look at this, bro. I'll show you. Watch. There are rats coming in. And they will be blocked by my units. You see this? Isn't that cool? So I'm currently working on this. No, I can place them here too. I don't force you to place them on the road. You can place them beside the road too. Right now. Now, I don't know if I'll keep it, but you can place them anywhere right now. But that's beside the point. So I'm still working on this, right? Great. Now, we'll see if it's nice or not. It will depend on the feedback. But let's get back to this. So 5.5 years. This guy is 1.5 years further into his game development journey than me. But you know what is crazy? Do you guys remember the Gnomes game? The developer on this game, this was a two-man team, an artist and a developer. The developer, who was using Rust, by the way, to make this game, spent about 5 years making unsuccessful smaller games. Failures, maybe he made games, then he quit. He spent about 5 years, you can say doing nothing, but I call it learning. And after that, past that point, he started actually making commercially viable products. And I think at that point, or past that point, he made about 3 viable products commercially, and is now about 10 years into making games. And this is the latest game that he partaked in, Gnomes, which is massively successful and was the most successful game that he's made. And so I find this incredibly... What is the name for that word? Not entertaining. It is inspiring. Sorry. Yeah, inspiring. Because it just goes to show how long of a journey game development can be if you, let's say, don't get lucky with your first game, so that you make a game that many people play, but you make other games that no one wants to play, that no one cares about, or your game idea sucks. You spent all of the time making a game and no one cares because it just doesn't work, but you don't know it because you're not experienced in making games, because it takes time. It's learning, just like school. So awesome. After 5.5 years of game dev, he is releasing his first game, Combolite. So let's see what that game is. I wonder if it's... How's it? Oh, 11 reviews. It's not that bad. So you went past 10. And it came out recently. Let's see. Now, I'm not a big fan of this art style, but that's just me. It could also be a good art style. I don't know. Like, that's subjective opinion, right? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. But again, maybe it works. You know what this gives me vibes of a little bit? Something like Persona? Something like that? bad as mine? Hey, you released the game, man. It is how it is. Choose a difficulty. So many difficulties? Half shop? What? Okay, the screenshots don't really explain what's going on. Target damage. This, I do not understand the screenshot. He probably has to learn a little bit more about making interesting Steam pages. Because this looks like a UI game, but it also gives the impression of being a 3D game. But I never see anything happening in the 3D world. What is my character? Based on the screenshots, I can't tell, but we have a trailer here. Also, you are not using a character, but you are hitting this ball? What? You can definitely see that he's learned about screen shake. He's learned about... what is it called? Sorry, I'm missing words today because I didn't sleep much. Not polish. Juice. I wanted to say is juice. He's juicing up his game. But I do not understand what the game is about just by looking at the trailer. What am I doing? Is this a puzzle game? I really like the UI floating in and stuff. So he's juicing that up a lot. There's a lot of polish going on here. Looks really nice. I just don't understand what the game is about, man. What is the game about, sir? Huh? $5.5 years for that. Now you might be saying this, right? Semi-hacker. But you don't know if this is his only game. What is that? I don't know what game this is, to be honest. Unfortunately, it does not a good job of explaining what you're about to do in the game, or what's your gameplay loop. Clicker game? Something. So it doesn't matter if he started when he was 12, semi-hacker. You know that you're making fun of someone that has actually released a game on Steam? Did you release a game on Steam? The point is that he's gone all the way. It is released. I wonder if it's early access. Don't tell me it is. Okay, good. It's not. I'm not making fun. No, like, you can clearly see that he has developed skills for juice, for polish. Just that his gameplay idea might not scratch an itch for many people. It is a rogue-like deck builder. But I don't see any cards. I feel like he's misunderstanding, like, where are the cards? If it's a deck builder, shouldn't you have cards? Deck building? I'm just disappointed. I can see that. It had over... oh wow, it actually had a reasonable amount of... well, 1,000 wish lists. How long has the Steam page been out for? I mean, April is not that long ago, actually. And reasonable... hey guys, so that is reasonable amount of players. Actually. A 5-player peak every day. If this stays the same, if this stays consistent, then he has a base of players and a flood of income daily to make the game better. Now, I don't know if it will go down further, but hey, first game, good stuff. I still think it's amazing that he's reached out more than 10 reviews. He has released his game, and he's now either able to make a new game or keep improving this game. Oh, see, he only spent 100 days on this. So that makes sense. He spent the last 5 years... essentially, he spent half a year on this deck builder, and the 5 years before this, he failed. Which can happen. Now, I don't want to point out people in chat that have been making games for longer and didn't release their game yet on Steam. But hey, which I released on Steam. It's been almost a week since release, and I want to bring up the many issues I experienced with Godot that was never a problem beforehand and now, and how my launch has gone. For context, I've been learning game dev for about 5.5 years now. Originally, I started with Unity, and then I switched Godot after the feed drama happened. I feel like that is natural, but unfortunately there was a mistake. If you... well, you finished your game in Godot, now you have knowledge of 2 engines, but I feel like Unity is just more powerful in many ways, especially in 3D. So my game called Combolite released with about 1,400 wish lists and sold about 160 copies in 5 days, which is what I was expecting when going in with such low numbers. Just to clarify early on, I'm not blaming the game engine for its success or disappointment, since that is 100% up to the product I make. I agree, yeah. And the product is very difficult to understand, to be honest. And the marketing, no, I feel like marketing happens on its own when you make a good game, on Steam at least. And obviously you can make people play the game, right? Influencers, YouTubers, stuff like that. Something that I could definitely have done better. But the cool thing is, he knows this now because he's made the mistake. And he's only spent 100 days to get something on Steam that sold 160 copies, which, you know, he made a couple $1,000 on this. Let's see, so he's selling the game for €6, which is times 160. He actually only made €900. It's not that much, actually. And then times 0.7. Oh, sorry. 960 times 0.7. 670. About 670 euros he made so far. So not that great. How old is this? 6 days ago? He might have gotten more sales. But yeah, not that much. Now I have no problem with my first release not being successful. I made this game purely to gain experience on Steam. Good. I love this. I love this mindset, guys. Everyone should have this. To earn more game dev skills and to figure out local tax for the future. Good idea, bro. It's not good if you go to jail for that, 100%. What I do have a problem with is the refund rate and why the majority of the refunds are happening. Oh, wow. Well, let's see. My game has a really high 11% refund rate, out of which 75% are crashes and performance issues. Uh-oh. That brings us back to what Superco wrote to me earlier. Recently, there was a post by Godot dev. He was switching back to Unity after releasing his game with Godot. Maybe this is actually this post. Reasoning being that the Godot Vulkan implementation is unstable somehow and it crashes on most AMD CPUs and GPUs. Lots of people echoed the same experience in the comments too. So maybe that's actually this post. I feel like though, if this is the case and he is using Vulkan and that's causing performance issues and crashes, then switch to something in Godot that doesn't cause that issue, unless Godot doesn't make it that easy for you to switch your rendering backend. I feel like that should be something easy to do. One click. Yeah, so if it's one click, then spend the one click on that setting. Hello, Mr. Poseidon on YouTube. Sorry guys, I missed you guys on YouTube. Skull, Sub-Zero Black, Sub-Zero Black, sorry, Lucas, Zoltan. You guys, Liko, can't read your name. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you have a good day. She didn't close the door again. I can't believe it. Can't believe it! Edit. Apparently, people say that is low. The 11% refund rate? Really? Guys, how much percent refund rate do your games have on Steam? For those of you who have a game on Steam. %? One of the players experienced such issues, thankfully joined my Discord server, and it turns out the forward plus renderer Vulkan was completely bugged on modern AMD graphics. So in fact, it was so bad that my game's colors were completely inverted. I had the same issue but with OpenGL. Interesting. I had no access to an AMD GPU. I don't have that either. So I had to try figuring out what's happening with that guy on Discord who had no game dev experience. Wow, what a nice person, man. My solution was to downgrade the project to OpenGL 3 compatibility, and that was only possible since I wasn't using any of the unique features of Forward Plus. Aha, so if you use unique features, then you're kinda locked in, unless you go back and change your code accordingly. Or the features, interesting. This, however, still didn't fix the performance issues, though it was definitely better on lower end devices now. For some reason, my shitty laptop with a 12th gen Intel GPU, 15 FPS, went from 50 FPS to 50. Yeah, but I feel like that's his own fault, right? That's a skill issue of making a good game that has good FPS. Higher end devices ran slower now since Vulkan is just a more modern and better scaling API. No, Vulkan, for this type of game, bro? For this type of game and OpenGL, you should have 1000+ FPS. Nothing's happening here. It's just a bunch of mountains, some grass, and very little texture going on. This should be 1000+ FPS. Huh? Good morning, Cakez. Hey, Robin K Gamedev, thank you very much for gifting a membership on YouTube, my man. Thank you. Hey, come on, guys. Big W's in chat for Robin K Gamedev. He's gifting us up to YouTube to Richard. Thank you. Nope. Oh, you guys are really impolite. I gotta say that. Let's see. Yeah, downgrade this, however, didn't fix the... Yeah, I feel like that's his own fault. I also tried DirectX 12, since the forward plus renderer has support for that as well, and it did actually solve the graphical issues Vulkan had. Yeah, so that's nice. But I had insanely long loading times, leading to more crashes than ever before. Uh-oh, that's not good. Wait, so is this a rendering issue or is this his own fault? The real issue comes from the stutters caused by the shader compilation. Something pretty much all Godot games have to suffer with. Wait a minute. Shader compilation in Godot? Oh my god, Mr. Almeida, bro, what you doing? 50 memberships on YouTube, bro? What you doing, man? Holy! Guys, give me a big W for Mr. Almeida in chat. Come on. Big W for Mr. Almeida. God damn! No, I'm not gonna read all of those gifts out. W, yeah, Cakez. Hello, good morning, Mr. WhatsApp. Hope you're doing good, bro. I've literally tried every solution to fix or even migrate it, but not even Godot 4.4 super Uber shaders. Wait, they call it Uber shaders? What are Uber shaders, man? Shall we ask? Wait, Jackie Codes is online, right? Shall we ask Jackie Codes what Uber shaders are, guys? What is an Uber shader? So, for those of you who use Godot, 100% skill issue, yeah? The idea that the API is to blame and just switch without understanding what the problem is a shot in the dark. I think so too, Mr. Codingry. Yeah, we gotta be honest here. If it's shader compilation, there has to be an option to pre-compile the shaders. There's no way they don't give you the option to have pre-compiled shaders. I myself need to use shaders that are pre-compiled because on some machines I can't actually compile them because they don't have the dev kits installed on their machines, so they can't actually compile shaders using DirectX. So I need to ship with compiled shaders. You can. Yeah, I would assume so, right? So I don't know what this guy is doing. If this leads me to believe that he's misunderstanding how Godot works. I tried every solution to fix or even migrate it, but not even Godot's super shaders could help completely eliminating it. The current game has attempts to pre-compile stuff with a loading screen at the start of the game, but it doesn't seem to work as well as it should. Why do you pre-compile on loading? Can't you pre-compile before you start the game? You pre-compile the shaders once. If you don't want to ship compiled shaders, then you compile them once. Have you guys ever had these games? You start the game and the game's like, hey, you gotta wait, grab yourself a coffee. I'm gonna compile shaders for 20 minutes right now. And then they compile shaders and you see like the bar's like... That's what it's doing. Why not do it like that? Dota 2? Yeah, so many games do this. This post is rage bait. Yeah, no, we gotta be honest here, right? We have learned a little bit over the past 3.5 years. So let's, we gotta be honest here with this stuff, because I feel like this guy, this is probably, so this is what I mean also when I'm saying that I will, as someone who is not that deep into engines, I will still understand how the engines work because I made an engine myself. So if I were to use Unity and I see that compiling shaders is an issue, I find a way to pre-compile the shaders even on my machine maybe before I ship it to you guys. And so I know how to fix this issue without going into settings and trying to switch a rendering backend, which has nothing to do with shader compilation. The shader compilation is a different step in the rendering backend. Every rendering backend needs to compile shaders to work, and you can supply compiled shaders to that rendering backend in every single one of those instances. You don't need to compile them again. You can always supply a compiled version. And so I know that, which makes it easier for me, and anyone that has made an engine before knows this too. And so that is the big value that you have. The upside of making your own stuff is because you get that technical information that these people are lacking. Now, the downside is, of course, you're wasting a bunch of time and you're not learning making a game. Game development is a skill and it takes time to develop that skill. And so if you waste your time, so to say, on making an engine and learning how to do font, which is the most boring thing ever, then you don't learn how to make a game more fun. Cakez, you are incorrect. What you're talking about is transpilation to a binary format, .v. They are compiled on load since each driver will compile it differently. Okay, let's say I'm wrong here. Let's assume I'm actually wrong. So I'm open to the idea that I'm wrong. Let's talk about the DirectX example. We have written a DirectX renderer and compile shader. I have a compile shader function here that takes in a path and stuff like that. It takes in a path to a shader and then allocates memory to load in the file and compile the shader. So what I'm doing here is, and it's a little bit difficult to read because I sometimes supply a debug flag when I'm debugging my game, for example, and sometimes I don't. I optimize the shaders for speed. So these two things are different metrics, but essentially I'm compiling from a file using a path. And this is something that can take time. That will then read in the file and give me the blob for the shader that I can then return. And I call this function when I don't have a blob on the disk. So what I do when I distribute my game is I'm looking for the compiled version. And if I find it, then I just read the file in as the blob, and that's the blob. And if I don't have a blob, then I compile the shader, I get the blob, and I also write the file to the disk. And so when I develop my game locally, I always compile the shaders, and then I write the blobs to the disk. And I can distribute those blobs, and they work on other systems. Now, what you are saying is that each system needs to compile their own shaders because the driver, which is the graphics card that has a driver, the software to interface with, does it differently depending on what graphics card the user uses. So what you're saying is my approach shouldn't even be working, or it is working, but I got lucky. One of the two. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Let me see here. I had a little bit of coding experience, guide browser, before making a game engine, but not much. PHP, JavaScript a little bit, not much. Let me see here. No, your approach is fine, but you're mixing two things, Cakez. So then compiling a shader, if this is taking time, then he can get away from this time by distributing the blobs. That's what I'm saying. He does not need to compile the shader. Correct? Am I correct or wrong? Oh, Mr. Robin K. Gamedev, thank you also for gifting another membership on YouTube to David. Thank you very much, man. The D3D compiler compiles the text to bytecode. When you render, the driver compiles the bytecode to the GPU code. The blob is an intermediate bytecode, not the final construction. Okay, so then we need to... Wait, but then we need to make a distinction. What is taking the time? Is this taking the time? The compilation of the shader to the bytecode? Or is using the shader taking the time? So when he's saying compiling the shader, I would assume when we're talking about the Godot issue here, I'm assuming that it means this function call right here. And then during the game, it needs to compile the shader, which causes a micro stutter, because this takes time. I don't think the intermediate to GPU instructions will take that much time. As far as I know, Godot and any other engines do not ship textual shaders. Actually, I think you're wrong. We have seen Unity ship, well, I have not seen about shipping though. It might be packaged into the pack file. I don't know about Unity, to be honest. But we have inspected Unity shaders before. He's talking about the driver compilation, so then he has no option on that. Both take some time, but the bytecode to GPU takes more. Okay. I saw a YouTube video of a guy who made a scene with all of the shaders to compile them all at once to avoid crashes. So, okay, maybe this is something he can't actually do something about. Maybe he can't actually do something about this. But then my question is, if I'm being completely honest here, how many shaders do you need for this? Like 2? Maybe 3? 5? Like, there can't be too many shaders. Why do other games use shaders just fine then? I think that guy can do something about it. I think so too, yeah. You can create all the pipeline states which will make the driver compile all the shaders before the gameplay and store them in a folder to reuse them until the use changes the GPU, the user changes the GPU. Okay, so basically you can pre-package stuff, which is what I would assume. I'm not that well versed with DirectX because I've only been using it for a couple of months now, but I would assume so. Okay, let's move on here. The fact that I have to go so out of my way just to eliminate stutters that aren't even caused by bad coding on my part is just something I don't want to deal with anymore. Now, this was a pretty low stakes project. Yeah, 3 months of work isn't too bad. Yeah, I mean, guys, think about it like this actually. Now this number is a little bit better in my opinion. Wait, that's the wrong number here. Let me see, let's close that. Can I not see? What is this? Close? Delete? Okay. If we had 960, right? That was his revenue, and we multiply that by 0.7, and then we divide that by 3 months. Hey, 224. How many of you guys would take $224 a month for their first game, and you spend 3 months on it? How many of you guys would take that money? I would, if I'm being completely honest. Hell no? 100% me? What do you mean, hell no? I wouldn't not take it. I made $0 from my first game. I would. Yeah, me too, man. Me easily, I would. Yeah, true, right? You cannot survive. No. You're misunderstanding, Uga. It's not that he spent all of his time making this and he didn't work. He's obviously living right now. So he's obviously getting money from somewhere else. What I mean is, he gets this money on top of what he's already earning and getting from, let's say, his job. His side job. Or maybe his savings. I would take it, man. Even for $50? Hey, I take it too, man. True. Even 50. Hey, bro. That's like a week of food. But if you spend it sparingly, okay? If you don't buy the most expensive food out there and you look a little bit, you know? No, what my stuff. If you feed yourself for a week, $50. Maybe 60. If you look at what you buy and you make the food yourself, okay? 100%. Now, unless you buy the most expensive stuff ever. No way. 50 now a month is stretching at Shade 11. At least for me in Germany, that's really difficult to do, man. You can, but then all you're doing is eating rice. You eat rice, you buy salt. That's so boring. Yeah, you can if you want to. But hey. Rice and ramen. Ramen is not actually that cheap. Guys, ramen is not cheap. The price per kilogram food on ramen is ridiculously high. You guys are deluding yourself if you think that ramen is cheap food. Bulk ramen is... Okay, I'm not talking about bulk ramen. I'm talking about the typical packages that you see, which are these normal packages in ramen that you buy, that everyone is talking about how cheap they are. They are not. They're actually not that cheap. It is cheaper to buy yourself spaghetti. But then you have to make the spaghetti, so you spend time making that. Anyways, let's move on here. Okay. Let me see. 3 months of work isn't too bad, but what would happen if this was a 6-month or 9-month project or full year project? What would happen if I realized near the end of the project that my players would be running a Russian roulette with a 1 out of 10 chance to not be able to play the game properly? I had that happen actually. You know what I did? I switched from OpenGL to DirectX. This is something I don't want to risk for my next project. True, I think that's good. Which is one of the main reasons I'll be leaving Godot for a while. Does this mean Godot is a bad engine? No, I don't think it's a bad engine either. I think Godot is great. I think the game jams and prototypes, for game jams and prototypes, it's a 100% capable engine. Yeah, you get started on Godot really fast. I like that too. I would say that the 2D side of Godot is really good, and I would definitely consider using it for a commercial release, since only the 3D part seems to be so unstable. Yeah, I don't like using 3D in Godot either. And the best example of that is a difficult game about climbing. I bring this a lot. The devlog. And you guys know what I'm gonna show you, right? You've seen this before. Switching, yeah, there we go. So, listen to why this guy switched from Godot to Unity.
And it was around this time I switched from using Godot to the Unity game engine.
Did you guys hear this say? Did you hear this guy say Godot? People told me all the time that it's wrong.
Because in Godot I ended up having to code pretty much all the physics by myself, and I'm really stupid, so it didn't really work out that well. Whereas in Unity I have all these little helpful things like the friction joint and a few other things. And I kind of have a confession to make. Those prototypes I showed you earlier, well, I kind of recreated those in Unity. My actual prototypes in Godot from like a year ago, well, they look like this.
Alright, this is the first alpha male version of this game. It's really cool.
Okay, moving on.
So yeah, Cakez level pixel art. Okay, bro. That's kind of toxic, my friend. So yeah, 3D does not seem to be the best bet for Godot. And I think I would rather use Unity or Unreal Engine over Godot for these. Version number is awesome. 00000. It's even more in low-income countries. $200 per month is basically the minimum income in Brazil. Yeah, it depends where you live as well, forced perspective. That's true. Okay, give me a second. Was für eine Hose? Ich habe alle Socken für sie da reingelegt. Oh mein Gott! Das muss neu gewaschen werden.
Da kommt Wasser raus. Oh mein Gott.
Yeah, she just toppled over flowers, and now all of the hard work that I did last night, where I took all of the baby clothes and I folded them neatly together, well, guess what? They are now wet. Yeah. Well, it is how it is, isn't it? And also, goodness, what is she doing? I told her multiple times. Oh, you gotta put a lid on it. Not listening. Also, this is online. Yeah, we currently have a situation where my wife's sister, she also has a baby. The baby is probably ill. So she's not feeling very well, unfortunately. Anyways, let's go back to this. Okay, let's see. So it's a 100% capable engine since the only 3D part seems to be unstable. Yeah. So, but for large complex 3D projects with a decent amount of visual variety, I would definitely not recommend it. Yeah, I also would like to use Unity over this for Godot. A large part of the game dev community seems to have this same opinion, but the majority of them has not actually had the experience with what it's like to push the engine to its limits, which is what I've done here. Aha. That's pushing the engine to its limits? I feel like I'm a bit toxic, but okay. It just doesn't look like very high fidelity graphics to me, that's what I mean. I don't want to be mean or anything. I think this game looks cool. It definitely has a cool art style, but I would expect something more, let's say, you know, high fidelity graphics. So I don't know what he means by pushing. So, yeah. A personal issue that I have with Godot is that stencils have not been added to the engine, despite them being technically supported for a while now. They are just not exposed to the users for seemingly no reason. The GitHub issue surrounding this shows that it's ready to be merged in the main branch, but it's most likely being delayed until 4.5, which is already too late for my next project. Stencils are such an important feature for stylized rendering, and I've been messing with them ever since I stopped using Unity. And yes, that you can technically emulate stencils by creating sub-viewports. Okay, I don't understand that at all. A render texture equivalent in Unity, but that's a really inefficient workaround, so that's very annoying to set up and scale. And usually what people say about this as well is, if it doesn't work or it is not existing yet, just add it to the engine yourself. You can change Godot. But in my opinion, this is not the reason why you use an engine, so that you can change the engine. If you want to use an engine, you don't want to code the engine, you want to code the game. So I just don't agree with adding stuff to Godot. And it seems like they are, yeah, they're waiting for 4.5. I don't know why, if they can merge it now, but okay. So what engine am I going to use? As I said, I've used Unity for the majority of gamedev experience, so I'll be moving back to it again. I think it's fine, yeah. The fee drama has been reverted and they have increased the threshold for the 3 version. Yeah, 200k by the way. If you want to earn 200k without having to pay money to Unity and you don't want your logo to show Unity, use Unity 6. You will well, you can get more than 200k. But let's say it's very unlikely, right? The main issue with Unity, the game engine, is the past that it was very clunky and slow. Yeah, it's still that. But according to my friends who use Unity, the newest version 6 fixed the slowness and stability issues. Do we have Mr. Rames in chat? The big Unity developer, or maybe Dev Spudgers? Is he using Unity 6? Is Unity 6 faster, guys? Can you confirm? Can any Unity developers in chat? Yes, it is faster post-roid. You're using it. It's faster than your engine. Okay. Ask Spudgers, he's streaming. I bet half a cheek that these patches of grass are like 1 million polygons. You think so? Jakarta? That would be crazy. Like any individual polygons, maybe not even using instance drawing. Nah, that's gotta be instance drawing, right? Nah, I don't know. Look at the shading on these leaves. This is Godot, Cakez.
Hi, and welcome to another road to
Yeah, I know. This guy's making a 3D game in Godot.
over here. And
It does look really good. Yeah. Road to Vostok looks amazing. So this is in Godot.
in the daytime, they are quite
Yeah, that's what I would expect if someone says pushing the engine to its limits. And so the post gives off the impression more and more that maybe he just doesn't know how to use Godot properly. And so he's blaming Godot for being unable to understand what he's doing wrong. So maybe he should just talk to the Road to Vostok guy and ask him what he's doing wrong, and maybe he can help him. I would do that. You know, I would just write the Road to Vostok guy, hey, can you help me with my issues in my game? 2 billion polyspheres. Yeah, the sphere actually has 2 billion polygons, man. What the hell? True. Chat can help him. Yeah, but he doesn't have a chat. Like I'm streaming, he's not streaming. Okay. And let me see here. I have more trust in Unity's 3D's capabilities than Godot's, since Unity has been doing 3D for the last 20 years. They have support for the latest graphics tech and should be miles more stable than Godot. I would assume this though. They are most likely more stable than Godot. I also looked into their UI toolkit, something I hadn't used before. Also, the Road to Vostok guy, right? Crazy way one guy fixed Godot status.
It's not that simple. According to the Godot creator himself.
Oh, that's related. Let's see. This is actually related. Let me see here.
If you just downloaded The Last of Us and sat through that infamous shader compilation loading screen for 2 hours. All right, so I can finally reliably reproduce
shader
the issue
compilation.
by
Let's see.
Shader compilation. Based on my research, shader compilation is basically the bane of every 3D game on basically every 3D game engine. Digital Foundry even called shader compilation out as the #1 issue with modern PC games that needs to be fixed. And Blood Thief is certainly no exception. Look at some of this gameplay I was able to capture riddled by shader compilation issues. Stutter here. Stutter here.
What the hell? How? 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 So wait, so the engine compiles the shader lazily on need. It needs the shader now, so it's compiling it right then, because it didn't need the shader before. That's what it looks like to me.
Stutter here.
Yeah, I don't understand why you need so many shaders. That doesn't make any sense to me as well.
Here. And then when we go to kill this guy, we have a massive stutter here.
What
so
the hell?
what gives? How come I wasn't experiencing this issue on my machine?
Yeah,
well, the thing is,
shaders,
shader compilation needs to happen on the player's machine. And once shader compilation is completed,
why does it need to have a player's computer?
the results are stored in a shader cache and never need to be computed again. So in other words,
shader cache, is that the bytes? Is this, guys, shader cache? Is this the byte format? Or is this the GPU instructions? What is the shader cache? Is that the actual GPU format? That's not the bytecode, it's the driver part. Okay, so basically, for those of you who missed the conversation earlier, I'm gonna draw you a picture so that you can follow along. Essentially, what he's talking about is this. Let me make this a bit smaller here. We have the shader with text. That's the shader file. And then when you call an OpenGL function to compile it, that gives us bytecode. Let's do that. And then that needs to be compiled even further into the actual instructions for the GPU. The instructions. And this needs to happen on the PC of the gamer, on the different PCs. Now you can ship this bytecode. That's what you can ship. So you don't have to go from text to bytecode. But you cannot ship the instructions. That needs to happen on the player's machine. So it seems to be, to me, that when it goes from bytecode to instructions, this is where the lag happens. Correct? Lag. It didn't load it yet. It lags. Okay. This looks like 5-header. I'm a 5-header, my brothers. I'm smart. 5-header. Not shader. 5-header. Yeah, okay.
Compilation only really happens the first time the player boots up a new level. And I wasn't experiencing it because shader compilation had already happened on my computer, so everything was silky smooth. So unfortunately, as it turns out, even though your game works great on your machine, when you give your game to players, it may run terribly at first. Okay. Which sucks because those first few minutes of gameplay are the player's first impression of the game and are by far the most important.
So I probably have to do that too. Now that you guys are talking about it. Next game and things to do for the next thing. Shader compilation. Shader compilation on other machines. Because I got people telling me that the game would stutter, but I only have 3 shaders or something.
Important. So this begs the question, how can I clear this aforementioned shader cache so I can reproduce the stuttering on my own machine and go about debugging it? I scoured the web looking for an answer as to how to do this, and some people did give hints as to where this shader cache may be stored, like this Reddit post here and this GitHub page here. But the problem, I think, is that different GPU drivers may store the shader cache in different places. I also think Steam, which my game is using, is doing some funky shader cache stuff because I found another shader cache folder right next to my game in my Steam library. So in the end, after basically manually combing through my computer for suspicious looking files, I determined that these 4 folders contain shader cache related stuff.
Copy video at current time. Let's see here. So I'm gonna, keep that in.
And if I delete the entire contents of all of them, it will replicate the shader compilation stutter on my end. Side note, it's kind of terrifying just deleting random program files on my computer. Like they say,
I do this all the time. Nothing seems to break. Seems to be fine.
Nothing about Blood Thief or
my wife needs my help for a second. Give me a second. And Jakarta, thank you very much for following, by the way. Feuchttücher.
Ja, für die Kleine.
Ist Melodie am Schlafen, oder?
Ja, mir geht's nicht gut.
Du bist voll in der Kamera.
Ach so.
Das ist aber nicht da, ist nichts. Weiß ich nicht, vielleicht sind die nicht hier. Ich habe hier auch nichts gesehen, als ich das gestern gemacht habe. Ich habe auf nichts was draufgestellt. Also hier ist nichts gewesen.
Ich muss kurz hier das nehmen. Wo sind die Hose? Warum hast du so getrennt gemacht?
Vielleicht weil es in der Nacht war, Bro?
Ja, Bro, aber... Okay. Komm, meine Süße, aber wie soll ich mich sauer machen?
Like a million interruptions, bro. Okay, I'm back. Anyone that is using Godot and wants to fix shader compilation, don't take this video as an example. It's very bad. Search for how to easily fix game stutter with shader pre-compilation in Godot 4 from Firebelly Games with a 100% perfect and easy solution. So this is a bad example. Create a shader in Shader Graph Tool 2. Engine makes it compatible with the rest of the renderer by adding thousands of shader lines, bloating the shader. 3. Oh no, the massive shader causes stutters. Aha. AQ says it. So it's that? You will see in 30 seconds why it's bad. Why this is bad. Yeah, this is bad. Okay.
Or anything on them. Like this file right here might be needed to boot up my OS for all I know. Well, we do what we got.
Why would that be needed? That would not be in this position in app data.
To do for science.
Uh-huh. So wait, if this is a bad video, I should not be watching this then.
Finally away.
Also worth noting, since these files aren't Blood Thief specific, this probably triggers shader compilation issues for all your other games on your computer too. So maybe don't do this if you just downloaded The Last of Us and sat through that infamous shader compilation loading screen for 2 hours. Alright, so I can finally reliably reproduce the issue by deleting the shader cache. It quickly got painful having to go through these folders over and over again manually, so I wrote a Python script that just deletes all the files for me. Now it's finally time to actually solve the problem. So what I'd like to do is pre-compile all the shaders.
The solution is not amazing, okay.
During like a loading screen or something. That way they don't have to be compiled during gameplay. Ideally, Godot would provide a function like compile shader that we can call, but
that's what I would expect exactly. Yeah, so he's a gamer too. I would expect compile shader in Godot, Unity, whatever, or a checkbox, make shader fast. That's what I would expect, okay? Big brain gamer move, just having to click a checkbox.
Unfortunately, it's not that simple. According to the Godot creator himself, you don't know what to compile until you render it. In other words, in order to
Oh, because it's a generic engine, they don't know what to compile because they have so many generic stuff going on. And you just have to guess in a way. You can't make assumptions because you don't know what type of game they are making. So you need to make a generalistic, which makes it impossible to make a guess. Could be anything. Right, Zoe? Make multiplayer checkbox. Yeah, make multiplayer checkbox. Yeah. Can you guys see this? Disable stutter, yeah. Yes, okay, I need to wait. The little one has lungs of steel, yeah. Okay, so basically, okay, let's
compile a shader. Godot has to actually render a thing that uses that shader on the screen. Turns out this has been a known issue in Godot since, 2022.
Maybe that's an easy way though.
And
you guys told me that's an easy
strategy right now is to literally take all your materials, shaders, visual effects, and display them all on the screen at once in one big explosion right before the game starts. Since we definitely can't let the player see this nonsense, we put up a fake loading screen and then maybe put up some fancy words that make it sound like we know what we're talking about, like compiling shaders. So this giant explosion at the beginning approach unfortunately didn't work for me. The problem, I think, is that shader compilation can be triggered by like a bazillion different things. For example, according to this guy, shader compilation can be triggered by changing your lighting setup. According to this guy, updates to transparency or skeletal animations may also trigger shader compilation. And according to this YouTube video, changing various settings on your shader may trigger shader compilation. And there's almost certainly a bunch of other stuff too that I'm missing. The little script I wrote basically tries to simulate all the things that the player could encounter in game. It instantiates a quad for every material that is in the map. It also displays every particle.
So that's the solution. Which one is the better solution? You guys linked that earlier. I don't want to keep watching it because that's the bad solution. Is there anything more that I should learn from this? Anything more he's gonna say? Bad solution, move on, next solution. This is engine specific. Yeah, but we are reading an article about Godot. Watch this, gamedev Crazy way one game dev. No, wait. Sorry, there was... Where was the link here? Why can I not find the link? He said it didn't work. That's not the
effect in
solution.
animation.
Okay.
It does all this while progressively adding lights, but nothing that I do in this initial explosion seems to make the stuttering completely go away. So I
Weird.
opted for a different and even more ridiculous solution. Record myself playing through the level, exploring every nook and cranny, triggering every effect, and killing every enemy. And then, when the player starts up the level for the first time, the game plays a replay of my playthrough at 10x speed.
Is this what you spend your time in engines with? When you're like a total noob and you encounter issues and you don't know how to solve them, you don't find the right thing to do, and then you just basically spend time wasting your time on this stupid stuff? No way he actually done that. He did it. How long does that take, man? Recording and then replaying, compiling shaders in a loading screen. It's so dumb. Yeah, but hey, bro, when you're the game developer, you don't know what to do. You come up with dumb solutions because you don't know what the good solution is.
Not a video, but literally it is replaying all the inputs that I recorded and playing them on your machine. This guarantees that all the parts that usually trigger the stutter
No, you're gonna have different outcomes on different machines. I guarantee you that.
will be pre-compiled.
100%.
Of course, similar to the other approach, we'll put a loading screen up to make sure that the player can't see what's actually going on.
No, it's like you get a corner run on your one machine, but on the other machine it does the input differently because the clock rate is differently. You're gonna run into a wall, 100%.
Behind the scenes. I also turn off the volume at this point, otherwise the game hilariously sounds like it's like frantically cleaning its room while it's loading. Check this out.
You should actually have that. You should have this, man. This would actually be funny. Because then the gamer is like, what's happening? It's a feature, yeah. And I complained about the loading screen when I played the game, really? Damn. Ship it.
Yeah, we'll keep the volume off. And
It's funny, man.
oh my gosh.
I like this transition, watch. Wait.
Yeah,
And
we'll
then it's silence.
keep the volume off.
Funny, man.
And oh my gosh, after months of working on this issue on and off, this finally fixed it. Silky
How?
smooth. No
How?
stuttering at all whatsoever.
Months.
I tried this out on my wife's computer, which had stutters that would last like 5 seconds. And sure enough, silky smooth now. Funny enough, I checked Godot's GitHub about a week ago, and oh, of course Godot has an elegant fix for this slated for Godot 4.4. Well, FML. At this point, I hit
You just wasted a bunch of months. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. It happens to me. Yeah, it happens.
a wall in my optimization journey. No matter what I did, when I ran the game on the
Okay, now, where's the link with the actual solution to this? Where's the actual solution? We gotta give the people the actual solution as well. Can someone link that, please? Because the chat has already scrolled past the solution. Is that the solution here? Okay, you're banned. This is from Firebelly.
If you've released a game...
Okay, but I'm not watching 18 minutes to change a setting from A to B. There has to be a timestamp, guys. And Zakaza wants to get banned. There's most likely a Rickroll. You have been gooned. Yep, Zakaza, you are getting banned too. In 5 minutes. You can rewind and show the Godot tweet that he showed. Can you rewind and show the Godot tweet that he showed? So, wait, no one actually has a timestamp? Sweep the problem under the carpets, fixed. Continue watching, it isn't over. The video is good, solution is funny. Yeah, true. 420. Shale 11 wants to get banned too because he's linking a rickroll. Yeah, you'll get banned. 1643, Sengo, who unbanned you? Mr. Almeida, can you stop unbanning people? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the solution. If someone wants to tell me, oh my god, you literally have to code that much? Scenes? Compile materials? You're telling me that you have to code all of this? Loading screen? 20 lines? That's 170 line. What you talking about? This is in the load game screen. The video is long because he explains what it does and codes live. It's very easy. Collect all scenes, materials, and pre-render them inside the camera view. But that's what the other solution did too. That's what he did as well, and it didn't work for him. He did it too.
On the screen at once in one.
This did not work for him. So where's the difference? Where's the difference between this? Oops, sorry. Where is it though? Hey? Am I stupid? And this. I feel like there's no... It's actually the same solution.
If you've released a game...
For DirectX 12 and Vulkan, create all the pipeline states before the gameplay and cache them. For Direct 3D 11 and GL, actually use all of the shader combination possible in the game. Use all the shader... Use all the shader combination possible in the game, Cakez. So basically, I create one big shader for my game, which is what I did already. And then it needs to compile once. And that's it. You mean this right here, right? It works, but you need to collect all materials and render them in view. So how do you render them in view when you're showing a loading screen, Crizzy? This is actually funny because this isn't a problem in every single engine. For example, in GameMaker, I've never encountered shader compilation issues, no matter what I'm doing, 2D or 3D. It seems to be a Godot-related issue, and it seems to be quite extensive to fix. Yeah. Okay. So basically, collect all of the materials, render them in view, and I guess show it to the player. Maybe don't have like a quad before this. There's a 3D view behind that 2D black background. You just need to position them. Okay, not the camera position 0 and nodes are 0. Aha, I see. So basically what... Okay, I get it now. So his solution worked, but they need to be in front of him. If they are in front of him, it works. If they are not in front of him, it doesn't work. Which one would you recommend? Which engine? For short projects, Godot is fine. 2D projects, for 3D projects, I would use Unity. Cause of frustum culling. Yeah, frustum culling culls it away. Yeah, Quizzy, that's correct. Interesting. Okay, cool. Let's see. Now, that means... Now, that was very long. Sorry for this. This basically means that it is not a Godot issue. It is actually a skill issue from the player. The game developer in this case, but I can get behind him not wanting to go that deep into the issue when the engine itself should make it a non-issue, if that makes sense. If you can't do it, like Unity can do it, or GameMaker can do it, you use these shaders once when booting up. Yeah. Timps, exactly. It's very sad that shader compilation takes a long time for a small, simple game though. Yeah. Okay, my main issue with Unity, the game engine in the past years, Unity version 6. Yeah, we have read this. And let's read the rest of the article. Let's see here. I have way more trust in Unity 3D, yeah, since it's better than, like, it's been more around than Godot, around for longer. I also looked into the UI toolkit, something that I hadn't used before, and the web dev-like approach for UI really resonates with me. I study web dev, cool. I don't have issues with C# either. That's cool. Browser tools are better in Unity. The only downside in Unity is that code-based shaders are a pain in the ass to write. Okay, they focus mainly on improving shader graph, which is a feature I really liked, but I prefer Godot's shader code. Why not Unreal Engine? Yeah, then he's talking about Unreal Engine, which is just subjective. Interesting. So mostly the issue is a skill issue. But I can totally get the idea that, let's say you're using GameMaker, you write a game in 3D, you use some shaders, you play the game, everything's fine. It does everything for you. Maybe GameMaker can make smarter assumptions about what type of shaders you're using, and Godot has a way too generic system that can't tell what you're going to use. I would assume that Unity functions almost the same way. When Unity boots up, it does some shader compilation stuff for you in the background, so you don't have to deal with this. I do not think that Unity has this engine issue. I would assume it does not. But yeah, interesting article. Turns out it's kind of false, unfortunately. People might say they have crashes fearing they could not be refunded if they say they don't like the game, but for some years I always said that for the exact same reason. So maybe you have low refunds and mid to low crashes among those. Yeah, maybe these people are also lying to him, that it's not actually a crash, but they give it as a reason so that Steam doesn't ask them more questions and they can just be on their way, have their money back, and that's it. That could be too. I didn't even think about that. People can just lie to make up a reason. They just don't want to. Maybe so that happens, in my opinion, if you don't have enough content in the game and it's already over. Maybe that's the reason why they stopped so early and then they refunded the game. Or maybe it wasn't fun enough. Okay, anyways. Wow, that was long. If you guys, want to read it too, here we go. I don't run to write a mean comment below this that it's a skill issue, because I'm gonna get roasted by these guys. It looks like almost no one is pointing out that this might be... Unity and Unreal Engine also have to contend with shader compilation stutters. I use Unity and Unreal Engine myself, and that's far from what I remember. Hasn't this been addressed and reworked lately to reduce stuttering? Haven't tested it myself. I still get about 30 minutes of random shader compilation stutters when there's a new patch on Apex and they use source. They even do shader compilation on the loading screen and still have the stutter issues the first 30 minutes of playing whenever they update the game. What the hell? Average Steam baseline 11%, okay. You should never ship a game that works on my machine, so it should be good. Yeah, this guy is correct. When you ship a game like this, do a playtest before you ship a game like this, sorry. And what happened? I cannot select this for some reason. Weird. Can someone confirm that Godot really has issues with modern AMD cards and forward rendering? I've never had any issues. I have the same, no issues. I feel like, yeah, this is unfortunately, or let's say fortunately, for Godot users, this is a skill issue on the developer. That's what it is. If 14 players have issues and he sold about 930 copies, that is way too high of a percentage. Typical Thomas, bro. Okay, now let's move on. Good, interesting. So it's not actually a Godot issue. It is, but it's not. Because you can fix it. Let's go and make a game, guys. I think GDScript actually the best part of the engine. Yeah, I like GDScript too. GDScript is amazing. Time to work on your game, yeah. I remember Cakez said his game won't crash when he releases the demo, then it crashed on AMD. I never said that. I said that DirectX will help me reduce the crashes, which it did. It pinpointed a lot of errors for me and I could fix them easily. More easily than with OpenGL. You did? I did not. Clip or clip or lie. It always is Godot issue at the end of the day. Thelight, thank you very much for following. Your boys, Sean, and let me unpause notifications. Jakarta, thank you guys for following. And Pai, my man, thank you very much for subscribing earlier.
Joined. Glad to be back to my favorite Vulkan and Godot
Thank you,
stream.
man.
Please keep your functions shorter than 5 lines.
All right, guys, let's make a game here. So,
good day.
Retard.
When will you finally do what you always talk about and release a demo? Please clarify.
I did release a demo.
Do you really have nothing to show after
You are
8
wrong.
years?
I released a demo. What I want to do today is balance my game, my brothers. Balance time.
Did live, Herr Cakez schauen Sie auf meine vorletzte Nachricht. Another 50 bits. I was sad that I had no time to partake in the playtest Satch.
You will be able to
Commit
playtest
and
Mr.
push
Amina soon.
immediately, and then go wagon.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Pi94 just subscribed. Are you finally removing the Godot tag after 6 years?
No, I'm gonna keep the Godot tag because that's more viewers, guys. You should know that.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will
Godot
sell
tag is for
nonetheless.
viewers, don't you understand?
The money will come to you.
More viewers, more
Damn,
money.
this is actually
That's how it
looking good.
works.
Easily a mixed review / mostly positive.
More ad money. Godot sucks more than your mama cakes?
And
Ooh.
in a proper options menu in both in the town and in the main menu. I want to make it so that the options menu is now a drop-down menu, or not a drop-down, but like a pop-up. No, it's not a pop-up, but it's like a fuck.
Okay, guys, I tested something yesterday, and I would like your opinion
How
on
can this
something.
application be so dumb? It never. No, I don't want to deal with this right now. I have no. This is.
So,
this is
let's
fucking
learn.
Countdown to next bad take, 30 seconds. Countdown to release, 37,458 days left.
I want... Are we done yet, man?
Fuck Cakez, fuck Piracy software basic.
There we go. Okay, so... Tower defense. Where's the tower defense that I watched yesterday?
Hello.
Someone linked me the tower defense basics. Let me find that here. Let's go here. Tower defense. So I did watch that, my brothers. Yes. What I have to say about this though. Huh? Okay. Okay. So someone linked to me this right here. The game design principles when it comes to a tower defense game. By this guy who has a website. Games.com, and on his website, shut up, on his website he links back to the YouTube series, and then he links to Craft Defense, which is his game. I have no idea what this button means. I don't know what that means to press. I pressed 0, nothing worked. I guess O doesn't work either. Shift O. So I have no idea how to play this. But essentially that is his tower defense game for the Pico. Now, aside from that, he talked about tower defense games, and he made one interesting statement that is, and people told me that before, I already knew this. It's very theoretical in these aspects. Essentially what it means is, and it's simple to understand and also obvious. If an upgrade, if the money spent on an upgrade is not good enough so that placing another unit is more of a damage increase than the upgrade itself, then the upgrade is bad. That's literally what it says. And that makes sense, of course. If I buy an upgrade, I get a 1% damage increase, and for twice the price, I can get another unit that's twice as much damage. But only if the coverage of the unit is the same as the coverage of the unit that I'm placing. So if this unit has cover for this much on the path, and this unit covers this much on the path, then he has less coverage than this guy right here. It's not obvious, but this path right here only walks, let's say it's 30% of the circle, or 40% of the circle, while the path from the top is actually 60% of the circle. And this guy, since both paths merge, that's 60-70% of the circle covered, which means this guy has more uptime than this guy. So if I place another unit that is not actually double damage, but in this case it would be a damage increase by 80%, if that makes sense, compared to, let's say, an upgrade that only gives us 10%. So it is more valuable to place this guy than it is to place this guy right here. And so you can, go deeper and deeper with this. And what I did then, after hearing this, I was computing the damage increase from my ability. And I compared that to a damage increase when it comes to attack speed. And so what I did was I took the ability, which is the poison arrow. You can see that it does 104 damage, and then it does 31 poison damage over 6 seconds. And the poison damage is applied every second. So 6 times 31 if the unit is alive for that long. Plus the 104 damage. That's how much damage this ability will do. And it's on a 6-second cooldown. So we have 104. And we add to that 6 times 34 damage. Was it 34? 31, sorry. So the total damage of the ability is 290. And if I wasn't using the ability, I would deal auto attack damage, which is 55. So we can take away 55 damage from this. That is the actual damage of the ability. If it ticks 6 times, if the unit or the enemy is alive for that long, that's the best case scenario, and we can divide that by 6 to get the DPS. That is 40 DPS for this ability. Now, why do I go into such detail on this? Because balancing these upgrades means figuring out a cost for these upgrades in relation to the cost for the tower. And unfortunately, the video is nice and all. This video is only theoretical. So while I'm aware of that, I don't have any hard values to go by. And so what I do in these scenarios is I look at an example of a game that should be mostly balanced, and we can figure out. Can you guys stop spamming the chat? See you in 5 minutes. Sango also, see you in 5 minutes. Is there bosses? There are bosses rounds, yeah. Stop spamming, yeah. Godot and Joya. Stop spamming. I want to read people. Wrong. Yapping, interesting. Yeah. Hello there, Antonio on YouTube. Hope you're doing good. What if units are immortal and you get unconscious when the health goes to 0 till the end of the map? Then the upgrade would be everything. Then upgrades would be everything, and you get to care about individual potatoes. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So, anyways, what I need to do today is balance my game. And so we are going to take a look at the cost versus upgrades. And I probably want to do this on a hard difficulty for this level. We're going to take a look at the cost of a dart monkey and the first upgrade, which is quick shots. 15% attack speed increase, which is a 15% damage boost. And the cost for the upgrade is 50% of the cost of the unit. So we get 15% more damage for half the price. Now, I just calculated the DPS of the poison arrow if it has a uptime of 100%. Basically, if the poison ticks 6 times and the unit is alive for that long, that is 40 DPS. Huh? Oh, 1 second. I was just saying, Mr. Amida, please stop unbanning the people when I ban them, because I want to actually read the chat. And I cannot read chat when they spam like that, okay? So I banned Sengo for 10 minutes now. Cakes, don't look at raw values. Attack speed and damage are multiplicative, so upgrades will outperform placing more units as more upgrades are bought. I know, AQ. Here's the thing. The video goes into detail on that too. Do we? Is it? Give me a second. Where's the playlist again? It's gotta be a playlist here. Click on it.
Hello, I'm Bill.
Let me find that. Balancing. I think it's under balance. Yeah, I went to balance. And then we can go damage versus speed.
I'm going to talk to you today about some game design principles that you can use when working on tower defense.
Yeah. Essentially, and it makes sense. Attack speed is scaling linear, while all of the other things scale non-linearly, which means more damage does not always mean more damage, because when you overkill an enemy, the graph for overkilling an enemy looks something like this. So if an enemy has 30 HP and you deal 30%, the effective damage is 100% because you one-shot him. The moment you need more than one shot, which is 31 HP, on 30 damage, you're now wasting 14 damage points. So basically, you're dividing your damage effectiveness by almost half, which is 15. So attack speed doesn't have that issue because it's just making you attack faster, which is also more uptime. In that sense, we can say that it's 15% more damage, and we can compare this in a way. I just want to make this thought experiment, okay? Finish that. If 31 HP is 50% effective, one hit to two, yeah, exactly. Because it takes now it no longer takes one hit to kill the enemy, but it takes 2 hits. Now you're effectively dividing your damage by half almost. So it's only 50% effective. Yep. Because you're wasting 14 damage points. I'm an indie developer with 7 years of experience. A lot of tower defense games, would love to try yours. Oh, Antonio, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm working on a demo version right now, and I'm currently trying out balance. Exactly. Okay, so now we have the DPS for this. And now I want to say 55 is my auto attack damage. And I think my attack speed is... Let me lie. The Ranger has a 1.4 base attack speed. That's the attacks per second. So we multiply that by 1.4. His DPS is 77. So the skill on in the best case scenario over 6 seconds gives us 39 DPS. Now, that's not actually what's gonna happen. 77, yeah. Actually funny. Now, and now we can make another thought experiment. If we have the 104 damage, that's what we deal on impact. And we don't kill the unit because it's a strong attack. We can say, okay, well, that divided, how do I turn that into DPS? I guess we do minus 55 and then we multiply that by 1.4. I guess that's 68 DPS increase. It's difficult to say how much of a damage increase this is, because it's actually 104 but only every 6 seconds. So 104 and then I do plus 55, plus 55, plus 55, but it's not every second. So I don't even know if I can do that. Not sure how. Oops. Shit. I don't know how to calculate this properly. I don't know how to calculate the damage increase that I'm getting from the poison arrow. In that sense. If it's 104 every 6 seconds, then I just divide it by 2, I guess. By 6. Wait, no, wait. If it's 104 damage only, we divide it by 6. That's 70%, but that's not the actual increase. The actual increase is 104 minus 55, and then dividing that by 6. Yeah, so it's 8% damage increase. So this is worse than 10% attack speed boost. If I don't make the enemy poison, if I don't poison the enemy, this ability is worse than an attack speed boost of 12%, which is, you can't see it actually. It still shows, it doesn't show up. Give me a sec. This right here is a better upgrade than the poison arrow if the poison arrow one-shots the target. Because this is constant, not only 10% more damage as well, but it's also 12% attack speed boost. So this will come out to like almost a 20% damage increase. Which means, if we take a look at the cost of the Tangerine, it's 160 and the upgrades cost 80. In Bloons I get 15% more damage for half the price of the cost of the unit. Here I get even more damage, 10% more damage, which can have a damage effectiveness of 50% sometimes. And then we get 12% attack speed. So basically, I think my values for purchasing units and their upgrades, if it's 80, that is good. Poison dodge should be good then if the cape and the arrow both cost 80 cakes. I think these two are good prices, yes. And we can see here that for an attack radius increase in Bloons, you actually have to pay less because attack radius doesn't scale that well. And therefore it's cheaper. But you have health for enemies instead of a single hit. No, Shitty11, what I'm saying is, when you get to a point where you one-shot an enemy, any damage past that point is wasted damage and reduces your damage effectiveness. In my case, since I have a lot of damage, a lot of health on the enemy, damage increases don't matter so much because I cannot one-shot them. So the wasted damage at the end is minuscule compared to all of the hits that I've had to do to deal full damage on the enemy, if that makes sense. So this is probably like a 20% damage increase, which is probably too powerful. I think I'm gonna nerf this to 5%. The upgrade is crazy good, now that I look at this. I'm gonna nerf this. Uh-huh. No, Cakez, don't do it, please. Don't do it. 5. No. Guys, this is too OP. Especially this is so cheap. Is so bad compared to this. But yeah. Am I late for the Godot video? Yeah. We went over this extensively, almost like 1.5 hours, man. But you can rewind on YouTube. I like the new look. Thank you, man. I think the graphs are useful to visualize how the math feels. Yeah, Lucas, exactly. I normally did my balancing in a Google spreadsheet sheet, so I can check all formulas and values as I go further and further in depth. Yeah, David, I do that too. That's actually a very good addition to bring up. The balance sheet, of course. Right now, I'm not tracking DPS. But I'm tracking how many hits I need to kill a certain unit, depending on how much HP they have and how much damage I have. So for 55 damage, I need 4 hits for the bats. I will probably nerf the ranger to 50 damage, so that a 5-point damage increase goes from 5 hits to 4 hits. So for example, the cape could be a good upgrade to make the ranger 4-shot the bats instead of 5-shotting them. We'll see. Did you check out the TD game that released yesterday, Tower Dominion? No, but I have it on my list of things to do. I'll do that tomorrow. Actually, on Monday, sorry. But I saw it's doing very well. You understand now, AQ, why I went to look over this? Now we need to take a look at weapons. So, for example, a crossbow getting Pierce. We actually have a nice example in Bloons as well. Pierce is more expensive than attack speed. But Pierce is conditional. Sometimes you pierce, sometimes you don't. So for a lot of enemies, Pierce is very good. When there's a lot of enemies. When there's only one target, it's useless. But it is effectively a double damage boost. And when we take the values here, if we do a calculator, do I have one open still? Of course not. We have 150 and we divide that by 215. About 70% of the unit's cost is Pierce. If I apply that to my game where I have 100 cost for the weapon and I divide that by 160, that's 62. Which means that it's a bit cheap comparatively to the price of the unit. But I think it still works out in this case. So what I'm trying to say is that I feel like the cost for the upgrades is good enough. Oh, by the way, I didn't add this to the feedback, but I never used weapons and tangies in the previous demo. Too expensive and never needed it. Yes, so I might actually have to make it even less. Cost even less. Pierce is good, Chain is good as well. Attack speed 40% is crazy. The short bow is the best compared with this, but crossbow should also be good now. Maybe crossbow just gives a lot of projectile speed. Just thought about that. Crossbow could give us projectile speed. And we increase that by 40%. This makes projectiles fly further, which helps with Pierce a lot. It also increases the range. Yeah, let me see. I want to give this one. And also I want to see this here. Cakez, have you heard about the Sid Meier approach for balancing? Yeah, doubling or halving it, yeah. You can either make them less expensive for the effect or the effect strong. I keep it as it is for now. I will remember to check if it's effective in the demo. Yeah, I will keep it. Damn, I like it. I like that. But unfortunately, I'm not hitting 2 enemies. Almost. Maybe I make it 50% then. Make it 50%. That's making it fly much further. I think instead of calculating, you should try and test through iteration and testing gameplay. Yeah, I do that a lot. I have literally sat here yesterday a lot and played this round over and over again to get a feel for it. And so having values is also a good indicator for what it looks like. But of course, yes, I did. Now let's restart again. Basically, I think we can even reset the game. Put this guy here. Actually, I want to put a dude here. But then one here. Then maybe one here. Watching your streams while working on my game in the background is now a routine. Hey, Paradox, my man. Paradoxo. That's awesome. Really cool, bro. Oh, wow. They're so slow. Holy. What the hell? It's good to have a test group for those iterations. We are not used as the game, so we can easier catch the issues. Yeah, Moonrabbit, which is why I want to try to release a demo version today and then get feedback on what I've built today. That's the idea. Get an item. That's obviously that one first. All right, so I have balanced rounds 1 and 2. They feel reasonable. Now is round 3. Let's see. I think round 3 is too crazy because we have literally 3 enemies that are approaching, plus a bunch of rats. So this round's too difficult. Yeah, this round's too difficult. I thought so. Which means we need to stagger this a bit more. Or, let's see. Let's make it so that one of them spawns on round 2. And then the other ones spawn on round 3. But in round 3 we need to nerf the rats. We need to delay them by, let's say, 10 seconds, a minimum. Maybe even more. Let's see what that looks like. And then the goblins... Oh wait, they stop. They need to start even later on 20 seconds. Does Cakez release the demo for Mac as well? No, I don't make a Mac specific build. Alright, let's see. So, unfortunately I have to restart because the gameplay loop changed. And so yeah, that's what I did yesterday, or not all day, but when I had the time. And I think this is really important to keep doing. To get a feel for the game. So there are, you can see here that I don't need to place units on the road to block the enemies. I can still play like a normal basic tower defense game if I want to. And it still works out. Let's do poison arrow again. Get an item. Cool. Nice. We got that one. Yeah, and now that you get items for the first time, when you get them for the first time, you can actually get one for free. So I definitely have more, you have more ways of upgrading your units. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Wow, that was easy. Damn, that was easy. Yeah? Okay, my brothers. Unfortunately, though, I said before, the daughter of my wife's sister is sick, and so I need to bring her to the hospital right now. And so there's 2 options. Do you guys want to watch me play Dark Souls a bit while I'm away? I could, you know, which one is it? This boss right here, this is the hardest boss. Put on the TD design videos, Cakez, from that guy. You want to watch the tower defense design videos from this guy? or me play games. Yeah, work smarter? Tower defense design? Yeah? Do you want tower defense design? Play the playlist from the start? Sure. Fine. I'm gonna play his videos then.
Hello, I'm Bill.
You want music or not? Type 1 in chat if you want music. Type 0 in chat if you don't. No? No music ever? No music? Is this legal? Yeah, it's fine. It's not good to do, but it's okay. I'm not gonna upload these videos again. Absolutely not. Will you be back in 20 minutes? 20 to 30 minutes, maybe? Because I need to make sure that they get to the hospital. Then I need to get back, and I also need to make sure that, well, we need to go get through the city. If the city is full, then it takes longer. It's difficult to say. It's 3 p.m. It's Friday. People could be getting coming from their job, you know. No, my wife's sister's baby is sick, 40 degrees fever. So it's a really bad situation right now, and so we need to bring her now. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave this on. It is interesting, but it's very. There's a lot of theoretic. It's very theoretical. See you later, okay? I'll put a text on stream as well. Sorry. Quickly bringing. Like that, I guess.
Clark, also known as Lieutenant Randolph, and I'm going to talk to you today about some game design principles and how they apply to the tower defense genre. And the goal today is to lay down a foundation for how you can think about tower defenses that can also then enable us to talk about them in further depth in future episodes. So first off, I'm going to talk about the relationship between the player and the designer. One of the things that you encounter a lot in writings about game design is the concept of a player experience. For example, in his book, Designing Games, Tynan Sylvester talks about that a game is an artificial system for generating experiences. And Jesse Schell in the Art of Game Design says, we create an artifact that a player interacts with, and cross our fingers that the experience that takes place during that interaction is something they will enjoy. This focus on experiences shows up in a ton of literature about game design. Another thing that's worth discussing is the idea of fun, and I really like Ralph Koster's description of fun as the feedback the brain gives us when we are absorbing patterns for learning purposes. When I first read his book, A Theory of Fun for Game Design, I was a little surprised at the idea that fun and learning are very similar and almost synonymous, but the more I've thought about it, the more I really like the idea. So then let's talk about some of the player motivations that drive players to play tower defenses. I've grouped them into 4 categories. The first is mastery and creativity. This is looking at the problem space, looking at towers, looking at monsters, looking at the map, and coming up with a good solution, a creative solution, and a solution that is very much the player's own solution. The next is progression and power. This is the concept that as you keep moving through the game, you're going to get more and more powerful towers, you're going to be doing more damage, and really get the sense that you have progressed from where you started. The third group of motivations is complexity and puzzles. And this is engaging with hopefully a system that has a lot of levers and dials to turn so that the player can really dig in and try and understand a very complex relationship, and thus there's a lot of learning to be done. And finally, I point to elegance and aesthetics. And this is the idea that both the game's aesthetics should hopefully be interesting, which is outside the scope of this discussion, but also that the aesthetics of the defense that they build can also be enjoyable. Looking at the elegance of their solution, things like symmetry, things like crafting a zone that works very well together, that all the pieces function together. So your role as a tower defense designer is to enable experiences that allow players to fulfill those motivations. So you can do things like giving room for creativity, aesthetic expression, and elegance. Don't force the players to play a particular way, give them room to express themselves. Present puzzles and tests to challenge and teach players. If players only ever find one way to play your game and aren't ever forced to consider more of the possibility space, then you are not giving them as much opportunity to learn and experience many of these motivations. And you want to provide a fulfilling progression and power fantasy such that the player feels like they are being rewarded for moving forward through the game and that they are getting more and more explosive, satisfying, powerful results. So now I'm going to talk about the 3 challenges that players typically face when playing tower defenses. The first challenge is maximizing damage per second. The second challenge is targeting the towers and making sure they hit the right targets. And the third is resource management. So let's start by talking about damage per second. If you have a tower and some monsters that it is hitting, then you can calculate its damage per second in a relatively simple way by looking at how much damage is it doing per hit and how many attacks is it doing per second. If you multiply those together, you'll get a relatively simple idea of the damage per second of that tower. And a couple of ways to engage with player motivations with these simple values is that the progression and power motivation really likes big numbers on the damage per hit. So for example, things like sniper towers or towers that can crit or splash damage towers like nukes. Basically anything that is going to do like a really high amount of damage is going to be satisfying for the power fantasy. And then the trade-off between damage per hit and attacks per second, even if you're doing the exact same DPS through multiplying them, there can be interesting trade-offs in the complexity axis by looking at, for example, that fast towers are quicker able to react to changes on the battlefield, whereas slow towers, depending on some of the other factors in your game, may have their own set of pros and cons, for example, getting through armor better or things like this. But then damage per second is a lot more than simply calculating those 2 numbers and multiplying them together. For example, you may have a lot of monsters, in which case a splash damage or area of effect or AoE tower is going to be useful. And so you might also want to multiply in the number of hits per attack. And this is a value that can engage well with the mastery and creativity side of the player motivations, because creating of an AoE kill zone that maximizes the amount of damage and the amount of targets that are being hit by that damage can be a sign of very high mastery. And also you get to engage with the elegant and aesthetic motivations, because looking at the map, analyzing its shape, and trying to figure out where you can put your AoE in order to maximize it is a really neat way to engage the sort of spatial 2D or 3D logic with the aesthetic experience of looking at the map. And so it's a way to marry together the aesthetics and the problem solving. An additional value to look at, if you've got damage coming at a monster, there may be some resistance of some sort, and so therefore you can multiply by the percentage of the damage that's actually going to make it through that damage reduction. Damage reduction is in particular a good way to engage with the complexity and puzzle solving nature, because oftentimes you will have a variety of different resistances. You might have armor, you might have elemental resistances, you might have monsters that disappear briefly and become invulnerable after they are hit, thus providing a bunch of different types of problems to be solved simultaneously and increasing room for the complexity and problem solving to take place. And finally, this is probably my favorite aspect of damage per second, and that is the idea that as this monster moves, the tower is not going to be shooting all of the time. It's only going to be shooting when the monster is in range, and thus we need to consider the tower's uptime. It may be switching targets, but if there is not a target in range at any moment in time, that is wasted time as far as the damage per second is concerned. And so therefore figuring out how to maximize uptime is an additional aspect of damage per second. And this is in particular present in mastery, because figuring out ways to make sure that towers always have targets to hit is an important part of maximizing your tower defense. And also, as with AoE, this is a way that the aesthetic and elegance of looking at the map, looking at the shapes, can combine with mastery in order to make sure that you're maximizing your uptime. So now I'm going to talk about the second challenge that players engage in when playing tower defenses, and that is targeting. So maximizing your DPS number isn't always sufficient for making your defense effective. And so targeting is the idea of deciding which towers shoot at which targets at what time. And there are a bunch of different reasons why you might want to target a specific monster with a specific tower. For example, it could be that a monster is high risk. Maybe bosses do 10 times as much damage to your base as normal monsters, in which case they are more important to kill than a normal monster. Or there may be sappers or other types of interference that are going to interfere with or even destroy your defenses, in which case those are high risk if you don't kill them. There may be low target availability, which is to say your towers may only have a limited window of time in which they can attack a target. So for example, stealth units, flying units, or units that go on a shorter path. Thus it's more important to kill those quickly while you have the opportunity before that opportunity slips away. There may be high value targets. This is relatively uncommon, but things like treasure goblins, where basically if you kill this monster, you're going to get a boost to income or potentially to like a buff of some sort to the tower that kills it. It may be that a target is susceptible to specific towers. So for example, if there is a high armor target and you have armor breaking towers, then you want to make sure that your armor breaking towers are shooting at that high armor target in order to break down the armor. And finally, you may want to avoid wasting your DPS. So for example, if you use a sniper tower with high single target damage on a swarm of weak enemies, then you may be wasting 90–95% of the tower's damage because it's overkilling each weak enemy. Whereas if you are using an AoE tower and having it hit only one strong enemy, it is missing out on the opportunity to be hitting lots of targets. And so therefore you want to have your towers be appropriately targeting the correct level and quantity of enemies in order to maximize their DPS and not waste opportunities. And all of these are places where creativity in particular comes to play, because you're not going to have a single one of these factors at play at a time. You're going to have a constant stream of shifting priorities, and thus creativity allows you to identify which of those are important at this moment and how can I adjust my solution in order to engage with them. Another really interesting thing about targeting is that it can help you maximize your uptime. So if I have a group of monsters that are coming through and then some of them are killed by the first tower and some of them are killed by the second tower, and then a few make it through all the way at the end, then over the course of time as more monsters come, I will then have monsters that are spread throughout my maze and all of my towers will be shooting at the same time. And thus that's going to maximize my DPS by raising the amount of time that each of my towers is up. And thus it's an important aspect of mastery to carefully leak monsters through the maze such that all of your towers are able to engage and thus maximize their DPS. And exactly how you do this and exactly how you evaluate the risk of leaking monsters through the front of your tower is, as I said, like an important mastery point to getting great at the genre. So what are the tools that players actually have available to target? Because they aren't actually targeting each individual attack. So one of them is that they have the ability to place their towers early, mid, late within the path of monsters. So for example, you might put your AoE up at the front in order to deal with the swarms before they get to heavier hitting towers at the back. You may put armor shredding up at the front in order to deal with armor at the beginning. And you may put some sort of like cleanup or last ditch or even like charging tower towards the back of your defenses so it can deal with whatever leaks through at the end with maximum lethality. You can do things like putting slowing towers at choke points in order to try and group together monsters and make sure that your AoE is hitting as many as possible. And one of the really fun things is that you can also build towers reactively. You can identify, oh shoot, things are leaking through. Maybe there's some flying units that I didn't take into account when I built my defense. So I'm going to build an anti-aircraft tower further back in the base reactively in order to quickly kill them before they arrive. And then some games have additional options for players to be able to engage with targeting. So for example, things like mazing and using your towers or your walls to direct the path that the monsters go on. Some games have manual targeting, where you can click on a unit in order to focus all of your tower's attacks on it. I would say be very careful with this as a mechanic because it's very fiddly, and in particular in a crowded battle, if players are expected to be manually targeting a lot, it can get very high cognitive drain and make it difficult for players to engage with the rest of the game. So be careful with this one, but it does have a place. And this one's pretty uncommon, but I've seen it occasionally. Gemcraft, for example, does this, where you can have per tower targeting strategies. So in Gemcraft, there's 8 different strategies that you can use, things like lowest hit points or highest armor or special in some way, highest damage to the base, things like this. And basically you can decide for each tower what's going to be the most effective way for that to act. As I said, this is uncommon, and in particular you're adding a ton of complexity if this is something that's in your game, but it can be really satisfying for players that want to engage with that level of complexity. So now I'm going to talk about the third and final challenge that players engage with, which is resource management. So resource management, I like to present the core game loop of tower defenses in order to illustrate resource management. So you oftentimes start off with looking at the map and planning out the defense that you expect to build. And this allows you to engage with the elegant and aesthetic aspects by looking at the map, identifying shapes, identifying the geometry, and attempting to map your sense of what your tower shapes are onto the map's shapes. And then also this is a place for puzzle solving and engaging with the complexity, because hopefully the map is giving you a puzzle that is interesting to solve. Then the first thing to do at that point is identify which step of your plan you're going to then implement. You've probably identified a handful of different places you want to build towers, but you can't afford them all, and therefore you're going to build one of them first. And that is a place where mastery and creativity both come into play. Mastery to identify which parts of your defense are going to be most important to get down first, and then creativity because it may not actually be obvious which ones are useful. So for example, if I have a complex series of towers that I'm going to build into a maze, but I can only build 2 of them, I might actually build 2 that are kind of at weird separate, disparate places from each other, but they happen to be on the path that the monsters are going to take before I've built my maze, and so those are the most important ones to build. And so that's a place where creativity can definitely come into play. Then, at the beginning of the game, there's not as much of this because you have resources to spend, but basically you'll observe your defense until you have the resources available to then purchase whatever that next step was. And when you do that purchase, that's when the progression and power fantasy come into play, because you're making your defense better and you're making it more powerful, you're making it feel different than it was before, and you're rewarding yourself for having made it through and killed this many monsters so far. Once you're done with that purchase, it's then important to go on and identify the next step. And so that circle of identifying the next step, observing until you can afford it, and then purchasing it is what I would identify as the core game loop that you do through most of the time playing a tower defense. And the observe space is where I would identify that most of the resource management is taking place. Because here you're looking at things like your current resources. What can you afford? You're looking at the income, how quickly you're getting more resources, and thus how quickly you will be able to afford the thing that you want to buy. And you're also evaluating your current defense's effectiveness to figure out whether it's actually doing its job while you wait for the resources that you would like to spend. And so some of the ways that the observe phase can involve changes and involve the resource management taking effect is maybe you're going to reorder the order that you're doing things based upon those observations. You might decide that your defenses can wait and you can save up for a more expensive next step, or you may decide, actually I can't afford to wait, I need to do this other thing instead, and you rearrange the order you do things. Or potentially you may identify that you have a flaw that goes back even further, and you may need to rethink your entire plan for your defenses. And thus, based upon your observations, say, oh, actually that thing I was expecting to do isn't going to work, let me restructure. And then the other one that I really am amused by is that you may need to do a panic purchase. And this in particular takes place when I was talking about the reactive purchasing of towers. If you're observing that your defense is failing in some way, in a really short period of time, you might not have time to plan out exactly what you're going to do and just quickly throw down something, purchase something to stop the gap. And that's not actually a bad thing if players do that sometimes. It can be a little frustrating for players, so you don't want to have this be a constant thing. But having sort of the mix of slow, methodical, planned out defenses and occasionally throwing in a panic purchase, I think is a very interesting aspect of the genre. And so one of the things that's important when you're setting up choices for players to be able to make is going to take place in the identify next step phase. And so oftentimes you're going to present players with a set of different choices. So they may be able to invest in increasing their income in a way that has little or maybe even no effect on the current effectiveness of their defense, in which case that would be an investment in the future and saying, I'm good now, I'm going to make sure I make more money in the future. Or they may have cheap, small upgrades that are going to provide incremental improvements to their defenses and help them right now as quickly as possible. And you can contrast those against expensive, powerful upgrades. And it's worth noting, although this is a subject that I could do an entire talk about, but the relationship mathematically between cheap, small upgrades and expensive, powerful upgrades is important to tune. Because if you can buy 10 cheap upgrades for the cost of one expensive upgrade, and the expensive upgrade is only as good as 5 of the cheap upgrades, then there's never a reason to save up your money. And so you need to adjust the delicate balance between making it sometimes good to do a cheap small upgrade now, and sometimes good to save up for an expensive one. Like I said, there's a lot of depth there, and hopefully I'll have the opportunity to dig into that more in a future video. So yeah, so I'm just going to summarize a little bit of what I talked about today. So I presented some player motivations for players of tower defenses. They include mastery and creativity, progression and power, complexity and puzzles, and elegance and aesthetics. And as a designer, I would encourage you to find ways to engage with as many of these motivations as you can, and think about whether a player who's looking for, say, a power fantasy is able to engage with that in your game. And then I also talked about the 3 challenges that players of tower defenses face. Those are maximizing their damage per second, choosing the correct targets for their towers, and engaging in resource management and decision making about how to spend their resources. The final thing I'd like to do is present you with a challenge. Again, from Tynan Sylvester in his book Designing Games, he says, good game decisions, including good puzzles, are always based around non-obvious uses of mechanics that work in obvious ways. So you can strive in your design of your tower defenses to make all of your mechanics obvious, make it clear to players what they do, but give players the room to experiment, be creative, and find non-obvious solutions to the problems that you present. If you look down in the description of this video, I'm going to have links to the Discord for my game development, my website, as well as a Reddit thread that you can discuss this video with me. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and I'd love to get suggestions about more things you'd like to hear about the design of tower defenses. Thank you.
A lot of armor, it's still effective. And so this is a way that you can engage with adding some new complexity to your game in a way that players will understand easily. And then also because of the increased risk of wasted damage, damage over time towers will oftentimes be tuned to have a higher damage per cost than a tower that did the damage instantaneously. And so that's how the sort of the trade-offs can play out with damage over time towers. Elemental resistance is a common way to engage and add complexity into a game. Basically, if you have sort of a rock, paper, scissors, or a Pokemon style like water beats fire, fire beats plant, or whatever, then it's a way that you can add complexity to your game with potentially intuitive theming where players can think about the way that the world actually works and hopefully be able to understand what's going on. However, it can be a frustrating system, in particular if all you're doing is making ways to say, haha, no, your defense doesn't actually work because you built it out of earth and here are some earth-resistant monsters. So it's very important as a designer to figure out ways to make this interesting and have the theming like engage with the puzzle solving in some creative ways and not just be another number that you're throwing at players. So here I give the example of an AoE tower that is earth-based and then a swarm of earth-resistant monsters. This is a way where a player could have built good swarm defenses, but then be told that they don't work because of elements. But regardless, as I said, this is a good way to add complexity if you make it feel worthwhile. So it's something to consider. Resource-producing towers are another type. They allow players to sacrifice power right now for making it so that they have more resources in the future. You may have economic buildings that literally cannot attack at all, like banks or vaults, but then are going to increase income over time. Or there may be towers that drain resources. For example, Gemcraft has orange gems that drain mana from every monster that they hit. But regardless, this is a way for players to be able to say, hey, I'm good now, I trust that my defenses are good enough, and I'm going to be investing in the future. And so this is a way to engage with the resource management challenge and allow players to express their mastery over identifying when they have enough defenses. Experience points are another way to add an interesting modifier to towers. Some games will have every tower be able to gain experience points, whereas other games will have specific ones do something like experience points. It's worth noting it doesn't actually need to be, you know, RPG, XP, and levels and all that. You can have various other like manifestations of this, but the basic idea is just a tower that gets stronger over time without you investing any other resources into it. And this could be per action. Every time the tower attacks, it gains some experience points, and that's going to reward the tower having high uptime. Or it may be per kill. Whichever tower kills the unit is then the one that's going to get the reward. This can be interesting. It provides a positive feedback loop in that the tower that is most powerful then is most likely to get the kill and thus become even more powerful, which is interesting but also potentially dangerous. It adds a lot of complexity to the build order because the player is going to need to think about like which towers do I place earliest to get the easy early kills in order to be powered up for the late game. But regardless, like experience points are a good way to engage with the progression motivation because it's another way for towers to progressively get better over time. I'm going to talk a little bit about monster abilities, and I apparently didn't animate this slide correctly. Monsters might have various RPG style abilities. So things like healing or dashes or stealth, shields, maybe splitting into multiple different monsters. Regardless, like there's not a huge amount to say about these aside from the fact that they're just ways to add new puzzle elements for players to engage with. But I would encourage you, again, look at other games, think about ways that monsters or even players engage and have their abilities, and consider applying that to your monsters. So now I'm going to talk a little bit over what we covered today. I talked about the basic tower stats, that you have damage per hit, attacks per second, and range that are independent, and then the cost that needs to be solved dependently in order to make your towers be balanced. And similarly, monsters have health, speed, and armor that then needs to be solved for the reward per kill, and then you can adjust the count that are spawned in any particular wave. And then I talked about a bunch of different modifiers. Multi-target towers that can deal with swarms of enemies, crowd control that helps you with targeting and increasing uptime and grouping monsters together. There are various uptime interactions where towers prefer to be attacking a lot or attacking rarely. There are flyers and the corresponding anti-air towers and how you need to balance those against each other. There's damage over time that increases the risk of you wasting damage but then can be offset by having other strengths. Elemental resistance as a way to add complexity to your game that hopefully hooks on to some intuitive sense about how the world works. Resource producing towers that allow players to invest in future resources. Experience points that reward towers over time for continuing to attack. And a bunch of monster abilities that you can base upon other role-playing games. So a challenge to you, as in my last video, I'm going to have a quote here from Jesse Schell's The Art of Game Design. And this quote is the lens number 32, the lens of meaningful choices. And I chose this one because tower types and how they interact with monster types are one of the key choices that you present with players in a tower defense game. So you can ask yourself, what choices am I asking the player to make? Are they meaningful, and how? Am I giving the player the right number of choices? Would more make them feel more powerful? Would less make the game clearer? And are there any dominant strategies in my game? So these are all good questions to ask yourself as you think about designing tower types and monster types for your game. Thanks for listening. Down in the comments for this video, you're going to see links to my other videos about tower defenses. You'll see a link to my blog and my Discord where I talk about game development, as well as a Reddit thread on which you can discuss this video. I'd love to hear your feedback, any questions you have, and any suggestions of ideas you'd like to hear me talk about in future videos. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hi, I'm Bill Clark, and I'm an independent game developer in Seattle. Today I'm going to talk to you about some game design principles that you can use when working on tower defense games, and specifically I'm going to focus on maps. So maps are defined by two main characteristics, the first of which is going to be paths. And paths I would define as the set of points that monsters will move on from the spawn point until whatever their destination is. And typically they are defined in one of two ways. They can be set up as a series of waypoints, which are coordinates in space that the monsters will move between, either linearly in straight lines or maybe with a spline for a curve. Or they can be defined by a pathfinding grid, where you use an algorithm like A-star or Dijkstra's, I don't know how you pronounce that, to compute where the monsters can move from a start to an end point. And then regardless of how the paths are defined, you will sometimes have some variability where the monsters don't move directly along a defined path, but rather move along some variants, which gives them sort of a more aesthetically pleasing perspective, in particular as they are moving in large groups. And many maps are going to have multiple paths that monsters will go along that are each going to reach either the same or different destinations. And one of the things that this provides is it gives a new challenge of doing parallel resource management, where the player will be getting resources from each of these different paths and then need to allocate those resources in order to defend the paths. Potentially the paths are going to have different quantities or types of monsters, which is then going to yield different parallel DPS challenges, damage per second challenges, such that the player needs to be allocating resources not evenly between the different paths. And in particular, it is obvious when you think about flying monsters, which have a path which is just a straight line that ignores any curves or obstacles. Multiple paths can introduce simultaneous targeting challenges, where the player needs to be allocating their DPS differently between the various different types of monsters. Regardless of why they exist, having multiple paths is a way to introduce more complexity and puzzles for players who are motivated by those motivations to engage with on the map. The other major factor in designing a map is the tower placement. And I like to think about tower placement in terms of the power of a particular place that a tower could be put. So how good is that location for placing a tower? And that can be defined by how that placement affects the tower's DPS, as well as its targeting. And this power is then going to affect the priority of whether a player when and whether a player should build there, as well as what types of towers they should build there. One of the things about a tower placement that is going to affect its power is what I would call presence. And presence is the idea here where the tower on the right, that's lower down, has a very high amount of time that the monster is going to be walking through the range of the tower, whereas the tower on the left has a relatively low one. So I would define presence as the percent of a monster's lifetime that it is going to be in range of a tower at that location. And this is going to directly contribute to the uptime of the tower, which, as I mentioned in a previous talk, is going to contribute to the damage per second that tower can do. And it's worth noting that the tower type can affect presence. So for example, if I have a tower here with a relatively low range, it has very low presence because only this little tiny spot along the bottom is going to be affected by that tower. Whereas if the tower has high range, then it potentially is going to have much higher presence for that given tower placement. Another factor about the power of tower placements is coverage. So this tower here can only hit monsters that are on the left path. And regardless of how powerful that tower is, you will still be leaking everything on the right-hand path if this is the only tower that you have. Whereas this tower here in the center, let's say it is infinitely powerful and attacks very quickly, then it's going to be able to kill absolutely every monster that comes through. So I would define coverage as the percent of all monsters that can be attacked by a tower at a given placement. And it's worth noting that coverage can be affected both by having there be multiple paths, but also by path variability. So you can see here, if the monster on the right has a variable path where they can wind up cheating to the right, then they can dodge that tower, and thus this tower placement does not have full coverage of every monster. Another factor about tower placements is proximity, which is how many towers can be placed nearby. So for these towers on the bottom that have three towers next to each other, you can build a combo. So for example, you can put a crowd control tower that's going to cause any monsters to group up together and then an AoE or area of effect splash damage tower to then hit those clumped up monsters more effectively. And you maybe even will place an armor breaking tower up at the front in order to make sure that the damage from the AoE tower is as effective as possible. Whereas the back tower up at the top of the screen doesn't have any other nearby towers, so it would be most effective probably to be like a high damage single target tower as opposed to a tower that really interacts strongly with combos. If you have towers that don't have many other towers in proximity, many other placements in proximity, then that can provide you with an opportunity as a player, which is that you can use things like damage over time towers that typically have to worry about wasting damage because other towers will be attacking even though the monster is already going to be dead. But if there are no other tower placements nearby, that's not a concern. And so therefore those are good places to place towers that otherwise might waste damage. And so all of this is to point out that tower placements require you to know your towers in order to understand them correctly. So as you're designing your game, think about the combos between different tower types, think about the range that the towers can hit at, and think about how those towers relate to uptime, because all of those are going to affect the characteristics of a given tower placement. In particular, uptime, it's worth recalling from my last talk about tower types that there are some towers that don't care about having low uptime. For example, towers that charge up or do very strong attacks very slowly. If they have low presence, if monsters are only in front of them for a limited window of time, that is less of a problem because they're still going to be able to fire their big, powerful shot. Thus, as I said, it's important to understand your towers when thinking about building tower placements. I would recommend maybe spending some time to write down characteristics about what type of placement your different towers want. So given these map characteristics of paths and tower placements, let's talk a little bit about how those affect the experience of playing on a given map. So some of the path characteristics that may exist, if you have a single path on a map, that's going to allow the player to be very focused on killing the monsters on that path. They don't need to be juggling their attention between different things or prioritizing among different paths. And in particular, it's going to yield a much simpler resource management. All the resources that come from that path then get to be put right back into that path in order to try and kill everything on it. If you have non-overlapping paths, that is to say paths that don't have any placements that can hit all of them, then that is going to present the player with simultaneous puzzles that are only united by the interconnected resources. If you get resources from killing monsters on one of those paths, you can then put those resources towards killing monsters on a different path. And that's the way that the paths are related, but in no other way. If, on the other hand, you have overlapping paths where there are some towers that can hit multiple paths, then that is going to bring a lot of emphasis onto those towers that have high coverage, because if the player invests heavily in those towers, they know that they're going to be hitting any monster that comes through. And then if you have differentiated paths, where the paths either maybe one of them is shorter and one is longer, or one of them has more or fewer towers, or one of them has different monsters that spawn on it than the other, then that is going to give the player a complex prioritization puzzle, where they need to think about how they're allocating their resources and what order they're building towers in order to navigate it. Whereas if all the paths are very similar, I would actually question whether that is actually worth doing, whether that's a good design. Because if you have, say, two paths that are identical, then all you're doing is telling the player, solve one puzzle and then implement it twice. So I would encourage you to think about, if you have multiple paths, how are they differentiated from each other in order to give the player some complex puzzles to solve. And then if we think about tower placements, some of the characteristics that you're going to have, if you have uniform placement power, where all of the placements are similar in terms of coverage and proximity to be able to do combos, as well as presence for how long monsters can be in them, then what you're really going to be doing is focusing all of the attention on the monster types versus the tower types, the quantity of a given tower type that you build, and the upgrades that you purchase. And so this is really good for the early game and like training maps that players do early on, so that they can learn what are the different tower types. If I use this tower type, how effective is it against this monster? And less of a focus on how the player is positioning all of their towers. If, however, you have very sharp, specific placement power, which is to say a placement that is extremely effective for a melee tower, or a clump of towers that are extremely good for comboing, then based upon your game being balanced, that's going to imply that's going to really force the player to use that specific strategy for which the placements are really designed. And so this can be good in some circumstances. It can be good for teaching mechanics. So in particular, if you give the player a new tower, say a melee tower, then you want to present them with a map where there are very good, very high power placements to use the melee tower, so that they then learn, okay, this is when you would use a melee tower. However, this type of placement is bad for creativity since, as I said, you're sort of forcing the player to solve the puzzle a particular way. On the other hand, if you have varied placement power, somewhere in between these two extremes of uniform versus sharp power, then you're going to give a lot of room for creativity for a player to decide, okay, this placement is good for snipers, that placement is good for melee, this placement is powerful all around, this placement is powerful only in certain circumstances. Then the player is going to be able to engage and try and find what solution is going to be their specific way to solve the puzzle. And this is in particular going to create a high skill ceiling where players that have a more in-depth understanding of all the different systems of the game are going to be able to demonstrate that by using each placement to its maximum effectiveness. And finally, I would like to talk a little bit about mazing. I've been talking prior to this about relatively like fixed paths and fixed tower placements, but you can think about mazing in a lot of the same ways. So mazing is the idea that the player can place towers or walls that are going to modify paths potentially anywhere they want to, or at least anywhere under certain restrictions. And so if players are adjusting the path through mazing, then typically those players are going to do a number of things. One is they're going to try to maximize the path length so that they have as long as possible to kill each monster. This is going to make it easier to do targeting and easier to sort of catch monsters before they leak. And also, if there are multiple paths, players will typically try to gather all of those paths together so that the monsters will share some section of path, sort of funneled, so that that way they can place a bunch of towers in that funneled area and know that they have coverage for all of the monsters. Keep in mind that over the course of play on a map, the paths are going to gradually change based upon the cost of the mazing and the frequency that the players are gaining resources. They're not going to be able to build their perfect maze from the beginning, typically, unless you've balanced your game very strangely. And so therefore you should balance a map around the possibilities that exist early, mid, and late game. So early game, you can think that the players don't really have much control over the maze. Monsters are typically going to be following the paths that they started out on, but as the game progresses, players will be more and more specific about exactly where they want the monsters to go, and thus their maze will be more and more sophisticated. And then if we think about mazing as far as tower placement, again, the player has a lot of control over where the towers are going to go, as opposed to being fixed locations. And this, players are going to do a number of things, typically. One is they're going to try to create a few high-powered placements. As I talked about in previous talks, if you don't make your high-powered towers more powerful than low-powered towers being built for a similar cost, then there's no reason for players to ever build a high-powered tower. And thus, given the opportunity, players are going to try to create high-powered placements where those towers can be effective. And then players are going to try to combo the tower types for the same reason. Your game is probably designed to reward players for comboing towers effectively. Otherwise, there's no point in there being the different tower types, unless players are going to try to build placements where they can combo their towers. And finally, this is just sort of like human nature. When players have identified a strategy that works for them and that they like, they're going to typically try to homogenize every single map to make that strategy work. And so if you want players to try a different strategy, but you present them with the opportunity of mazing, you're going to need to figure out ways to sort of force them off of their favorite strategy in order to get them to try some other strategy. One of the ways that can be interesting to sort of introduce the concept of mazing is the idea of a railroad switch maze. So this is you present players with a whole bunch of different paths with intersections that are kind of like train intersections that the player can then blockade some of the paths in order to sort of switch which track the train is going to go on and identify a path that the monsters will follow. And so basically the idea here is you give players specific choke points and allow them to sort of choose a maze rather than building one from scratch. And this is a really good way to teach the concepts of mazing and allow a player to engage with it within your game without overwhelming them with tons of choices. On the flip side, if you present players with a very wide open space, then that gives a ton of room for creativity because players are going to be able to build whatever particular geometries they think are powerful or aesthetically pleasing or in whatever way interesting to them based upon having all of the space to work with. However, that can be potentially overwhelming for players if they don't yet have a deep understanding of all the systems of your game. So this is something that you only want to do once a player has been trained on how to build mazes effectively and how all of your towers work. And in particular, it's worth keeping in mind that when you present players with a lot of open space, it's going to yield massive variance in how effective their defense is going to be. A player that has tuned perfectly every single aspect of the maze to maximize the power of every tower placement and then place the right towers in them is going to yield an incredibly powerful defense. And thus is presenting a player with an open space is going to give you a difficult balancing challenge to make sure that players with their widely varying maze defenses are going to still be challenged. So in summary, some of the things I've talked about today, I talked about paths as a sequence of points that monsters are going to move through and the possibilities that multiple paths can have to increase the complexity of a map. I talked about tower placements in terms of a set of power factors, one of which is presence, which is what percentage of time monsters are within range of that tower. Coverage, which is what percentage of monsters that ever exist on the map can be hit by that tower. And proximity, which is how many other tower placements are nearby, allowing you to combo towers together. And I talked about how paths and tower placement power can impact the way that a map feels to play. And then I talked some about mazing and how that gives players a lot of room for creativity by controlling paths and tower placements. And I presented railroad switch mazes as a simple way to train players how to do mazes, and then open space mazes as a room for high creativity and high mastery that can be overwhelming to beginning players. And as in all of these talks, I would like to end with a challenge from a game design book that I really like. This one is from Steve Swink's Game Feel book. And Steve says, "So space is crucially important. It's the other half of tuning game feel. For this reason, games that have the best feel are often the ones in which the mechanic and the spatial context were created simultaneously. So my challenge to you is to think about your tower types, your monster types, and all of your mechanics, as well as your map design and your map layout as interconnected systems that are going to affect each other. And if you can design them together in ways where they complement each other, that's going to yield a more satisfying game." Thanks for watching this video. Down in the comments, you're going to see a link to other videos in this series, to my website where I have a game development blog, and to my Discord where you can talk to me about my game development as well as these videos. I will also link to a Reddit thread on which you can post any questions or comments. I'd love to hear what you think about this video. Love to hear things that you want me to cover in future videos. And in general, I just like talking with people who are excited about tower defenses. So again, thanks for watching. Have a good one. I'm Bill Clark, and I'm an independent game developer in Seattle. I'm going to talk to you today about some game design principles that you can use when working on tower defense games. And specifically today, I'm going to be focusing on balance and math. So what is it that we're trying to accomplish when we talk about balance for a tower defense? For a design goal, I like to look at Ralph Koster's definition of fun from A Theory of Fun for Game Design, in which he says that fun is the feedback the brain gives us when we are absorbing patterns for learning purposes. So specifically, I want to focus on learning as a goal for tower defense balance. To review, here are the player motivations that I've identified for tower defense players: mastery and creativity, progression and power, complexity and puzzles, and elegance and aesthetics. And also I'd like to review the core game loop that I identified in episode 1, in which players start off by planning a defense, then identifying what the next step in building that defense is, observing until they can afford it, purchasing that step in the defense, and then going back and identifying the next step. And this is something that happens over and over again over the course of a single map. Now let's zoom out from the core game loop and identify what happens around the core game loop. When the player doesn't have a very strong understanding of the systems of the tower defense, they're going to need to choose a strategy, and typically they will rely on either their power motivation or their elegance and aesthetic motivation to give them some intuitive sense of what they want to use for their strategy. At that point, they're going to start playing the game and building a defense, seeing how it goes. Maybe their defense will be successful, at which point they're going to be able to go to the next stage and keep playing using roughly similar ideas. And this is where the mastery motivation is really satisfied, because they can see, aha, I understood something and I demonstrated mastery over this part of the game. However, sometimes they're going to fail and not beat the map. That's going to require them to go back and rethink their strategy and adjust it and maybe choose a new strategy, and thus in particular engage with the complexity of the game. It's worth pointing out that learning requires both of these sides to be taken sometimes. Sometimes the player must succeed in order to have reinforced the things that are working, and sometimes the player has to fail in order to be shown that there are other strategies that they need to consider. So a goal statement for balance for a tower defense is that a balanced tower defense encourages learning through experimentation, with challenges needing varied strategies. Learning through experimentation is how you can get at that fun that Ralph Koster talks about. And in order to make it so that a player couldn't just stumble upon a single strategy and use that to beat the entire game, you need to present challenges that require varied strategies. So what does math have to do with any of this? There are a lot of levers that you can pull and adjust in order to try to balance a tower defense. And so I'm going to try to give you a sense of which levers can be pulled and how far to pull them when you're adjusting the balance. So now let's talk specifically about that subject that I keep coming back to, damage per second. Damage per second starts with the damage per hit times the number of attacks per second. And then obviously there's some other stuff, but let's zoom in on these two first. So now imagine that you have an infinite supply of monsters with a given amount of health, and then you want to attack them with towers that do fixed amounts of damage and find out how many hits it's going to take to kill them. On this chart you can see in blue a tower that does 10 damage per hit, in red a tower that does 20 damage per hit, and in yellow a tower that does 30 damage per hit. And then you can see along the y-axis how many hits it takes to kill a monster with a given amount of health along the x-axis. This stair-step pattern is important to note, but let's think a little bit more about what this means. We can instead think about the effective damage per hit, which is if you're killing a monster that has 27 health and it takes 3 hits, then your effective damage per hit is 27 divided by 3, which would be 9 damage. So this is a graph of that value, where again you can see a tower that does 10 damage in blue, 20 damage in red, and 30 damage in yellow. This zigzag is very fascinating because it shows how much damage is actually being wasted. Because if the effective damage was the same as the actual damage, then that would be up at the peak of each of these spikes. And so anytime that the curve is below the peak, that means that we're wasting some amount of damage. So the next graph I'm going to show you is what I would call the effective damage ratio. And that is if you divide the effective damage from the previous graph by the total damage that was expected, you will then get a multiplier for what percentage of the damage is actually being effective. So there's two things I would notice on this graph. First is that at very low monster health, you can be potentially wasting an enormous amount of the damage. And then second is, right after you pass the monster health being very slightly higher than the tower damage, you can still get as low as 50% of the damage being wasted in that first trough. But as you can see, if we expand the graph out, it'll eventually trend towards being at roughly 100% effectiveness regardless of the precise fluctuation, because it asymptotes towards that value. Thus we can say a few things about increasing attack damage versus increasing attack speed as ways of increasing damage per second. First is that increasing damage per hit can waste virtually all of the damage if the damage per hit is substantially higher than the monster's maximum health. Even if the monster's maximum health exceeds the damage, you can still be wasting up to 50% if it doesn't exceed it by very much. Also, the lower the damage per hit, the less is wasted because the tower gets to switch targets shortly after killing off the previous target. Since increasing attack speed raises damage per second with the same damage per hit, it means that typically increasing attack speed is just straight up better than increasing damage. However, this is an interesting place where the mastery motivation and the power motivation are in conflict, because in general the power motivation is going to want to be doing bigger hits, even if attack speed is in general a better stat to increase. Critical hits are another way that towers can do increased damage. We can define them as saying that there is a C chance to do X times damage, in which case the damage per second is going to be multiplied by the mix of non-critical hits and critical hits. So it's going to be 1, which is a non-critical hit, times 1 minus the chance, plus X, which is the critical hit damage, times the chance. And we can rework that into 1 plus X minus 1 times C. And that's going to be the multiplier to damage per second from critical hit chance. And as we can see, it scales roughly linearly with the damage multiplier as well as with the chance to crit. However, as with damage per hit, wasted damage is specifically a concern, and it's actually a bigger concern than with damage per hit, because crit hits are going to be doing just bigger numbers, and therefore you're going to be getting closer and closer to those high values that can potentially waste a lot of damage. However, again, the power motivation can engage very strongly with critical hits as a very satisfying way to feel the power of your towers. Now let's talk about tower range and AoE radius and how they affect damage per second. So again, we have damage per hit times attacks per second is going to be part of damage per second. But then I've talked about uptime, which is the percentage of the time that a tower is shooting. How does that relate to attack range? I've also talked about the number of targets per hit. How does that relate to the AoE radius? In both of those cases, we can do very similar math to arrive at the number of available targets that a given radius is going to give us. So here you can see a red line that represents the path that a monster is going to take. And the amount of overlap with the circle is what amount of time it's going to take the monster to move through the circle, and thus the amount of time that that monster is going to be available for this circle. So we're interested in this overlap value here. The tunable value for the circle is going to be the radius here. And then for a given tower or AoE splash location, there's going to be a distance between the center of the circle to the path. You can note here that this is going to give us a right angle, which allows us to use Pythagorean theorem for the right triangle. And thus we have a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where c squared is the hypotenuse. If we call half of the overlap here x, then that can be the a. D for the distance is going to be the b, and r for the radius is going to be the c, the hypotenuse. So therefore we get x squared plus d squared equals r squared, or x, half of the overlap, is the square root of r squared minus d squared. Therefore, the overlap is roughly linear with the radius of the circle, provided the radius does overlap with the path. When I say roughly linear, what I mean by that is down at very low radius, there's going to be a little bit of a non-linearity, but as you increase the radius, it's going to approach linear pretty rapidly. There is, however, one unique wrinkle, which is when increasing the radius is going to give you access to separate sections of path. And so we can say that x is roughly linear with the radius if the radius is greater than the distance to the path, but there is a breakpoint when we get new targets when the radius crosses the distance to another path. So now we've seen how radius affects available targets, but what does that mean for uptime? Is uptime linear with attack radius? Well, uptime only requires a single target to be available in order for the tower to keep shooting. And so attack radius does absolutely nothing except when it causes us to go from having 0 available targets to having 1 available target. It is linear in those spaces when going from 0 to 1 target. However, it's completely flat for any time that there are more than 1 target available. Therefore, in general, attack radius scales way less than linearly, because most of the time a tower is going to have multiple targets that it can choose between. Now let's talk about area of effect radius. Are the targets per hit linear with the area of effect radius? Well, if there are many evenly spaced targets, then yes. However, sometimes, like on a boss round, there will be fewer monsters, and thus AoE radius may be lower than linear. So now let's take some of these different sources of damage per second and put them on a continuum of how effective they are at increasing damage per second. Attack speed is guaranteed to be linear up until all of the targets are dead, and thus it is the perfect example of a stat that can go up without any loss to effectiveness. Pretty close behind it is AoE radius, which, until you run out of targets to include in the circle, is going to scale up the number of targets that are being hit. Damage per hit is also very good and close to linear, but you have to worry about wasted damage, and thus it is not quite as good as attack speed for increasing DPS. And critical hits are a little bit worse than damage per hit because, again, you're increasing even further the amount of damage that will be dealt, thus increasing the risk of wasted damage. And then way down at the bottom is attack range, which has a very poor response towards increasing damage per second. That isn't to say you can't increase damage per second by increasing attack range, but you would need a much higher proportional increase in order to have it be effective. The next subject I want to touch on is armor, and two of the main ways that armor can be conceived of in tower defense games. One type of armor implementation is percent damage reduction. In this case, a monster is going to have effective hit points that is going to be the maximum number of hit points divided by 1 minus the percent damage reduction, because that's how much damage it's actually going to take in order to kill the monster. It's important to note that the source of the effective hit point doesn't affect the damage per second sources from the previous section, and thus armor piercing or breaking is required in order to make percent damage reduction actually meaningful for the balance of a tower defense. When we're trying to define percent damage reduction in terms of some quantity that we call armor, there are various formulas that you can use. For example, you could have the percent damage reduction be 1 minus the armor value, in which case the armor value can go from 0 to 1. Another formula that I like is from League of Legends, and that is 100 plus armor divided by 100. And this has the nice heuristic of every time you gain 100 armor, you gain your maximum HP in effective HP. The other major way to think about armor is to have it be a flat damage reduction. That is to say, every time the monster is hit, it takes N less damage. This has a strong effect on the scaling of damage per hit for damage per second calculations. When damage per hit is below the damage reduction, then increasing damage per hit doesn't accomplish anything. You're still not going to do any damage. However, when damage per hit exceeds the damage reduction, you get this interesting nonlinear behavior where a, say, 5% increase in damage per hit is going to yield a greater than 5% increase in damage. This graph is going to represent how much higher of a percent
Hallo? Wake up! Good morning! Hallo? Hey! You guys asleep? Hey! Oh my god, what happened to you, Cakez? Streaming someone else's content is a new low. Not even reacting, you're literally just profiting of someone else's work. I knew I was gonna get these comments, you know, bro. I was gonna stream me playing Dark Souls, but people told me they wanted to watch this. So, Kevathiel, if that's the only thing that you have to say after coming in here for like not coming in here for multiple weeks. Good stuff. Good that you lack the context, bro, to make that assessment. I'm not going to upload this, re-upload this at all. It was chat's decision. So if anything, you should be mad at chat, not at me. Okay. Okay, guys, so I'm back. Zoe is fine. It was the daughter of my wife's sister. We needed to bring her to the hospital, and we hope that she's going to get better there. And they are now at the hospital. Your niece, yeah, my niece. And yeah, let's hope that everything goes well. Let me see here. There is fan funding. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. It's insane. The support, you guys. Incredible. That YouTuber pulled his dick out mid-video? Yeah, of course he did. So let's get back to what we were actually doing, which is balancing the map. We were talking about balance, and I was giving you guys, excuse me, examples of balloons, their prices, and, their prices and their base costs of units. And when we look at the Data Monkey, which is probably one of the most balanced units, we can look at the first upgrades and how much they cost. And so we get 15% attack speed for half the cost of the unit, which is 15% more damage, most likely based on the position where they are. And it costs half the cost of the unit, which makes it very cheap, of course. And I basically have done the same by accident. I didn't actually plan this out for my ranged units. Getting a poison arrow costs half the cost of the unit, and then getting an item for them is also half the cost of the unit, which is usually about a 15% damage increase. And now I want to actually get the first upgrade on these, or I think this one already has. The next upgrade after this is twice as expensive, and it gives us a special ability here. And for quick shots, we get a 30% damage boost, which is a lot, by the way, for about almost the same amount of money that the unit costs. So if we go by that scale, then the tier 2 upgrade past the sword should at most be, give or take, 160, maybe 150 oranges. Damage boost, attack speed. Attack speed is a multiplier to damage. It gives us 33% more damage, which is a lot. Okay. So don't confuse this. This is really important. Okay, so let's see here. I do not have a tier 2 upgrade yet, but that's good to keep in mind. So the next upgrade at most should be at most 200. Maybe less. You're past balloons? No, it's not about being past balloons. It's about looking at the upgrade values and their relative strength to their cost in relationship to the cost of the unit, to get an idea on how balance could on how I could balance my game accordingly. Basically, it's having a Leitfaden in English. Because what most people do, and it's great, but it's also bad, in my opinion, is they talk about the theoreticals without giving examples on how certain stuff is laid out. The economy is different, just say as a reference. Yes, the economy is different, and how much money you earn is also different, but it's still, when we are purely talking about the cost of something, and we are just isolating a single thing, which is the cost, we can make assumptions using that. Leitfaden guide, it's like using it as a guide, yes. As a guide to make your own decisions, and then based on those decisions, which you use those as an example, you can walk back or you can fine-tune your stuff for your needs. But you get an idea of why they chose this the way they did. Because effectively, what we have done here is, if we bought these 2 upgrades, we have spent 300... Well, let's restart. We have spent 300 coins, which is more money than the monkey itself costs. 300 coins. So it's about 1.5 the price of the unit, but we have gotten... the first one, how much was the first one again? 15% plus 33%. So 15 plus 33. We've gotten about 50% stronger, and we have invested 1.5 the amount of money into the unit. Okay, just as a guide on how much the cost could be. So if I try to do the same in my game or something similar, I could think, okay, well, if I get about 1.5, 1.4 to 2 the base experience in my game, the base what is it called? The base cost in my game. Let's see how that feels. And then work on the numbers.
That's actually a strategy because you have longer iframes.
Okay. Yeah. Cakez, I have another idea. How about make it expensive to start off with, and then cheaper as it goes down?
Keep spamming your attacks! Yes!
Hello there,
bro, keep spamming them! Boom, boom, boom!
Hope you're doing good, bro. Okay, guys. Let's get stuff done. We have literally lost an hour. The game looks really good. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Sag.
Alright, so let's see here.
Is it hot or cold? Well, it's starting to get cold because I barely have anything left.
Okay. This seems to work fine. Let's see. I think rounds 1 and 2 are mostly balanced. What we need now.
Clear.
This is not AI Cakes. No, this is me. We're actually working on the game now. I feel like round 1 is too short. If I'm being completely honest with you guys. And then we get this guy. He comes here. Starts attacking. And these guys get upgrades. I guess we get this on him. Oh, he's actually... Cool. Oh, also the silver rat. Let's make the silver rat. Let's give it more damage. I want the silver rat to deal like 30 damage. It should deal more damage. Since it also has a damage reduction, it should do more damage. Alright, so let's get an item here. Ooh, we got this good one. That's a good bow. Alright, so then these two come. Good. Oh wow, look at this. You see this? Actually very good. The crossbow is doing its job. Damn. Alright, money. Oh, that's bad. Okay, that's behind him. Loot box. Okay, let's see. What do I want? I can open up the skill tree and get poison. I feel like I want to get poison chance here. Instead of just poison duration. And the damage is just boring. I think I'm just going to actually get poison chance. And then this is a poison unit. And depending on what upgrades I get, poison does more damage or less damage. So let's change that here. Since people told me put more weight onto the skill tree, and we are building an actual story now, then over here we can do poison chance. Let me see here. Poison chance. 20%, guys? Or is that too much? I feel like that's good. No, maybe we do the attack speed and poison chance. There we go. I feel like that's better. What did Collector say that got him shot so many times? Blabbering, stuff like that. Yeah, kind of annoying to listen to. Alright, so let's see. I have just lost my unit and round 4 is not balanced. Okay, so let's play again. Sorry if I keep replaying, but I am trying to balance this properly. Is he actually poisoning these guys? He is. Cool. And it's dealing 15 poison damage, 16. Cool. Nice. Look at this, guys. It just works. Cakez, I've been dating a girl for 5 weeks now. I'm meeting her parents for the first time today. Please kill me. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be over it. Just be normal. Should be okay, bro. I know what you mean. Like, for me, it was very tough meeting the parents of my wife, now wife, because They are... Why is he attacking, bro? What the hell? He's missing him. Goodness, that sucks. What am I doing? Crossbow. 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 Please give me the crossbow. Weapon distance. Dot weapon distance is 8. Is that? Okay, that's a bit better. Oh wow, we got this one. Great. New free upgrade. Alright, so I feel like it's a bit short, man. It's easy as hell. There's no challenge. Look, I easily beat these guys. And then there's a couple of rats coming, and then 2 of these. That's a big one, actually. Uh-oh. I lost. Okay, so I did leak though. Now round 4. What do I do for that? I have now introduced flying enemies, rats and goblins. I can do a combination of those in round 4. Let's see. Bats. Yeah, but let's do more here. Like 20. And then a spawn frequency. Also, I want to split this up here. I'm gonna spawn 20 with a frequency of 2, and this one starts at 1, and they all start at, I think it's path in x2, and then we do dot path offset, which is the variation of. And for those of you who actually watched the video, do you now understand what I mean? What I mean about the video being more theoretical than practical, if that makes sense? Like, for example, he talked about path variation. That is something, apparently that's a name, when you have a path in the game. Right? A path like this. You can have variations of the path that look exactly like the path, but at an offset, right? But it's the same path. And my wife literally called, man. Come on, I just started. Bro. Okay, I am back. I'm sorry, guys. We got interrupted again. Hello there, Kroben. Hope you're doing good. I'm misremembering, or have I seen you hang around in Quake streams? There was no... My wife needs money, so I had to give her some money. Hopefully the money is there then. I know you're trying to balance stuff, but could you take a second to play my game? Or you need to write me on Discord. There's a bunch of other people that want me to do that too. I can play your game, but it's gonna take some time until I get to it, bro. I would love to, of course. Path offset. Now, the only thing that I do not understand with this, right? I have a question here, guys. If I have this path and I offset in one direction, a path variation, right? Is that the... If I have a path and a variation of a path, is that just the right angle from any point on the path based on the previous point? So is it this? Because what I'm doing right now is I'm generating a vector 2. Right? That is, for example, 5 pixels down. Okay. I'm going 5 pixels down, but in a situation where I'm here, the path will look something like this, where this is the point that I'm generating. In a situation where it's here, it looks something like that. Does that still work? For those of you who know math better than me, will this create the correct path, or do I have to actually do the right angle on like the, what is it called, between 2 points, right? On the spline between 2 points, do I have to use the right angle, or can I just use an offset like this and it still works? Because if I, let's say, make a snake, right, for a path, let's say this is a snake, then it's like in a situation where it looks something like this. Let's say this is a path, right? Sorry, like I'm drawing this terribly. Let's say this is a path. If I go down by a right angle, the path would look something like this. I feel like that's not a path variation, right? Shouldn't a path variation, when we're talking about this, look something like this? What is a path variation? If you do the right angle from the center, it would just look like everything is walking offset to the road. It's a variation of the path. Yeah, but what is an actual variation? Like, is point A a variation or point 2? Are those variations? Okay, whatever, guys. It's fine. That was just a question. Never mind. I just only have trolls here, apparently. The rest of the people, the actual people left. Fine. So let's do 2 and 3 or something to 4. Maybe signed distance field could help. I don't know about that, bro. Okay, so we have enemy bats, 20, and they spawn continuously. Now I also want to spawn goblins continuously on round 4. Or rats, actually. Let's try rats together with bats. And they start, well, one of them starts at 1 and the other one starts at 0 now. And we'll do 30. We spawn them a bit faster. If this is spawn frequency 2, then we use a spawn frequency of... Yeah, okay, guys, I need to help really quickly. 1 minute. I'm back in 1 minute, okay? Give me a sec. Okay, so there's this dude right here. We killed one of them before. He is decently easy. You just have to stay on his back. Didn't you say he's fairly easy yesterday? Why are you struggling? Well, the first one was, yeah, because he didn't do any damage, but this one you can't see anything. And second, he's black. Dumb. I'm okay. wow. My God. What a day, man. A million interruptions. Whew. Holy. Why is it not stopped today?
I don't get the error. I did get the error.
Man.
I did get the error yesterday, yes.
Lost his robe, yeah. Because it's so warm, bro. Hi, the rod rendered on top of the map
to that.
Yeah, grid, yes.
Direction to this.
Wouldn't offset
That worked.
the path make the melee oranges worse? No, because they will still be on the path. It will be a slight variation. All right, continuing now. It's time, my brothers. We've got codes to do. Reds, spawn frequency. Let's just do 1.4. Copy that. Or actually, yeah, copy that.
Oh my god.
This one here.
Oh my god, what a day, man. What a fucking
Type,
day.
path. Time start, 1.7, 0.7.
I just can't.
Doesn't matter, actually.
Oh my
Time
god,
start,
and the
zero.
me and engines, man.
Uh-huh.
Fucking UI rotates
There
even.
we go,
Yeah.
and then let's look at this. Round 4. This is what it looks like now. Oh, perfect. They overlap. And then at the end of this, of course, I want this to be more than that. We're now farming a bunch of money. At the end here, I actually want some goblins to spawn, and quite a few actually. I want to spawn 5 goblins with a frequency of 2. And I want to like somewhat stagger them. So maybe 5 is too little, maybe 6. Let's try 6. So we do 3 here and 3 here. And they all start on the same path, which is the 0 path, the top path here. And their spawn frequency is 2. They should all start at the same, but this one has a dot path offset, which is, let's say, 3 pixels to the right. Or let's say 6 pixels to the right. Cakez, path variation offset usually refers to a small random intentional changes in position along a predefined path, often used to make movement or behavior look more natural, varied and organic. Without offsets, NPC walk in a straight line like a marching band. But if you apply a path variation offsets, each one walks a little to the left or right on the path, or slightly ahead or behind, making it feel less robotic. This is what it looks like. I'll show you. The path offset that I'm showing you here looks like this. Let me do a more offset on the x-axis. Actually, let's do a more offset on the y-axis here, down. I could make it even more pronounced. Your game used to be a roguelike. Why did you change it? You mean my Cakez tower defense game? The very old game? It used to be a roguelike, but I didn't manage to make a good one. I did not actually know what a roguelike was. So it wasn't actually a roguelike game in a way. Because there was no losing. Losing would mean that if a hero dies, the hero is gone forever. That is an interesting idea which I could maybe play around with. But no, I don't have that right now. Hi, is the road rendered on top? Yes. And Paradox on YouTube, yeah, it was a roguelike. Okay, so this is what it looked like. Wow, 100 enemies. That's crazy. Let's see. Why is it spawning? Oh yeah, because the goblins... Okay, let's see. That's bad. By the way, they should start... 20 times 2 is 40, so they should start at 50. But even then, their frequency needs to be a second. And the path offset here needs to be 6, while the path offset here needs to be -6. Good. Now let's start that again. at Ebeth, but you apply the same offset. There you go, thank me later. This is what a path offset looks like for the flying units, you see? If I spawn the flying units on the same starting point, this is what it looks like. With 8. Watch. I got raw changes, yes. You see them? The bottom one is has a slight variation to the path. And this is what it looks like if I just let them fly. See this? You see that? Offsetting to all spawn lines, yeah. So we can do this, and then we do that here too, and we do -8. Great job, is that good? The offset should be random? You need to do it for each one? The offset of 2 should be a random range between -2 and 2 per unit. You think? So basically what you're saying is the path offset here. Let's do const float random x is random range from path offset x to path offset.x. But this one is minus. And then random y is the same. And then that would be the const path of... I wonder if I can rewrite the path offset. Is... Can I do this, by the way, guys? Is that possible? Or do I get into trouble when I do this? Is C++ gonna complain? Because I'm overwriting the data here that I supply. I think it would look better with some randomness. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna do that now. Let's see what that looks like. Pass by value, then it's okay. I'm not too thrilled about that, to be honest. Doesn't look random at all. Yeah, it does not look random at all. But the variation here is also not that great, so we could do a greater variation on X. Let's test that. You cannot be serious, man. Why do I keep getting called today, man? Let's go! Again, thank you very much for following my man. Guys, this looks like ass. Sorry. The variation is terrible. I probably need more variation because these are random numbers. And yeah. So maybe it does not work properly. Maybe the random range needs to be... Oh my god. I literally spawn enemy. Here we go. Maybe the random range does not work and I need to do a rand. I need to modulo that. Modulo that with 2 times the path offset on X. And then I need to turn that into a float, which then also needs to be minus path offset on X. Now we have that. And then we do a float rand modulo 2 times the path offset on Y. And I probably have to brace that as well. Because, you know, bracing is always nice. And then we do minus path offset on Y. The rats should zigzag in the path. And if that does not work, my brothers, fear not, I have another idea. I'm just going to literally hard do it. And we'll see here. I see. I guess not. What is more powerful? Modulo operator or multiplication? Guys. Multiplication or modulo? What wins? If I add a brace, then it doesn't work. Because if I add a brace... Oh my god. If I add a brace like that, then I need to turn this into an int. Which is a bit annoying, but I guess I can do that. Good. Fine. So maybe this looks a little bit better. Let's see. Okay, now it's complaining. Why? Because 2 times 0 is 0. So I can't just use rand. Ah, great. I actually typed Y, not X, by the way, guys. This is lying to you. I typed Y here. This was literally lying. That's fine. I can deal with that. Yeah, I typed Y here, and this time it worked. It's weird, huh? I think this keyboard is broken. Great that I deleted that. Thank you very much for the error. Can you please go away? Thank you. Appreciate that. Did you see it, you random? I always see it, yeah. At the start of the main here. Seed. Oh, it's, yeah, seed. I actually did not seed my main. You're right. Wait. RDTSC. I don't. I do. You know what I love? I clicked on this the first time, right? Visual Studio Code brought me to where it was in the code. Do you see something that's called int seed in this particular part of the window? Do you see this line of code here? Somewhere in the window? somewhere here in the code window? Do you see that? No? Because I have to click twice! Yeah, I see it. Does C++ not already see it random at the time of startup? This is not a crypto app, right? No, this is not a crypto app. Of course not. 999. I'm not doing anything shady with this app. No, totally not. All right, we're gonna do this again. Let's play. Not working with pixel art anymore. I am. Dev. Of course I am. I love pixel art. It's amazing. Give me a sec. This is normal, guys. Just normal engine behavior, okay? There we go. Let's look at the randomness on these. Yeah, it looks a little bit more random now. But obviously, we want to have a more... Let's see. Holy, your game looks great. Rico, I don't believe you. I think you're just saying that. Wait a minute. They spawn exactly on the same position. Let's see. So what you guys are saying is this. Yeah, now it does look a little bit better. And what I can do here is now time start on 1. Now we have a bit of a variation for each unit. Like this? Huh? Nice. Better? Thank you guys for the help. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much, guys. Oh yeah! Look at the enemies approaching like that! Can you stagger the second path by a tiny bit so the paths instead interweave instead of meeting up? What does that mean? They interweave. I already stagger the second path. Oh, what you mean by that is I start this one, let's say, like 5 seconds later, or something like that. So the lower reds go into the gaps of the other paths. Alright, guys, this is actually really hard. Damn. I don't even know if I can beat this. Let's just see if I can actually beat this. Probably need chain at least. But I need more. Yeah, the problem is this guy is missing his shots. Oof, and this guy is losing because he's dying. Oof, it's close. Yeah, I can't beat this. Damn, I don't have enough firepower. I'm losing. It is a difficult map. Maybe I'm spawning too much. Let's see here. Let me try a different strategy. I like this. The reds are stacking. Yeah, the reds are stacking up on the ground because these guys focus the air. Crossroad issue. Alright, so they get a level up here. Maybe I'm gonna do split arrow on one of these guys. This guy gets split arrow and then this guy. And so he's gonna go pierce split. It's gonna be crazy. I think that will work very well. Huh? What the hell? What happened? How's the path variation so much? Wait a minute. What the hell? Wait, that's round 2. Bats. Oh, minus 30. Oh, wow. I see. Yeah. That's a bit much. Cakez, this would be the 3rd map in the campaign. No, it's the 2nd map. You think it's too difficult, right? You're gonna say it's too difficult? Let me guess. I think you're right. I just wanted to make a longer map for this so you guys can playtest this version of the game and give me some feedback on this. Stop hard coding. Cakez, I will just make a function that handles the offset and then use it dynamically since the spawn between values should be low anyway. Just make a function that handles the offset and then use it dynamically. What does that mean? I can determine the spread of the units using my offset. Like this is... Oh, I evaporated this fly. Holy moly. So I wanted to give this guy maximum pierce. I actually have to probably... Wait, I'm spawning the arrow from myself though. From within me. I was talking about upgrades. You have 3 possible upgrade slots and 4 tiers of each of them. You mostly reach this... Yet you mostly reach the 2nd upgrade. Oh yeah, because this is early. Early game, yes. Okay, wait, so this guy is gonna go for chain. Let's move on here. Oh yeah, that works very well. Okay. Looking nice. And then he's gonna get some more attack speed. Oh, okay, that still works. Now the big wave. What can I do? I can go for split arrow as well. I wonder if that actually works. Split arrow can pierce and then chain. Oh wow, that would be a nice combo. Let's see. I want to see this in action. It's not gonna happen in the beginning. Watch. Oh my god. It actually works. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay, just using ranged units I can win. I think. I'm winning. Oh. I'm winning. Okay, so I did win. But only if I just use ranged units. Okay, for the goblins I need to have a better path variation here. Goblins. Oh yeah, round 4. They need to have 6 on Y as well. Hard coding, stop hard coding, I will punch you. Just make a function that handles the offset. And then use it dynamically. I don't know what you mean, that handles the offset. Oh wow, this guy actually attacked. My dude. But I won. Interesting. So let's try that again. But I'm happy. This is looking good. What I don't like is that effectively my defender is useless. He doesn't really have a place. Because I need the rangers here. The defender is not doing his job of blocking. And he's completely taking damage, so there's no point in using him, because he's eating up oranges by getting damage on him. So he's useless. Which sucks. Have you ever played Gemcraft? The whole map is kind of without... The whole map was kind of without your core mechanic. Now, like Gnus Nymphicus, there is a way to beat maps that where blocking is a thing without using the block mechanic. That is possible. But blocking only makes sense when we have to stop someone from approaching when there's too many. No fighting back at all though, except that one slap. That is true too. Flow maps are nice. I didn't mean anything shady. I was just honest. Question about why Rand would need to be seeded. If it's not seeded, then it's always the same result. That's why. And so you start the game, it would not seed. And C++ does not seed, no. Yeah, you guys got a point there. The enemies are not fighting back because the path is reasonably long. The rats die reasonably fast. And there's no need to block the enemies because I can just beat them with ranged units. I can just spawn a bunch of ranged. How do I get away from this? Like, it's totally not needed because all I need to do is just place ranged units. Then we're good. So how can I make it somewhat necessary to have a melee unit? There's no need, no way to justify this. How do we design that properly? What if we have defender slow all enemies that fight instead of blocking one? Very fast enemies with more health. I thought about that too, but I'm introducing the flying units here. So maybe this map is a flying enemy map. And so the best units against the flying enemy are the rangers. And so you need the ranger. If you don't use him, you lose. So I think it is okay. Fast plus more HP sounds like OP. A few faster enemies would need blocking, yeah. You're right. Is he dying? No? Okay. How about a fast red that deals 20 damage, Cakez? Yeah, but in this map? I feel like this map is all about air units. Unfair? No, it's not unfair. What you're talking about? It's a gameplay mechanic. You can block fast enemies, you can stun them, you can slow them. It's a mechanic. Fast enemies are fast enemies. That's literally what a tower defense game is about. I don't understand the sentiment that it's unfair. Games are designed to make you change the strategy based on what you do. I meant the Rico idea. 20 damage in one enemy is unfair? No, that's normal, that's fine. But 20 damage might be a bit much, yes. For just it being fast rats. Uh-oh. Am I gonna lose? Oh wow, this looks so bad. I can't believe it, bro. Wouldn't it be better to introduce a flying type on a water map? Yeah, but this is kind of water here. But I suppose I know what you mean. How old were you when you started game dev? 28 or something? I started very late. Because I didn't know what I wanted to do. Until I was quite old. Yeah, the annoying part is that the defender is kind of useless. You're right. You guys are right. But this is the flying enemy map, guys. So I think it's fine if you spam these guys. Defender gets something, and then you get poison arrow. Yeah, I mean you really need the ranged units, because otherwise we get that on this guy. We go for chain. There we go. Yeah, I mean this game, no, the guys, I think it's fine for this map. Hey! I'm losing! He didn't do his job! The defender's doing less damage than the archer? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, but the defender hits 2 units, the archer only hits 1. I'm not 40. I turned 28 this year, really? Congrats, bro. And also the defender only has 1 weapon upgrade. Alright, Cakez, I think we need to make splash, pierce, blunt resist. Hey, why? What? Why would we need that? So not a congrats to me? Of course it's a congrats. You got old, man. It's good. Oh, this is the big wave. Yeah, he's eating the oranges, so it's very cost inefficient to have him. He currently is useless. Because not only is he not blocking much, I could have had... So the problem here is that this guy eats up my oranges. He is less cost effective in this map, because I could have just placed a ranger that doesn't need healing. And he's not even blocking the enemies very well. No one would place the defender in this case, yes. That is correct. The range hero is OP. No, the range hero is fine. The defender is just not strong enough. No, the concept does work. I just need to design it better. What are you talking about? It does work. It's about designing it in a way where it makes sense. Maybe the defender needs to be a tank. Usually, the reason why you want to use a defender damage times 4. No. Why not like Plants vs Zombies and the defender blocks the entire wave? But if the defender slows, that would be an ability or stuns. Yeah, the defender can push them back. The defender can stun them, of course. Give him Warmox and Thornmail. Well, the defender does have that here. But the defender is also low level. First, I probably gonna give the defender more life. Not twice as much, because I think that's too much. Okay, fine. We will now do exactly what Sid Meier says. Double it or cut it in half. I think that's too much. But let's see. Right? More life equals more healing needed. Yeah, but he lasts longer as well. So I don't need to heal him. And the defender heals when each round ends. Let's see here. Okay, so far so good. Oh wow, he has way too much HP now, for sure. I mean, let's see. Now he is fully upgraded. We even get some attack speed on him. I need to make sure that I beat the wave though that's coming. Hopefully I can. Okay, so the defender's doing decent. Never mind. I mean, the defender is blocking reasonably well. But now he's dead. I mean, it was close. More life equals more healing needed. Lost to 10 reds. I mean, this is called balance. The 3 archers did a better job. Yeah, the 3 archers did a better job. That is correct. But we'll see. I'm gonna keep using the defender. I wanna actually try something. In RPG games, there's a healer. Yeah. We will also have a healer for this, for sure. Which we unlock in this map. Let's try using the healer. So let's say we put the healer in a good position where she can heal. Then we put the ranger here. And we put the defender here. Maybe I make the defender a bit cheaper. We'll have to see. Maybe the defender should be 140. Now I would need to get the heal on the healer, right? I don't have it yet. Okay, wait. So these two are working together. Let's get chain. This. Aha, chain count. Yeah, I think that's good. So now we get that. And you're getting this. And then in the skill tree, projectile speed. Cooldown time. Let's get projectile speed. No sound, but since the game is badly balanced, you should email the dev regarding this issue. Hi, by the way. Hello there, Mr. Fixable. How do you watch without sound? And Bobinski, thank you very much for subscribing, man. I really appreciate the support, bro. Alright, guys, so let's see. Let's give him more deeps. Looking good so far. Alright, this is the big round. There's no more upgrades on this. No more upgrades on this. He can get some more upgrades. I think I'll wait to place another unit, actually. I will wait to place a ranger. Okay. There's no need to do it, but I can do it. Hey, would you look at this? There's no need to do it, but I can. And that's the whole point. Why aren't the bats animated? Because these are placeholder graphics for me to test the gameplay. It's about something I learned over the years of making games. It is more important to get out a playable slice, aka a... What is it called, guys? It's not called a playable slice. There's an English word for this. Not a teaser. Vertical slice, yeah, but there's also a different name. MVP. It is called... Not an alpha. A prototype. I meant a prototype. It is more important to get out a prototype of your game, let people let people test it for you, give you feedback on the prototype to see where your design decisions lack or where your game is doing well, so that you can improve upon the design early and often, rather than making the art look good or the game polish it a lot, because you could be spending a lot of time polishing something and then you don't even need it. So that's why the bats are not animated, because the bats serve the purpose of a flying unit in the game, and if I need a stronger or faster flying unit in the game, I make the bat red or green or blue, and then it is a more difficult red to beat. Maybe give it an outline, something like that. It's not about being lazy, because you're still working, but you're working on the correct things. You're not working on something useless, you're working towards a goal, which is the game itself. And then when you have that locked in, you spend your time and you make the art better. You animate, you polish things, you add juiciness to everything. But only when you know that you have something that is enjoyable. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. And wasting your time is not a good thing. At some point. Like in the beginning, that's normal. Everyone will do it. But over a long period of time, you need to learn to identify, are you wasting your time or not? And that's why, yeah, that's also why the goblins are sliding on the map. Okay, guys, so we have locked in round 4. It is quite difficult. I'm aware of that. And I am, let's say, the master of this game, so I know how to beat this game. I still leaked some units. Maybe this one needs to be nerfed, but I would love for you guys to test it yourself and give me some feedback. I know that the feedback will be that the game's too difficult again. I'm just a person that likes difficult games. I just can't change that. I will, dial back the difficulty. But after... Now, what do we spawn on round 5? We have just spawned a bunch of flying units and a couple of rats on the ground. Maybe we just spawn a lot of rats. We make sure we spawn a lot of rats, Kingdom Rush style. In a way. We don't spawn the brute yet. That will be later. Enemy rat. Fast. We start introducing fast rats. Do you have bosses yet? I have one boss, but he needs to be redesigned a little bit. And currently the boss does not use his abilities, which means it's just an auto-attacking boss that has a lot of HP and walks slowly. I have to spend a little bit more time designing that or writing the code for that. I used to have it, but I deleted it in favor of this. I just need to add in the other stuff. After round 5, simple mobs might get repetitive mini-boss time. No. Round 5, rounds... You can have longer rounds, that's fine. But let's just see here. Let's do a path offset. Maybe it's just gonna be a float. Time start 0. Frequency 8. Oh, the frequency is bad. It's gotta be 1. This is too much, by the way. Okay, this one's gonna be crazy. It's another crazy round. I mean, do they even get past this? I know this was gonna happen, it's fine. By the way. I don't have the enemy animation here yet. This needs to be silver red. And then I think it's called red dark. Oh, it's called just red fast, okay. Instead of silver, we do fast. And then that is the dark red. Or is it fast red? Ah, okay. It's the fast red. Is it? Yeah. So Cakez, you balance the round on the best hero position and over-leveled and over-geared heroes. Oh, you're right, Ebeth. You're correct. Yeah. That I just did that, yeah. So I need to go back, reset the game and see how it plays when I don't have over-leveled heroes. You're correct. Yeah. I will do that. But let's see how that feels now. There's a bunch of fast reds coming in. Oh, also, I don't have an attack animation here. Let's get this. Fast attack, this one. Let's go, guys! Come on! Ah, shit. One more time. Didn't update fast enough. Wait, that's it? And then I get the API call. Flash might have the simplest coding ever, but go to and play frame. I see the C++ code and I'm confused. Go to? Where? This is confusing to you? This is confusing? Really? Cakez, multiple, an idea, multiple save positions. You could add a save before level 2, etc. So you can test the level without resetting the entire save game. Go to and play as Flash. I found your stream. Is that C# or are you using C++? I'm not familiar with all of the engines out there. This is C++ and this is not an engine, no. But welcome there, sir. Hello there, sir. I'm currently working on balancing my game. Which... let me see here. It is confusing, but I will need to learn C++. Thanks. Sure. Did you quit Godot? Can you explain why? I quit Godot a long time ago because I wasn't happy with the UI. Caused a lot of issues. So there is nothing. We need to make dark reds stronger. 220 life. Do I need to give them like 300 life? How much is that? 8 hits to 6. And then 60 damage is 5 hits. Okay. This guy gets to 60 damage fast. Let's do 300 damage. Health. And also the red, this one is missing something. Let me see. We have base health of 300. And physical damage, that can only be 10 at most. Attack speed should be 1.2. They are much faster. Attack radius 8 is good. Then this, oh, movement speed 60. Yeah, 60. Acceleration 120. They should be much faster. Gold generation. Not sure what that is. No armor and magic resistance. No armor, they're just really fast. Base stats, and then we can get rid of these base stats. The acceleration was 140 actually. Like this. I couldn't export my games anymore and I don't know why. I'm a beginner in C# and I'm having absolute struggle with player preferences. Saving and loading coming from Godot. Ooh. So that's the saving and loading routine in Godot. Hope you're doing well. As a beginner, I've spent 3 years learning C++ and building a raycast game, but often feel stuck and I don't understand anything. Any advice for me? Well, do you have your game out somewhere? So that we can take a look at the game? What is a raycast game? And what do you get stuck on a lot? Is it basic C++ features? Or what's happening? If you have issues using C++ features, what I can advise you is, if you're open to it, maybe try to reduce the amount of C++ features that you use to a minimum, and then use more basic features to understand them better. So for example, instead of using a smart pointer, maybe you don't understand how it actually works, and it's really difficult to wrap your head around it. Use just a normal pointer, or maybe only a reference, and see if you can fix all of the issues that you want to fix, or you find the solution to your problems with that as well. And so you're limiting yourself to less of a information overload, if that makes sense. Because C++ is very deep. There's a lot of stuff going on. You have std move, which is really difficult to understand if you don't know what it does. You have vectors, you have strings, you need to learn how these work. Then you have arrays, what's the difference between an array and a vector. Then you have all of the smart pointers. And then obviously the templates, which some people write some crazy code with templates that is really hard to read. Like, these are not even human signals anymore, in my opinion. Sporbex, thank you very much for following. Hey Rafi, how you doing, man? I'm using my own framework. I'm using my own engine. Yeah. Not even like something like STL. I don't use that either. Oh, they're fast. But I can block. Okay, that was easy. And then it does the stupid H call, which I don't have. Okay. I'm not telling him, no, I'm not telling him to, you want to make a game? Or you want to learn C++? Seems like he wants to make a game. So why do you need to learn all of the C++ features when making a game? That's dumb. Sorry, but that's stupid. You're not gonna make a better game by knowing the difference between a weak and a shared pointer. Sorry, but you don't. That has absolutely this knowledge when it comes to designing a game. I am using SDL too. I'm using SDL for now, mostly because I can get it to work with web. Yeah, that's good. What is a raycast game, guys? What is that? There's a second person talking about this. What is a raycast game? Raycast game. Oh, one of these. That sounds difficult, man. Holy what? A raycasting game. Damn. That seems very advanced. That's crazy. Guys, is that difficult to do? I've never done this before. It's easy but slow. Yeah. Oh, Draconiran. Thank you very much for following, man. Can I show you screenshots of my game too? Cakes. You can link me your game, bro. And maybe if you have it on Steam, a key as well, so I can play it in the future. But if it has nothing related to the question, then... yeah, I would like to focus on this. So, now we are blocking, and I'm still leaking. Okay, so I feel like what I need, and this API call is really bothering me. But we have no other solution, do we? I've done that countless times because I followed the journal since 2011. It's not that hard, but it's very math heavy, Cakes. Oh, I see. Yeah, math. That's not my thing, man. Math heavy. Absolutely not. It's just a 2D grid and some math. Okay, yeah, I hate that. If debug. Yeah, it's in debug, I know. This is gonna break the game, yeah. Let's see. I actually want to know what the Steam stats look like. Okay, so we have not a number for Campsite Road, and I actually can't see this. Great. Oh, wow. So these are the actual final values of my last playtest. We have the first map has a completion rate of 81%. The second map ended up having a completion rate of 44% because it was really difficult to beat. And then the last one only had a completion rate of 20%, 27%. These are Steam stats, by the way. I had about 225 people play my game over the course of 3 days on the weekend, which is great. So 225 playtesters. And if you want to know how many of those playtesters left a review in Google Forms, great. So that's the wrong. That is stop. This is the wrong email. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that, bro. Just give me to Google Forms, man. Get me to Google Forms, please. I need a hotkey for that. What is this called again? Not a hotkey. Not a link. It's not a hyperlink. So out of 225 people playing the game, 31 gave me a response in Google Form spreadsheets, and they spent the time writing down what they like and they don't like. No, it is 225 unique people, Abev. You misunderstand how this works. When you play the game and start this round, you are counting, you are one person. If you start the round again, your number does not go from 1 to 2, it stays 1. Even if you do +1, it stays 1. Because you are unique. Okay? So, how would you know? Because I read the dumb documentation! Oh my god! How would you know? Did you code it yourself, bro? I read the documentation! Abev might have 20 Steam. Oh god. Okay, rage bait. Anyways, so 225 people played the game. Unique people. -2. I, as the developer, can reset my stats using a function call from the Steam API. So I did that once. I played the game myself too. And then I reset my stats and played it again. That is 2 numbers that Steam stores. If I reset it again, that's 3 numbers. But so about 220 people, let's say that, okay? And out of those 220 people, 31 found themselves clicking the quit button and then seeing this, thanks for playing, and they clicked the feedback button right here. Or when they started the game, they saw the flag right here. Feedback. And then when they clicked on this, it showed them the feedback form right here with questions. And I want to see if what email it shows. It doesn't show email, okay. We have questions about the game. And then they fill that out. And so if you are making a game on Steam, one of the best ways to get feedback for your game is Google Forms. And then you can look at what the people write about your game, and they can use that feedback to make your game better. The better the form that you're using, the better you can make your game better, or the easier it is for you to make the game better. So for example, playtime is usually a very important metric you want to get and stuff like that. But again, I am starting out with using this, so I might have to tweak my form a little bit. But yeah, for those of you who don't really have, let's say, many friends, or your friends are not into making games, or they don't really care about playing games, and you're mostly alone making your game and you don't know how to gather feedback, that is one good way to get feedback. Actual feedback for your game. Actual feedback. Before you release a demo page on Steam, or an actual Steam page even, you can upload your game to itch and get feedback through a browser source. Right? You make the game run in the browser, and then in the game you have the feedback button. Now people that play your game on itch are more likely to give you feedback because they see the feedback button. They don't have to go back to the itch.io website and write a comment down below of their thoughts. It's more of a, oh, I can actually give him feedback here. Let me do that. So it's really good. That is one of the best ways to make your game better. Is the demo offline? Yeah, the demo is offline right now. I'm working on basically making a new one. So let's cancel this here, guys. I want to test something really quickly. Look at the numbers with me, okay? This... Wait, that's the wrong number. Sorry about that. Let's go to the actual here. This number right here. This hash. Let's write that down. 174... Sorry, no. 4, 2, 7, 6, 8, 6, 6, 3. Sorry, 3. Alright, so now let's load a different level. The crossroads, that's the next one. That is a different number. Okay, that is important because I need to make sure that these stay correct. What I'm gonna do now is reset the game completely, start a new safe game, play the game from the beginning, see how well it's balanced, and if it is too difficult, I'm gonna nerf it a little bit. And then after that, the last thing that we need to do is program in a small little mini boss for level 2 that you guys can fight against, and then we'll see, right? I'm gonna place 2. Oh yeah, and the defender is too strong as well. Defender. He should have, let's say, 400 life. And maybe the defender does a little bit more damage. 50. Let's try 50 damage. We'll see. Do we have any key values happening on 50? Oh yeah, we can 6-shot the rat, which is nice. We can 4-shot, which doesn't change damage on the rats. Then the silver rat is 16 hits flat. Goblin takes 50. No, wait, sorry. It takes 18 hits on the goblin. That's a lot. And on the bat, yeah, the bat, you can't even attack the bat. Okay, let's see. I enjoyed it, but I remember I had one little nitpick. Graphics glitch. IRC on my device changing the bloom resulted in a few small rendering artifacts. We'll try to replicate screenshot and report when the demo is back online. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, I feel like the rats deal too little damage, or do they? I think that's fine. Okay, wait, that's literally only 2 enemies? That's nothing, bro. What? There should be more enemies on round 2. It's probably spawning these 2 guys. Oh, hello, Janet. Thank you very much for raiding. How's your stream been? Good morning, you guys. We're currently working on making a demo version for Steam. Again, like the 3rd demo version this year, actually. Trying to make a good game. And we're trying to balance enemies taking... Oh no, my heroes blocking the enemy path on the road and taking damage. We're trying to balance that to make it fun. Wait, that's everything I do here? Only 2 enemies? No, we're gonna spawn 3, guys. Fine, I'm only gonna spawn 2. I guess. Iron skin? Let's try that. Look, he does 14 damage to himself. He's hitting himself. What a newbie. Look at that. Oi. 32% damage reduction. Boom. Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay, what do we have here? I wonder, can this guy survive if I full heal him? Uh-oh. No! Kill him! Shit. I was close, though. That was close. That was fun. Yep. Welcome, good stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rats should be like a swarm. Maybe even more rats. Yeah, but not on the first level. I agree with you, but maybe not on the first level. The level is more about blocking the goblins. But, I think round 2. What did I just do, guys? Oh my god, what did I do? Okay, sorry. Round 2. There's only 2 goblins. What if I do 3 goblins? You forgot to shout. Oh, I did. I'm so sorry. Where's my mods, man? Shout out Janet AK. Oh shit. Oops. Forgot slash. Of course. Yeah, that's keeps happening. I hate that so much. I hate that. The channel does not exist. Wait. Double R? Okay, we got it. Fine. Nah, I'm gonna leave level 1 the way it is, guys. It just teaches the gameplay mechanics. Now we get an item. Why is that orange so black? He died. Hello, Nathan Coates. How you doing, man? Women? Man? Girl? This one is good. I have to do it, yeah. I fell asleep and it autoplays to you and your live streams. I hope you like the ad money, Limao. Nice. Awesome. I get money and you sleeping. Awesome. Thank you very much, bro. Ads. Be right back. What just happened? Did I restart? Did I click the restart button, guys? Sorry. What is happening? Let's see here. Steam, third party. Delete those 2 again. I didn't know you could get game telemetry from Steam. Besides Steam and the form, do you collect any data? No. Only Steam and the form. And then I ask people on stream, of course, when they come in here, what is the feedback? What do you think, right? And so then I write that feedback down in Discord, or the people write it down for me on Discord, which is also great. Just the bank passwords, yeah, sure. Of course. Okay, we get the iron skin. That was really cool. Like, I'm being called again. Like, why can I not have like an hour? Thank you very much for... My wife's at the door. Of course.
Morgen, was machen wir mit der Wende? Wir gehen wieder zurück.
Wir finden schon eine Lösung. Goodness. Okay, I'm back. Muted. What a day today, man. Oh, that's a disaster. Good morning, you guys. I'm back. Let's just, guys, I'm just not gonna talk. We're just gonna keep going here. Okay? Round 2. I have no upgrade option. Wait. Piercing shot. Upgrade. Maybe that helps? Nah, that did not help. Okay. Good. Let's get this one right here. Home. Right click. Okay, I can reset if I want to. Wife stealing my money. Awesome. Great. That's what I love. Let's see what happens. What if I start the game now? It starts me here. Okay, that's good. That's what I want. Tschüss. Good. Let's place one here. One here. And I'm going to place a defender here. I hope I can find a wife one day that won't mind that I'm a game dev. Why does your wife... Oh wait, maybe you don't have a wife. Why would your wife mind if you're a game development? I don't understand. What is the issue? Why would that be a problem, even? Like, as long as you're earning money doing it, and you can feed the family, does it even matter what you do? I don't understand. My wife is skeptical about games. Well, if you're not earning money, then I can see why, of course, right? So let's say you are like me and you are developing a game for 4 years, almost 3.5 years, by the way, and you didn't earn any money yet. I would be skeptical too, right? From the outside, if you have no idea what's going on. That is a reasonable feeling to have. Especially when there's absolutely no money coming in. Oh, I like that. Oh, I'm gonna get that. Oh, yeah. Gamedev dauert halt lang, da wird keine Zeit für die Frau sein. Yeah, that's true as well. If you're developing a game, there's not much time to spend with your wife, but you can make it work. You can do game development before your job, and then you go to your job, and then maybe you spend a couple of hours in the evening together, and then before you go to sleep, maybe you get another hour or half an hour. It's definitely possible. Okay, we need the defense on this guy. Hey! No! I almost didn't leak this. Almost. Oh, but I'm still doing good. We got the tree. Okay, fine. We have the healer too. Fine. I'm actually gonna use the tree. Why not? Let's use it as part of the game. The tree should not unlock that early, by the way. What do I want to get? I want to get the attack speed here. I feel like cooldown time isn't 6 seconds still. But just getting this is kinda a waste of time. A waste of skill points. Projectile speed makes them fly 10% further, which is not that great. So cooldown is better. Well, fine, we'll do that. Cakez, what's your strategy for a happy marriage as a game developer? I don't know, man. Like, everyone has their problems, so I wouldn't say... I think what helps, though, is being open about what you're doing and trying to explain as much as you can. Oh, damn. It's looking good! I got this red, too! Ha! So even if you're, let's say your wife does not understand what you're doing, you can involve her more by explaining what you're doing. Okay, so guys, I just won. Well, I did not win yet. Uh-oh. Oh, wow.
Thank you, Flatuans, for 500 bits.
Yo!
Cheer 500, wowee. This stream is 10x better in HD. I can see the cute face and manly chin structure in such amazing 1080 progressive scan power.
Okay.
Happy
Come
weekend.
on! Beat him! Wait! Oh, I lost! Guys, we won this map. Barely, but we won. Thank you very much, SpaceFit, for 500 bits. Holy, come on, guys. Big W's in chat for SpaceFit. That's actually SpaceFit changed the name, though. Okay, to something. I forgot actually what the name was. Something Luigi. Yeah. Can't be. No, I'm winning. I'm not losing. Okay, I just didn't win perfectly yet. My ex-girlfriend said it's just a waste of time. Well, the first 5 years it might be a waste of time because you're not getting much out of game development usually. Unless you get incredibly lucky. But with everything in life, you just have to spend a lot of time to learn. So the more you do it, the better you get. Okay, round 5. What do we do for round 5, guys? The fast rats will be no problem, I think. Oh. Damn it. They actually are a problem, though. I won. And now we get a tier 2 weapon. Ooh, pierce count, attack speed, damage. That one's crazy. Twitch is losing money with higher bandwidths, I suppose. What? Why do people think you can make the next Halo in 3 months? People's expectations over reality. If you build a buggy platformer that took 3 weeks, be proud because it is more than most people can ever make. Yeah, like it is difficult to, let's say, limit your expectations. But you have to. I have a good career in enterprise app dev and all I want to do is game dev, but my wife would cry a lot if I switch to game dev. Why don't you do it next to your job then? Start earning money with game development before you quit your job. Save up money, and after you know that you're gonna earn money with game development, maybe because you have already started earning money. Like, I feel like there's always a way to do it. So, I don't know. That seems... I don't want to say simple, because it's not. But there's definitely a way. Unless you are born in a third world country, we have such privileges that we can almost do anything we want. It's just difficult. Managing will be difficult. You might make slow progress. It will look bad. Obviously. But we are so lucky that we can do everything we want. There's nothing saying no to us. Because we have money. We have the freedom to do it. There's no law that's stopping us. There's no huge barrier to overcome. Not in that sense. So yeah. I don't know. You can make it work. It's just difficult. I'm developing a shitty TD for 10 years after work. Everyone could do it. But Trippy, isn't that a bit long, bro? 10 years? Don't you ever want to ship your game? Or have you already done it? What's going on there? I gotta ask that question because that's a long time, man. How's that going for you? Guys, I'm already shipping my game. Don't look at me, okay? Stop with the awkward monkey stuff, okay, Mr. Diamond? Don't appreciate that. Collector getting banned soon? I only said the truth. I was unfairly banned. I only said the truth. Ah, whatever, Ben. You were blabbering. It was annoying, okay? I don't like annoying people. Did you create the arrow effect on the road, Cakez? How? It's just individual sprites that rotate along the path and that fade out after a certain amount of time. And if it's a different type, they fade in. The color fades in the alpha. So these start with 1 alpha, they start with 0 and they fade in. These fade out. And every single arrow you see is just one sprite rotated in the direction of the path. And I space them out evenly by spawning 5 arrows or 5 of those at the same time. So let's say I spawn the arrows at 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds, on 2 seconds interval, I spawn 5 arrows along a line in the same distance so that they look like it's one thing. What do you think of Randy's game, Cakez? Which game? The crafting game? Or the whatever that demon thing is called? I forgot the name. I published my demo today a bit early. The problem is that Steam put a dead link to the demo on the store page with a no coming soon date, and people ask me over and over again how to get it. A total mess. Damn, that sucks, Viking Fabian. Oh man, that sucks really. Can't you private the demo again, Fabian? Or is it too late? The one he's working on right now, I haven't looked at it too much. So I can't really tell you. Looks interesting. That's all I can tell. I don't know anything about the game mechanics, man. Terra Factor. I guess it looks interesting, and building games, survival games, do really well in the indie space. But it's a lot of work too. Survival games in general. So crafting, casual crafting games might be easier to do. I wish him good luck for sure. I think he has a demo. Yeah, I have so many demos I have to try out. I'm a civil engineer, that's why everything takes longer. Most of summer I'm doing nothing. I see, so basically you're not working on it every day, but you're working on it, let's say 3 months a year. Sometimes on there. Wait, you're making a game for 10 years as well? What? Where? Where are you? I do my game dev on my train commute time mostly. Thinking to get another job in the city so I could travel longer. I mean, if that works for you. Why is it not possible for you to wake up at 4 AM in the morning and then do 2 hours of game development at home? while everyone is asleep, and you go to sleep at 10. If 4 a.m. is too early for you, maybe 5 a.m. and you get an hour of uninterrupted working. I have a totally out of context question. In your Vulkan versions with dynamic rendering noticeably better than older Vulkan, do they actually make Vulkan usable? I don't know if Vulkan is better in newer versions. I only tried out 1.1, and when I was using Vulkan, 1.3 was already out, but I just did not update. At that point, I was already more interested in making games rather than learning Vulkan, because I realized that it's not going to help me make a game. So you might have to ask the Vulkan Discord. I was trying to make a game for 10 years as well. Where's that? Ah, starting and dropping a lot of different projects. Now I'm finishing an idle just to have a game on Steam and to show the world that I'm making something. Maybe you should do something like this. I feel like if you want to make a game, 10 years... I don't want to be mean or anything, but 10 years is just way too long. If you actually want to make a game, try to set yourself boundaries to release from the get-go, from the beginning. Make a small game. Yeah, collector of stuff is gone again. See you later. Don't care what you even typed. I saw the blabbering. It's annoying. Shut up. Okay, let me have a conversation with people. Okay, bro? It's toxic. Cakez, how do you render text with different colors? Don't ask. My text rendering is atrociously bad. Let me see. I feel like if you really want to make a game, make a small game, and even your first game, put it up on Steam. And make it reasonably short and small, so that you get good at finishing games. Even if it's a game jam game, and you have the money left over, if you don't, put it on itch. But always, always treat it as a game, like you would want to release and sell it. So, let's say you make a game jam game. Putting a feedback button in the game doesn't hurt you. Making a small little feedback form on Google Forms, linking it to the feedback button, takes like, let's say, 20 minutes to do. Get into the habit of getting feedback for your game from the very beginning. Put out the game to people, let them play, let them give you feedback. That will make you better. And if you keep your game small enough, you will make... I just called again. I literally got called like 10 times today on stream. In 5 hours of streaming, I went to the hospital. I got called 1 million times. I had to interrupt my stream 1 billion times. And now I'm getting called again. It's insane. It's crazy. What's going on? Maybe she's asking me what I want to eat. That's fine though. Because I want to eat something soon. I'm hungry, man. Let's see. Hello, I am back. This was the 10th call in a row. Let's go. Hell yeah, bro. My wife literally just asked if I could help her carry the bags because she's spending all my money and it's so heavy that she needs someone to carry the bags. Funny! Henny, thank you very much for following. I appreciate it, bro. The universe is trying to get your attention. It doesn't stop, man. It doesn't stop. Guys, we have beaten 4 rounds of this map. Do I make a boss spawn in this round right now? Or do I need to design a bit more? I feel like the game is lacking in some actual game design. Some actual different mechanics. I feel like it's lacking there. Let's make the boss spawn in round. We're on round 5, right? Sorry, guys. I apologize. That is disgusting. Fast rats. Enemy goblin brute. Eh? Brute. Hä? Okay, we're gonna spawn 1. But we're gonna make him spawn later. At like 100 seconds into this. So I want this to be a... So this one is gonna spawn 100 seconds in. These will spawn for 10 seconds. Maybe that's too much. Let's begin by testing. We have just lost a bunch of units, which will make it difficult to replenish them. Maybe I can get another defender out in time. We do leak a little bit, but he is helping. Is he? Man, did I lose a lot. Okay, so there was another rush that I lost to. But, I mean, it worked in a way. Could we do anything else? Do we have any other... I don't think we did. If we had 2 trees, it wouldn't matter much anyways. You know what, guys? I feel like the tree should fit here. Oh, it does. Better play games than getting married? I mean, to each their own, huh?
Sengo 5x7. My man, thank you for $20. Hey, I sent you a small prototype game on Discord, made in Unity. Maybe you can take a look when you have time. I added a shop system, a raid system, and some features I could imagine working well in your game. I only made it for you. Walk, was D, interaction with thee.
What? Thank you so much. You have usually just been shit-talking me the entire time, but what a nice person. That's $20 too? You made a game and $20? That's crazy, bro. Come on, you big W's in chat. The bog champs. Holy. Never? You never shit-talked. That's why you got timed out 12 times? This one was actually good stuff, yeah. Why is Rico okay? I mean, you did actually type some really good stuff today, yeah? Don't look. Ah, don't look. I see. Don't not look. Oh no, he's got to back to the hospital and pick him up. How are you, chat? He thinks he knows, he thinks he knows, he thinks he knows. Spamming? Good. Oh yeah, good spamming. Timed out. Oh yeah, thank you very much for the spam. Oh, Red Chat, thank you so much for spamming, bro. Yeah, very good stuff. Work on your game, no balls, you did. Bro is rage baiting. Another 20 minutes of yapping. Oh yeah, I appreciate. What a nice no, you are a nice person. Thank you. I will take a look at that for sure. Oh man, but I'm balancing the game right now. Should we do this now? VIP him? Well, that would be pay to win, guys. Hey, Cakez. I watched the part about shader compilation. DirectX 12 and Vulkan sadly requires it because they use bytecode approach, so they can target all platforms. But they both provide caching mechanisms. With Unreal Engine, for example, employ. Godot doesn't employ it. That's the problem. Aha, a caching. So Godot doesn't use a caching mechanism, that's why. That's my timeout count? No, it's not. I think the reward for heroes leveling up is too small, Cakez. The difference in playtest with overleveled heroes is mostly the same in the current one. Like the hero level doesn't make any difference. No, that is not true. The hero level does make a difference. It is just not... It is a little bit more minuscule, I agree with you, than what it could be. Maybe it should be buffed a little bit in some cases. Good old shaders need to be loaded once, yeah. So, 20 reds. Spawning really fast. Or maybe we make it ramp. Instead of spawning 20 rats like this, right? We start out with normal rats. 10 seconds and then 16 seconds in. We start out with 5 fast rats. And then after that... Or maybe we do it like that as well. We switch it up a little bit. Or maybe we actually spawn all of them from there. And then after that, we do bats as well. That will be to 30. And they spawn on 2. Cakez, why is fast on the type for speed increase? Why not dot speed on the enemy red? I don't understand. Good thing burger flippers like you are safe. Wait. No reason to learn coding anymore? Of course there's a reason to learn coding. You mean because of AI? Uh-oh. Okay, so we are getting some money here. And then there's a lot of rats spawning from here. Oof. Man. That's an onslaught. Oh wow, look, oh my god. That is a huge one. Hey, but it works. Feels good. I guess. Yeah, the rangers sometimes miss the bats, which sucks. Man, that was fast. And I guess now we do goblins. And so that's also when we spawn the big boss on 50 seconds. This one's gonna be a bit more spaced out though. 41.5. They spawn on 1. They spawn on 0. Goblin. I learned to code because I like to do it. Fuck AI, that shit's pure trash. Well, right now it is. Hocus pocus, but in the future what I think will happen is that people will utilize AI a lot. And let's see, 20. Okay, so this is probably what I will do for the level, guys. Let's see. 81 units for the last round. Man, that feels good, actually. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh wait, they spawned too early. Way too early. For some people, by the way, for some people, happiness in life means money. Up to a certain point, you know. So for some people, if they measure happiness in life with money, then they probably don't have that much money. And some other people just don't understand the value of money, and they have too much anyways, right? And so they want more and more, but it doesn't make you more happy. Which I don't understand at all, but yeah. All right, so let's see here. Oh no! He's actually attacking my dude. Stop. Attack the closest one, you dummy. Oh god. Okay, my wife's calling. This is what the map looks like. Maybe that's a bit too much. This one's funny, by the way. I don't know why that happens. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Wie viel? Guys, I need to quickly help my wife bring the bags of food to the house, whatever that's called, where I am. And so I'll be right backing for a short second. I'll very slowly have this round play. Okay? Very slow. Lee, be right back. I'll be back in a second, okay? Remember some games do the long shaders compilation Unreal? Yeah, that's what they do. It can predict which materials will be used and... Yeah, so that's what Godot doesn't have. The prediction of what shaders are used. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about this, my brothers. What a day today, isn't it? What a massive this day today. Okay. Oof. Now, I need to nerf the spawning of the goblins a little bit. Let's turn it to frequency of 4. Well, let's see what happens. Let's place another tree here somewhere. I'm surprised that this guy is still alive too. It's crazy. Yeah, that's a bit better. For sure. Oh wow, they start attacking me as well. I gotta be careful, they get very close. Okay, maybe he needs to heal a bit. Oh, wow, no. I don't want him to die yet. Oh no, and he's attacked too. Damn it. It is close. Damn. Okay. But I feel like it's possible to beat this map. Way too big of a difficulty spike, it's just level 2. Yeah, I know it's just level 2. I think I need to make more levels. I did not want to make more levels because I want to play test this. I want to know if people like this slice. But maybe I just don't spawn the boss here. I just don't spawn the boss at all. If anything, I just spawn ranged units here. And that's it. I'm introducing the player. They have seen goblins, they have seen bats. The last wave introduces every single one, and then at the end, it introduces archers. 2 archers there. Spawning like this, and then that's 20 goblins. That's a bit too much. Let's spawn 8. How the supposed to... Yeah. 3 Tangis don't beat the boss. But if you have this at your side, right? A tree at your side, now you place down 1, 2 ranged units and you make a decision. Okay, do I upgrade with a weapon or do I spawn another tree? Let's say I'm gonna spawn another tree. And maybe not close to the road. Maybe here. Now... I should be able to beat these rats and then start farming money as well. Oh wow. Why is this guy not attacking the first unit? Why is he not attacking that? That makes no sense. Why is he not targeting first? Wait. That bothers me. Code is cooked? Yeah, I think it is. My wife's here. Wait. Danke. Noch nicht später, aber vielen Dank. I have my money back. Awesome. There's nothing left on it anymore though. So wait, first works. Last works too. So the code does work. I'm just doing it wrong in this case scenario. Flyer. Distance from start, distance to end. Closest to weakest, first. First. This is the check for distance to end. And then when we are targeting a flying unit, flyers take priority. Robbed or just poor? My wife robbed me. Both are flyers. Take the one that's closer to the end of the path. Flyers take priority. Either both are flyers or both are not flyers. So basically both are flyers or both are not flyers. Take the one closer. So basically we do this. The best target is not a flyer and the target is not a flyer. And then this is an OR check braced together. One of these needs to be true. That's a crazy if check, guys. And, oh wait, oops. And then of course the and here. So basically this means this is closest to end, which is first. And then this is either both are flyers or both are not flyers. Damn. Look at this sub flexing his emote. Yeah, look at this Mr. Super Cool guy. Ah, he's flexing his sub. And Volke, Squadler, and Hanny, thank you guys for following. Cakes equals goat? True! Truer words have never been said before. Thank you. Okay, now let's balance. Guys, I want your honest opinion. What do you think about, you know, this process right now of balancing the game? And what do you think when you see the game? What do you think so far? If you were to give me actual feedback from what you're seeing here, are we making good steps in the right direction? What do you think? Just by looking. And just real answers only, please. Okay? Please, like real, actual answers. Yeah? Okay, so now they target the first. It actually works. Good, because then I don't leak. Yeah, if I target the correct unit, I don't leak. Can you attack the goblins? These? Yes, I can, super cool. If you mean these, yes. Small steps in a random direction. Yeah, some just got here. Ask again, please. I just got here. Had to pee. I'm asking if you guys, like from the outside looking in, do you think we're making steps in the right direction? When I came back, I thought you lost your mind, but I feel like you're making decent progress now. The visual style is definitely more cohesive now, but the wider paths look better. Oh, thank you, Exodus. I appreciate that, man. Let's give him health regeneration. And this is the Archer wave. So I'll probably just go for this. I can still attack the goblin, super cool. Is that important for you? It's like you try to das Rad neu erfinden. Nothing changed like before. You now have more wider roads. I've been lurking from the sides watching you for the past 3 or 4 months. I think the game has improved significantly. The skill tree pop-up should be centered on the screen. There's no way I'm losing the red, am I? There's... Fine, I lost the red, which sucks. Difference is that Tangis now block the enemies, or do they not do that anymore? Yeah, they block the enemies. They can. Yes. And enemies now auto-attack. Every single enemy in the game attacks you. They get close to you, they attack you. It does not one-shot you anymore, no. I remove that. Do bats it? No, bats don't attack yet. The first bat does not attack, but the next bats will attack. There will be some attacks coming from bats in the future, but not all of them will attack you. So you lied? Keiner? Ja, I guess. Was ich bei den Dingen nicht ganz verstanden habe, wenn die Items droppe, sind die ja irgendwie in dem Shop, wo ich sie nochmal kaufen kann. You can buy the items in the shop again, but only because there was a bug. That's fixed. I like it that you like it that you can put them on the roads. Okay, good to know. I think in your spare time you should check out Teamfight Tactics by Riot Games. It can give you a lot of ideas for your game. I already did. I played it a lot. 3 to 4 months ago your game was garbage, to be frank. Today when you tested the healer plus melee plus ranger in this level with the high health. I had the urge to play the game for the first time. Nice, nice. Good to know. Okay, so that was round 2. Looking good so far. Open skill tree. What do we have? Cooldown. I mean, I'm only level 4 on these guys, so I have replayed, let's say, 1 time, yes. That is correct. Why do you restrict which units can be on and off the road? Why not solve this by balancing? I'm not restricting it. I'm placing the rangers on my own will on the side of the road because the enemies would attack my rangers. And I don't want that. If they attack my rangers, they die. This guy can tank a little bit, which is fine, and he's regenerating life as well. Damn, that's difficult. This round's really hard. Kinda cheating a little bit, but it works, eh? Works. Oh my god! Okay, I do lose against these. 6 is a little much. Which round is that for? How can your rangers die then? I will show you. I feel like you're missing range units right now. Archers are way too safe. Ranged enemies? Yes, they will spawn in round 5. They will come now. I agree with you, yes. Archers are too safe. And so now I'm teaching the player what it means to only rely on archers. Did you make a custom engine for your game? Yes, I did. Lee Boomslang. Yeah, I did. And I'm proud of it, for sure. Very proud of it. Oh wow, I blocked these all. It just worked. Cool. And now they regenerate. Nice. Okay, so I can't get more on these guys. Yeah, but I feel like that's good enough. Yeah, looking nice. Wait, I thought I... Didn't I spawn like archers? Oh yeah, they spawn soon. I'm gonna... Oh. Wait. Enemy animations. The goblin also has an archer friend. I can't help it. I hate those tangerines. They are ugly. Every time I look at them, I think how much I hate those ugly faces. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. But how ugly they are. God. But how ugly they are. The gameplay is... Whatever the gameplay is, I just can't stand those tangerines. And I'll have to stare at them the whole game. Hello guys, I'm back from my ban. Hello, welcome back, Mr. Collector of Stuff. Hope you're doing good. Why did you do a new engine? For a learning purpose? Yes. Ultimately, looking back, if I wanted to make a game fast, I should not have gone that route. However, I am proud that I went this route because now I have a lot of knowledge that I otherwise would not have. And I feel like that makes me a better developer for the future, for sure. It will make me a better developer. And so, no, I don't regret it at all. Wait. But now I'm at a point where I have to make a decision. I have spent about 2 years learning how to make an engine. I, you know, coded in many different things that I did not need to code. Could have done it in a different way. Now I know. Not perfectly, but I know a lot. And now I have to make a decision. Do I want to keep going down the route of engine? Or do I want to go down the route of making a game? And I decided now for a long time that I want to make a game. So if there's anything that can aid me in that, like for example, if I make a 3D game, I will use a physics library. I will not make my own physics. We will try making the physics for fun, but I will use a physics library. And I might even use STL3 or Raylib in the future as a nice little package to have window opening, cross-platform support, browser support. I can make a playable slice for my new game, upload it to itch and let it run in the browser very easily. Stuff like this, I can learn it. I know that I can figure it out as well. But that will not help me make games, and that's what I want to do. I want to make games like, let's say, From Software does, right? They spent a lot of time making their first game, or Gothic 1 and 2, what they did. They spent 4 years making their first game, and then 2 years later, they already had their second game. And then, I think it was a year or 2 years later. So they learned how to make a game in an engine, and a C++ engine at that, back then. And then they had a formula for making a game, and they repeated that in a way, made a new game with the same engine. And so it only took them a year, 1.5 years, to make the second game. And From Software is similar. They have spent a lot of time for the first game, but they have also been making games for more than 10-20 years. So they have a lot of experience. But what my point is that I want to make games, not engines. And so yeah. I'm not comparing myself to From Software, but what I'm saying is that From Software, much like Ubisoft, have found a way to make games fast. I'm not saying that these games are all great games. That's still something that you need to design well, and Ubisoft has not done that. But what I'm saying is that if you get better at the process, you can make games reasonably fast. And so that's what I want to focus on. Ubisoft found a way to lose money for... Yes, indeed. Of course, I did not want to have that happen. Guys, you don't understand. Striving to be like someone you admire is not a bad thing, okay? If you make fun of someone like that, like you can make fun of me, I don't care. Then you are a loser. And the person that is striving to be something else is not. But you are. Yeah, just let me tell you something here. Okay? You are a loser. Okay? Oh, we already have the attack frame. Okay, good. Bro, we are just saying it's a company. No, I get what people are trying to say. Which is fine, right? I don't mind at all. But the fact that... Whatever. Oh. No. We're not gonna leak here. Oh, I love that. Nice. Oh, money. Okay, so what do we get? I can get another archer for the next wave. Is this a good position? That's bad. Uh-oh. Where's the cooldown? We get one. Come on. Oh no! Oh wow, yeah, so he's... Huh? Oh, I see. Depending on the enemy type, I need to spawn a projectile or attack. Now they just attack from range. I spawned 2 archers. Oh wow, they just annihilated me because they don't have a cooldown. So yeah, so that's what I wanted to get to. Oh my god, that's crazy. Damn! Imager? Oh no, what is this now? Guys, this doesn't matter. not a single person cares about this. The window is centered. This is an extension to the window. No one cares about this. Oh my god. You guys are focusing on such menial, unimportant things. It's crazy. When did you cosplay? Yeah, that. Look at the clown. Funny. Guys. I need to code a bit. We need to code projectiles depending on the type of unit that we are. Are there more things that happen when we attack as a unit? That's the question. So what's happening right now is an archer. Yeah. 1 second. All right. What I'm doing here on the enemy update function is this is the wrong function, by the way. JK. I lied to you. This is not the right function. It is this function, the actual update enemy function. The reason why, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, oh, Cakez has the same update function twice in this game. Yeah, bro, because that's the old version of my game. Okay, and I might need some code from this, that's why, okay? The reason, no, what I'm doing here is when I'm attacking an enemy, which is one of the tangerines, I call the attack function. Here, and this is a question that I have. Here's a question, guys. What is more efficient? Okay. Let's say, hypothetically, I have an entity class. Okay, entity class. Let's say struct. Oh no, it's a class entity. Or let's say class ranger, which is an entity. Right, and that ranger has a public, which by default is public, I think. A void attack function. Or maybe it takes in an int, a UID, target ID. Okay? Oop, yeah, just wait. What is more efficient? Or does it not? Maybe it doesn't matter. Does this even matter? It's just something in my brain that I want to have an answer to, right? Now we have this entity, and I could do enemy. Or let's say we have an entity pointer, which is, you know, an enemy. 2 in this case, because I already have enemy, which is new ranger. Now, just to have one on the stack, okay? Wait, that's not how you do new? You do like this or something? How do you do new? I never used new. How do you actually call new? Or maybe it's that? Is that how you do new? No? Bruh? Where's the new? How's you new? Yeah, I've been coding for like 4 years. New name, I see. So I was close. It's been a while since I've been using new, okay? Huh? Cannot cast ranger to its base class. Oh, I see what you mean. So basically what this means is I need to cast this into an entity 2 pointer. Why entity 2? Because I'm gonna make a struct entity 2, which has a void attack. Guys, just wait, okay? It's gonna look terrible. I understand. Virtual or some virtual. It's a virtual function that has a UID, target ID. Okay. Now in here the attack function for the ranger is just spawn projectile in direction up. Let's do, you know, vector 2 direction is direction up. Just wait. Direction and then projectile count, proj count, and then we do the proj. Okay, int proj count is 1, which would be we would get that from the entity, by the way. And then a projectile proj, which is like a default projectile, right? So here's the question. This is the attack function of the ranger, okay? And then we could have another class, which in this case is the defender, okay? That also has an attack function. But in this case, we, instead of calling a projectile and a direction, we just, oops, no. Oh my god! What's going on? Sorry. Hey, when I press tab, it focuses the build task. What happened? I pressed tab in edit mode to go do a tab, but it opens the build task. Huh? Bro, what? Do I literally have to restart VS Code? What the hell? Is the game still running? Yeah, but the game has nothing to do with this. I'm just writing some code. Oh my god, shut up with your resistance! Okay, it works now. Anyways, the defender just calls the attack function. Oh yeah. Of course. I need to have attack too, because in my game I also have attack. So, this is the implementation, right, of the virtual function. Why are you complaining, bro? Maybe like this, I guess. Okay, so attack 2. No, wait, it calls the attack function, which takes in a, yeah, okay, that's annoying. It needs a target, stats, hit, type, impact, stuff like that. So what I have here is 2 classes that each implement the attack function differently. In this case we attack, in this case we spawn a projectile, but they both have the attack function. And now that we have a new entity 2 pointer, which creates a new ranger, why are you complaining, bruh? Huh? Oh, I see. They obviously are entity 2s. Right? That should be possible, bro. Huh? Don't use semicolon, it's optional. What, on the class? Address? The address. Aha. But new gives me a pointer. What you talking about? Defender public entity. Collector stuff, stop, man. We're wasting our time. New ranger. A ranger pointer? Like this? Cakes, bro, you're a dumbass. Here's why. You're gonna say shit like blah blah blah, virtual functions slow, Jonathan Blow blabbering, but your solution is consecutive if statements. I'm asking a question, you dumbass. Shut the fuck up! I'm in the process of asking a question. Stop gatekeeping me asking a question, dummy. Okay? Don't care. Now, is this how you do it? This is too long for a clip? Yeah, I don't want this to be a clip. I'm asking a question. So I have now built a construct. We have an entity structure. And then C++ OOP code will allow us to implement an attack function on each entity that is not referencing, inheriting the entity structure. So I implement the attack function for the first one by spawning a projectile, and for the defender, I'm implementing the attack function by attacking. Now, the question is, if I do enemy 2 attack here, and I take the target ID, you know, let's do a UID. Target ID. Right? Oh my god. Sorry. I take the target ID. Did I really write a capital letter T? The question is, is this faster than, comparatively, this? Switch, or if target, or if enemy. Oh my god! Sorry, enemy dot components and component, well, maybe a component if it's a ranger, or maybe type. Ranged. If it's an enemy type ranged, we spawn the projectile like this. I don't know why I can't code when I'm making an example. I apologize, guys. I deeply apologize to anyone that has to see this atrocious code. I'm so sorry. Otherwise, I do the attack function, right? I do this attack thing. I know that this is minuscule, but I have, let's say, a lot of enemies. Good evening, calm gentlemen. How's it going? Akui, thank you very much for following earlier. Good evening. Why not measure it to get a real answer? Oh, I wonder if this has been explored as well. You didn't even make it virtual? I have no idea what that means, Azen. It doesn't matter. The OOP approach is way cleaner and easier to read. Symmetry is overrated. I feel like creating your own engine is like rewriting the wheel. At least for me it would be. Yeah, for most people it is actually. Which is a fine opinion to have. It depends. The first one does a lookup. The second one branches. You need to measure. So basically, speed-wise, it is not... You cannot really determine which one is faster. If statements will pretty much always be faster because virtual creates a v-table. But yeah, it's a lot more code to maintain. I don't mind the code. So you think it is actually slower when you do it the OOP way? Why are you using classes and not structs? Oh, I'm just trying to look at the difference between the OOP case, where you would just call attack on the enemy, and the... what is it called? If it's slower, benchmark it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna do the OOP case, guys. I will do the if-else case. I'm just always wondering, and I thought it would be a great... It would be a great question, right? which one do you think is faster? And then you could also ask the question about maintainability. So you see right here that all of this code is in one package, but you would usually have this is a file and this is a file, usually, right? This is a file. So you would have two files, and then you would need to go into the attack function of the particular unit to figure out what it does. What I can do here is, if I have this if-else case statement, and I have more types, else, if, enemy.enemy type, this is enemy mage, let's say, or let's give it a different one. Strong, you know, maybe, you know, deal AoE damage. So depending on the type, I know exactly what I do, and I don't need to look up the different types in different files or in different positions in code. All I need to do is use my mouse wheel right here, and you can see it in one view, because that will usually not be too much code to read. Cakez and Flash on clip prevent handles are always slower than actually adding the code to the frame. I don't know if that helps. On clip event handlers. Here's the proof that it's faster. Clean code, horrible performance.
Most often repeated.
Oh, I watched that. Yeah. I think I watched this off stream as well. We can watch it again together at some point. So wait, if else case statements are faster? Really? Do you have the time stamp in the video? Casey's viral video? It's a good video. OOP is not clean code. Yeah, but usually OOP is one of the parts of clean code, like having a class for stuff. And then inheriting stuff. High-level language features are slower. AAQ, okay, you might be the smartest person in this room by 10 million IQ points, okay? I just need to ask a question and I want an answer! Okay? I think switch case logic is the same as if else. Sucks. So it would work exactly the same. They can be, but the main point of DoD is not that you can use virtual functions. The point is that OOP often makes it so you deal with individual objects rather than lots of the same stuff in bulk. Clean code is a solution for businesses and maintainability, not performances. And it's a cult. Guys, what is faster for progressing on the game? Actually working on it or getting stun locked on a couple of nanoseconds difference between OOP and switch case statement. Oh, Under Closure is one of those good, smart, crazy people that never thought about this ever and actually thought, well, why don't I ask a question somewhere? No, this guy just does shit. Everywhere, every time. He's the best guy ever. You know, he knows exactly what to do and he does the right thing at all times and he never asks any questions because he doesn't need to ask questions because he's so smart. Hell yeah, brother. Damn, Giga Shadow Reno. Interesting. I might even go like this, guys. I might even go like enemy type ID. And it depends on what enemy type ID I get. If it's enemy goblin, the goblin archer attacks. But I might just use classes because that's easier. Because then I would have like a ginormous statement where it's ors together. Maybe that's okay. But then every time I add a new enemy ID, which, you know, we could have a goblin archer. Wait. I don't like that structure too much. I like reading code from top to bottom. Getting rid of OOP mindset on YouTube. Yeah, no. I have gotten rid of the OOP mindset long ago. It's just a question that I always thought about, because essentially what it looks like to me is the code just flows in that scenario, but I didn't think about the vtable lookup. So basically it needs to look in some sort of, I don't know, database table or something to find the function. So it's probably doing a jump. And then we can talk about inlining and maybe not inlining. I don't know exactly what that means, and you can't really make any assumptions on that. I totally forgot about that. So right now, this would create some sort of jump, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. We don't know. We can't really make an assumption on this. And I like this type of code anyways. It was just a question, because I wanted to explore this, because I thought it would be interesting. That's all. You know, that's all I'm trying to do. Otherwise, hey, it was not a dumb question. There are no dumb questions, but there are dumb answers like yours. Okay, so we're going to make it so that we look at the enemy type ID. And if that is an enemy ranged, then we are going to spawn projectiles. Otherwise, in this case, we will attack like we already do. So we'll do the attack right here. Okay, thank you guys for the nice discourse. It was very, very fun. We totally did not have some C++ elitists out here, or some people saying, oh, you're so terrible. How can you be coding for 4 years and you don't know that? Blah, 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 blah. Right? Doesn't matter. Thank you. Enemy.attack direction. The projectile that we spawn depends. Do you stream full time? No, I stream a lot today because I got interrupted like 10 times. Usually I only stream for 4 hours and then I've got stuff to do. But yeah, today it just mixed itself into each other. I have not gotten a rich wife, no. That is not correct. Spawn projectiles. How do I do that before? It's the ability. So basically, enemy shoot. Sorry about that. Enemy shoot. Ability shoot. So how do we handle that? It creates this type of projectile. Arrow enemy, spawn projectiles. That looks good. Let's look at the projectile count too. Okay, first we get the projectile count on enemy.stats. Then we generate a projectile using that, which ability ID will be none. Target components in this case will be heroes. The owner is the enemy.id. The target ID is the target.id. Stats are enemy.stats. The collider. Oh no, the position. The position of the unit. Sorry, of the projectile. That is the rect collider. Yeah. Rect collider from the enemy plus the enemy.attack direction multiplied by, let's say, 10. So that it actually flies from the center, and then the direction is enemy.attack direction, and then we spawn the projectile into the enemy.attack direction, which we already supply that here, which is kinda doppelt gemoppelt in English. All right, let's go to the goblin archer. Great. Goblin archer. Ah, it's not a warrior. It's arranged. I see. Yeah. Good stuff. And then there's one last thing that we need to do, because right now the archers will just stand there, and that is terrible. That's a terrible game mechanic. I've had that before. Actually, 2 years ago, we had that exact same issue in my game, and I know how to fix it. We need a cooldown on the attack. During that cooldown, we are forced to switch to running the road. Is the red bastard still stealing content? How do I know this isn't someone else's VOD, sus? Sturdy pose? What are you talking about? You mean me? I'm stealing content? People told me to use that one video and play it. I would have played my own video, bro. I literally wanted you to watch me beat the Dark Souls boss from the expansion. The asshole one. Whatever this guy's sword's name, this sword they did. Yeah, they told me to do it. I would have let you guys watch me play Dark Souls and rage at the boss. So don't blame me for someone else's decision. I was just listening to chat. I watch those videos off stream alone. Okay? Sir. Alright, we need 2 blockers here, brothers. Because these rats... Oh, I actually noticed something. Wait. I did have a higher movement speed base, yeah. That's too fast. Artorias? Oh yeah, this asshole. Sounds sus, you never listen to chat. Oh, of course, I never listen to chat, no. Okay. Damn. Clean code principles only apply when you're making software for others. Alright guys, here's the important one. The enemy archers coming in. Oh wow, I might even be able to get another... to get another defender out. What should I do? I'm actually gonna get another defender. Oh no! Oh yeah! Wait. The enemies... Why don't they shoot projectiles? Wait, what? I thought I'm shooting a projectile because it's a range type. Don't I? Huh? Why don't they... But these are... Huh? Enemy type ranged? Wait. Maybe? Yeah, it resets the enemy type. Shit. So, wait. No, it initializes the enemy to the type. Huh? Oh, I'm stupid. Class type. Wait, class type? What is class type and type? There's 2 different things. Knight, warrior, Viking, ranger. Oh, so that's what I did back then. Based on this type, I would do different actions. So for example, the ranger would attack using a projectile. The paladin would attack, but he could also heal. The healer would only heal. The mage would do fireballs. The beamer would shoot beams. The pirate... Yeah, so basically we need the... Not the class type. Enemy type. Ranged. I see. So that was the issue. But fear not. I have the save point ready. For that. There you go. Which means it's now going to shoot projectiles, is it? Yeah, he's shooting projectiles. these guys doing? Oh my god. Oh, they are shooting the tree. Where are you shooting at, bro? Stupid? I guess what? There's no projectiles that it's shooting. Oh, it does shoot a projectile. What is the attack direction? Sounds reasonable. X being negative. That means to the left. And the projectile? Why is that not shooting? Flying? Sprite ID? It doesn't have a collider, but that makes... Who cares? Wait, it should have a collider. Yeah, it does have a collider. Invisible project. Yeah, why is it invisible? Target ID. Hits. Stats. Looking good. Position, direction looks all of this looks good. 374. That looks good too. Size 0. The size is only for drawing the projectile in a bigger size. That's all. Let's see what happens. Angle. Yeah, it just spawns one arrow. That's it. Then let's see. Update and... Oh, I know what it is. Of course. The projectile doesn't have a lifetime itself. So the archer... Goblin archers need a projectile... Yeah, projectiles. They need a stat for speed and time. Stat, projectile, speed and lifetime. You see this? So for example, that is in seconds. And I can steal this from enemy shoot. From the ability itself. Speed and lifetime, these work decently well. So what do we have here? We have a speed of 200 pixels per second. This is in pixels per second. And the lifetime obviously is in seconds, 0.8 f. So that's less than a second of lifetime on a speed of 200 pixels. And I'm just gonna round it up to a second. There we go. Now projectiles actually have speed and lifetime and they should do something. There we go, finally. So what we have here is the issue that enemies do not move when they shoot. And that problem means that this ranger can do nothing but die. He keeps getting attacked and this guy won't move. Oh, I like that a lot. Funny. You see this? He keeps attacking and I can't do anything. He outranges me and he never moves. He never stops. Oh, right, this guy gets... Oh, cool. He actually kills himself. But yeah. So, and the only solution that I had back then... That's terrible game design. I know. The only solution that I had back then is do this. Which sucks, of course. So, what can I do about this? Simple. I need to add an attack cooldown to each unit. And let's see, struct entity. Do we have something that we can use as like an attack? Run delay, idle delay, to do split enemies and heroes. Run delay is important. Idle delay is also important. I'm gonna do a float and that means I would have to play again. Oh man. Energy drain timer. Maybe I can use the energy drain timer? Energy drain. No, I'm using that. Yeah, I'm using that. No. Apply energy regeneration. I need to use something. that is currently not used. Shit. Hit sound, class type, previous health percent. Shadow bar icon. Portrait, shadow offset. Need that. Movement speed multi. I can use that because I'm not using it right now. Yeah, let's do that. So, union. And again, this code is terrible, but this is not to make good code right now. This is just to get a working version out so you guys can test it. Float. Attack delay. Now, in the game, each unit needs to have an attack delay. And by default, I need to set this to 0. And then I need to look for movement animation multi. And in these cases, I need to change that. So here, the Baroque boss, comment that out. I'm not using that anyways. Next, the rolling heads. F4, F4, the crawler for sure. And the goblin brute. Now, let's go to the archer. And of course, here this animation multi, this stuff, but yeah, we'll do that later. And then here we can say entity dot attack delay. What is it called? What did I call this? Oh, did we have? Yeah, an attack cooldown. The cooldown for attacks by default on all of the units is 0, but here we have, let's say, 4 seconds or 5 seconds. I need to wait 5 seconds to attack again. Let's do 5. Let's do 5 first. And so when I go to update enemy, when I am attacking, and I have just attacked, if we have a target, we have just attacked. Yeah. We have done this. This is just attacking, right? Attacking. If we are in this if check, we need to set some sort of attack cooldown. I have an idea. Enemy.attack cooldown is 5 seconds when the enemy is ranged, and then we put it to do fix better for different units, Now we set the cooldown to 5 and attack time. If we have reached, since it's a slowdown function, if T is greater or equal to 1, which on ease out or 1.0f minus epsilon, maybe that works, then we transition back to running. And transitioning is this, start following the road. And that is it, I think. Let's see if this works. I did not change any data, so the range... Let's see if this actually happens. We have done the attack cooldown happens. And when we are running, we are only looking... We start looking for an enemy to attack if Enemy dot attack cooldown is less than or equal to 0. And then we try to get a target. And then if we have a target, we do something. Otherwise, we start following the road. Yeah. Yeah, wait. Sekunde. I'm like doing some 10-head coding right now, okay? Some crazy, insane stuff. Yeah, we do that, and then here, when we are running, we do enemy.attack cooldown is the maximum of 0, and enemy.attack cooldown. You know what? We're just gonna do this. Minus equals delta plan. There we go. That's the best thing to do. All right, let's see if this works. If insane, yeah. Would be amazing if it does. I hope it does. They still attack. This guy? He's about to shoot? Why is he not shooting? Why are you not shooting, bro? Bro. What are you doing? Oh, I know why. Of course. Wait. Doesn't know. I know why it doesn't work. It's always the same bug. I'm basically... I am getting this... I'm initializing the enemy again, which sets the cooldown to 5 seconds. I need to store the float attack cooldown to enemy.attack cooldown. This is a very terrible way of doing this. It causes so many bugs. But this way I can make changes on the enemy as the game's running. Which helps me balance the enemies as I play through the game. Now it does. There we go. So let's see. Now they don't attack at all, do they? This guy doesn't attack at all. Oh, he attacked once. I feel like the attack cooldown doesn't work that well. Interesting. So that's the idea. It doesn't work very well right now. I might have done something wrong. Yeah. Not sure what it is. It's too long. You think it's too long? The 5 seconds? What if I set it to 2? But it's only happening on ranged units. Why is the other guy not attacking? Let's see. Cakez, don't you already have this code for the mages? This guy's not attacking. You see this? Yeah, and they start running. They keep running. It's so okay. I still got a lot of stuff to do, have I? Well. It is how it is. I think we have to stop here, guys. I would have loved to finish this, but I need to focus a little bit more on the coding part. So yeah, I need a bit more time on this. Remake the game in Unity? No. I was vibing, Sag. Yeah, me too. But I've got stuff to do. Tomorrow my wife wants to celebrate our birthday. So we've got a lot of stuff to prepare. Then we need to pick up Zoe as well. She's at her parents' house, I think, or at her sister's house. Yeah, I had birthday, my wife had birthday on the 6th of May. We have birthday a couple of days apart from each other.
He spent 300 million.
Shut up. Stop putting random clips when I'm trying to say goodbye, man. Stop. That's not nice. think I'm just gonna send you over to Lana Lux. And I will think about ranged units and how I implement them and make them balanced, okay? And when I come back on Monday, I hope I can release a new demo for you guys to play. I will try my best on the weekend to give you guys a playable version that is fun to play as well, not tedious, and that works better than this, what I have right here. It took a bit longer than I expected. We have now spent 3 days on this new version of the game. If I get this done in a week, I would have lost a week of progress on the other demo if I don't go with this and I discard all of the changes. But I'm 99% sure that I will keep this change because I like it. Anyways, I will try to prepare a demo for Monday. Okay? And then I will let you guys play if I manage to do it. If not, then we will need a couple more days. But anyways, thank you guys for following. Schmidt and Kale Mary, thank you guys. Welcome. Hope you guys had fun today. And I will see you all on Monday. Okay? You guys have a wonderful weekend, okay? Enjoy yourselves. See you on Monday, guys. And enjoy Jana Lux. Lana Lux, not Jana Lux. Peace. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye. On YouTube as well. See you guys. Peace.